hide this. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Alright, so I think the whole scrapping walls thing... Okay, yeah, I think the whole scrapping walls thing is already known right now. And this is not really news anymore. I didn't need to talk about that. If you're unaware of why I scrapped walls, then here are the reasons. Hit your print screen button now, and I'm going to delete them. I want you. Okay. This said Tuesday. I didn't see Norman here yesterday. Let's take a look. Oop, that is not how we do things here. Yeah, Norman's the only person here. Okay. Well, if Norman's here today, then we'll have to add him. So sign up for Vulture. This is something I want to do tonight. I know I said last night, but then last night ended up being very busy. I'm going to do this stuff sometime this week or next week. So we got to prepare for 9 days from now, because that's when I promised you guys. I wrote this here, guarantee. Assuming the lawyer gets me the EULA, I'll have a pre-alpha for you all by the end of October. Now, this still actually hasn't happened. He said it would arrive, I think, 2 days ago. So I sent an email. Yeah, so removing walls, no longer news. The recap video I'll paste in again. Hey Isaac, and hey Roving Eye and Dustadom. Oh, welcome back, Dustadom. Yeah, so here's the recap video from last week, and I'll remove that from my news now. So end of day Monday is, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. So I'll just keep this here. This is the only news. And we're working on tests this morning for a whole bunch of things, actually. This is done, right? I don't have any outstanding code right now. What is this? That's fine, and that's fine. Yeah, okay, so there's no real outstanding code. I'll put this over here. Alright, so landmine test, then fix the animation bug where a bot appears to blow up a landmine as soon as the server sends a message about its detonation. How are we going to fix this? I guess wait until the bot has completely moved onto the landmine tile before blowing it up. Yeah. Okay, well, hang on, Miss Pisser. Let's start the test. Arena test and test name. And you know the drill. We cut out these things and this thing. Save and then write some tests. We just worked on revealing landmines yesterday, and I think then these are the other things we'll do today. So we're really just going to tackle this in order. We might take one or two of these small tasks, like adding a fave icon. That's pretty easy. Consider putting in debug UI, make the hide chat, stop sending lights, thanks for calling. Well, some of those aren't even ball end things. Yeah, oh, and a test for this too. Sure, let's do that too. Alright, let's add tests for all these things. Alright, let's just start off. So reveal an allied landmine. We don't have allies yet, so I guess this isn't really possible. So I'll just write this down in the team test. Try not revealing it and make sure it doesn't turn true. Okay, good. Yeah, okay, great. So, reveal a mine, have it blow up. We need to test can lay mine also. Deploy a bot onto an enemy mine and make sure can lay mine returns false. Where was that team thing? Yeah. Try deploying... Wait, no, can lay mine would return true, wouldn't it? Because you can't detect that there's a mine there. What would happen? Can lay mine. This calls lay mine. Lay mine checks is landmine a tile. Yeah, this needs to see if you're... Alright, this is a very weird scenario, actually. I'm not totally sure what should happen here. If you deploy onto a landmine, the landmine doesn't explode, but you can't see that landmine. So you would think that you could lay a landmine there. that could end up having kind of disastrous results. I'm gonna write a note down to myself. So, alright, can lay mine. So, if you're deployed onto an enemy mine and you try saying can lay mine, this should probably return true because you can't see the mine. However, it's such a strange scenario that you may have code like this in your update function at the top. If can lay mine, then your bot would never do anything. Wait a second. Yeah, because it would keep attempting to lay mine. Yeah, so I'll talk about this with the designer. We'll figure out something that works, because it's a weird scenario, and I don't totally know what the expectation would be. There are some solutions that I can think of right off the bat, which is don't let people be deployed onto enemy mines, or if they're deployed onto an enemy mine, just delete the mine. In fact, I'll write those down. Perhaps if you are deployed onto an enemy mine, you just remove the mine. Make sure to update trackers of the mine. Okay, good. Yeah, let's just leave that as is for now. Hey, Moose Alive. So Destodon, why were you gone? I am curious. You won a lot of giveaways while you were gone. So I suppose it's only fair if I just give you a token now to make up for all the ones that you missed. So I don't really know what to do for this test since I haven't talked about it yet. Where is it? Here, reveal a mine. Oh, well, not that one. Anyway, let's do this. Reveal a mine, have it blow up, then make sure you can't see it. So I guess one is test is enemy mine at, and then the other is test the API of the component. Revealed mine should be empty. Alright, let's do it. So let's comment out all of the other code. There, done. Next, let's add in a test for it should stop tracking a blown up mine, like detonated mine, enemy landmine. Alright, so how do we do this? First of all, we put default hardware of landmines. Thankfully, we don't have 7 slots here yet, so this is okay. So there, now everything has landmines. Next. Well, we need an enemy mine to exist. So our lay mine code is going to say, well, how do we have the mine blow up unless something else moves into it? This is going to be hard. Well, let's do it the way I can think of at least. lm equals true. Then update equals function if lm lay mine. Oh, and set lm to false. Okay, and then if not, let's just move right. So we're gonna lay a mine and then we're gonna move off of the mine tile. Oh wow, that's not my condolences. Well, I hope you're doing okay. I will mourn in this red light. Well, now it's not red anymore. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. We'll set lay mine to true, and then if that's true, then we'll lay a mine. And we'll set it to false. Otherwise, we'll move right. So yeah, what's gonna happen is we are going to be something like here, and then we're gonna put a landmine beneath us. Well, the better way to draw it is like this, I guess. There's gonna be a landmine beneath us, and then we're gonna move. So this is like scene 1, act 1, scene 1, and then it'll go to this. So, and then we move to the side. So this is all this bot is gonna do for now. So we should have a landmine next to us. Next, we need to make another bot from a different team move into that landmine, while a third bot checks to see it reveals landmine. So anyway, this is gonna be a little bit tough. And Testadom says lights didn't change, by the way. They definitely did. Oh, you're saying all these intermediate steps they didn't change? Color lights random, max brightness, pink, 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 max brightness, max brightness, max brightness, pink, brighten lights, max brightness. It looks like all this worked, but max brightness it's already at max brightness. Okay, where's the tab that I want? This. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on here. Let's just start with that, I suppose. So lay mine code, there's going to be a mine layer bot, and let's think of where we want all this to happen. This is where drawing this out is a good idea. Let's go to botland client run, and then we can load up the game, localhost 3000. Let's just hope that, man, I can't see my screen ever since I got that keyboard cam. Because the keyboard camera is like right there, right where I want to see where that tab is. Okay, so cut all this out. Man. So we'll drop all of these bots from the arena by doing this. I need to do this off screen. Well, I don't need to, but I'm going to. Alright, no, it looks like I don't have this stuff here. Oh, here we go. So add bot cooldown equals 1E9, good. And then let's do arena.wipeout all entities. There, so everyone's gone. We're in a bot no man land. And here's the test we're gonna set up. So L will be a mine layer bot. He'll lay a mine here and then move to here. Okay, good. Then B will be just some enemy bot. S will be the sensor bot. This is what's going to sense the mine after it's been laid. And then B is what's going to trigger the mine. So this is, well, let's just do it. So mine layer, the other thing is we'll get these same coordinates that we have. This is 0, 1, 2, 2. 2, 2 is where the mine layer is going to start. So let's do that, 2, 2. And then it will lay a mine, and then we'll update it one more time so that it moves right. And then we'll check that its coordinates are where we expect them to be. So at this point, assert entity coordinates on the mine layer should be at 3, 2. So it should have moved right, and we should do something like assert landmine at. To do assert landmine at. Pretty please off topic question. Why Vulture? Why Vulture? Because it's free for 2 months, and that matters the most right now. But also, I looked at all the different, I pasted this in the other day. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, this stuff. So this is all that I was looking at. Vulture is the cheapest after the free time is over. So for $5 a month, you get a computer that totally meets my needs. Whereas something like DigitalOcean, their cheapest was $10 a month. Oh wait, no, it isn't. The cheapest is $5 a month, but it doesn't give you as much RAM. And RAM matters more than the hard drive space. So yeah, the difference is the extra quarter gig of RAM. And yeah, I looked at DigitalOcean. I compared a whole bunch of different rates. They're all on my screen right now. And some of these, it didn't look like they're very good. I actually didn't even add ones that looked like they're just too expensive. And then AWS, whatever. I think I'm just gonna start with Vulture. And if it doesn't work, or if I use the 2 months and I think I still want to be doing this for free, then I just go to DigitalOcean. So assert landmine at 2, 2. Then we can make both of these other bots. So there's going to be like idiot bot. Idiot code equals git debug code. Move left. No, move up. Up. So this is the bot that's going to blow itself up. And we'll make an idiot bot here. Idiot bot. And this is going to be at 2, 3. Alright, so after this, we force update idiot bot. Idiot bot's going to move into the landmine, destroying it. But no, that actually happens last. Then there's sensor code, where we do reveal mines. Alright, so then there's sensor bot. Alright, and that we said is just sitting over here, so 0, 2 is where that's at. And we need to make sure that we made these players correct. Good, we did. So player 2 is the one with the landmine code. There we go. Hey, Boy Dreamer. And yeah, Basic Panther, I saw the $5 a month plan. I closed the tab. Well, anyway, the $5 a month plan has a little less RAM than Vultures. But again, I might end up using DigitalOcean. I'm not sure. Okay, so lay the mine and then move right. Then we do some asserts. Next, sense the mine. So run the sensor code. So that's where SensorBot comes in. And then to do, verify that we sensed it. And that get enemy, is enemy mine at? What did I call this? Is enemy mine at, yeah. Verify that this returns true. Okay, so then make idiot bot blow the mine up. Good, and then to do verify that we can no longer sense the mine. So we just had to fill in the blanks now. Oh, and the idiot bot took damage. Idiot bot might be dead actually. Well, okay. So lay the mine, move right, and then assert landmine at. So we don't have a function like that yet. Let's do that. So function assert landmine at tile X, tile Y. We could optionally assert an owner for it, but I don't really think that's necessary. Yeah. Okay, so assert landmine at. How are we going to do this? Well, we have access to the arena, right? Do we? I'm pretty sure we do. Could have sworn I put this somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we have access to the arena, so we can do const tile equals arena.get tile txty. So that's part of it. Then the other part is going into tile and doing get entity with component. So landmine entity equals tile.get entity on tile with component, and the component is component names dot is landmine. So we just want to make sure that there's a landmine there, and then assert util.exist landmine entity. There is no landmine on the tile tx plus ty. Okay. So now we have assert landmine at. So now we can comment this out, or comment this in. Okay. So there should be a mine where the mine layer laid it, and then the mine layer should have moved right. So all of that should be totally basic and awesome. Destin says, love the keyboard camera. Well, thank you. Yeah, some friends got it for me as a gift, and yeah, now you guys can see what I'm typing, although I think I need to move the keyboard forward a little bit. That'll be slightly less comfortable for me, but you guys will be able to see better. Alright, so then we sense the mine, and now we need to verify that we sensed it, and that is enemy mine returns true. So let's do setup active bot. Where do I do that? Here. So you can lay a mine, but you can pick up your own mine and move it? No, you can't move mines. So you can lay a mine, but you won't blow yourself up. That's the difference. Or you can't blow up allies either. So I don't know if you saw this yesterday, so let's just, actually I can just run the simulation since bots lay mines now. But anyway, let's do this. So we'll add landmine hardware, and then I'll put in, oh, I lost the code for it. Alright, well, we'll write new code. I'll just write this in Notepad because I end up copy pasting this a lot. So if can lay mine, otherwise, let's just say move. Alright. So now you can see landmines are getting laid over here and up here, and they're green, which means that I won't blow them up when I move over them. There are red ones that you'll see very rarely. But yeah, they're insta-kill right now. That's like, they're super overpowered. But yeah, if an enemy laid a landmine, it would look red to me, and if an ally laid one, it'd be green. So you can't blow your allies up. That's pretty important in this game, given that people would really troll each other if you could. We still need programmable mines. So we thought about something like that. It is a little bit tough to do because mines, if they blow up, there's no penalty really. And so little kamikaze mines could be an overpowered strategy unless they do very little damage. Oh good, there's an enemy mine. So yeah, this bot just spawned on the mine. It won't take damage from it. And that's something where I don't know if we want that behavior or not. Al's actually doing pretty well. Oh, also cloaking has been added in. I don't know if you saw that too, Destodom. But cloaked bots can be hit, but they can't be targeted. So if you happen to fire a laser into a cloaked bot, it'll get hit. Which, that's another test I don't know if I did. Test. If I fire lasers at a specific entity and a cloaked enemy is in the way, verify that the cloaked enemy takes damage. There's a test similar to this already, but without cloaking. So I would just need to modify it for cloaking. Anyway, okay, so we sense the mine. Now we need to make sure, so we have the, oh, no we don't. Set up active bot. That's not even how we call this API. Oh yes it is. So we set up sensor bot as active. Then we need to call an API. So we need to say assert dot equal code execution system dot is enemy mine at, and we say what, 2 assert that this is true. I guess I can just say is enemy mine at here. We just want some basic assert message. So you sense the, oh wait, no, before we sense the mine, we need to make sure that it's false. So before you, oops, this goes up here. Before you've sensed the mine, make sure you can't see it. I mean, pretty basic. Then sense the mine. Oh, and we can't, we have to do this here. Then sense the mine. Now make sure you can see it. Then make idiot bot blow the mine up. Now make sure that you can't see it again. But then also to do check the, what is it called, the revealed landmines component? Yeah, so check the revealed landmines component to make sure that got updated. Like if a bot has a certain HP, do not explode because that would be losing resources. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's something for us to consider, I think. So the problem with programming anything that isn't a bot is how would you program it? Well, that's one of the problems. I think there are other problems too. But right now you say lay mine. Imagine if you had programmable mines. Would you say lay mine, like move right in it? And then how do we make sure that this code is valid without, I don't know. I feel like it would be a little bit tough. But for right now, it's not planned that there are programmable mines, and we might end up adding them in. But you never know. Let's run the test right now, because that's going to take some time anyway. I am going to get this reveal landmines component and verify something on it myself. So let's do get component reveal landmines, and we get that on a sensor bot. And now it better exist, so we're going to have to verify that. Let's take this. So verify that it exists. Assert util.exist. No reveal landmine component. Okay, then the important part is making sure that there are no revealed landmines in here. So we need to do this. Assert.equal _.keys reveal landmines component dot revealed landmines dot length is 0. This bot is still tracking landmines. Well, is still, this bot still thinks a landmine exists. There. Alright, so did the test pass with how we had it? No, of course not. An entity's tilex is not what we expected. We expected 3 and we got 4. How did that screw up? this. Mine layer. Mine layer is, oh. Lay mine is not a terminator, is it? No, it is. How could this be happening? Oh, because I know why. It laid the mine as soon as it was deployed. Move right. The mine was already laid upon deploy. Assert. No, we can write that here. Verify that the bot laid a mine when it was deployed. Then we move right, verify that it moved right, try sensing all this stuff. Okay, so this should be everything that this test needs right now. So yeah. And the reason this is so important, all of this stuff, is because this is really, the code was kind of all over the place. And to some extent it needed to be, and it just makes it harder to test. So you can reveal enemy landmines, but it only keeps them revealed for certain conditions. So if the mine blows up, it's gone. Oh man, this bot still thinks a landmine exists. Actual is 1. So there is a revealed landmine here, and that's not good. Oh boy. So there is no mine at that target, but it thinks it, wait, what? How is this even possible? Alright, let's print it out, because this doesn't make any sense to me. So console.log, json.string, oh wait, I wrote a string function for this. There we go. Okay, in the meantime, let's try to figure out what this might be. So when a mine blows up, which happens in, I believe, the shared arena, landmine, there's like a detonate. Yeah, check for landmines. So when a landmine blows up, we call update landmine trackers. This should go through everything that's been tracking the landmine and then stop tracking at tile index. Why did I write this dot tile index? That is totally wrong. Why did I think this code was correct? What is the tile index that I want here? Okay, so I suppose we need to get the tile that the landmine entity is at, and we need to get the tile index from that. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Get tile from entity, landmine entity, cons tile equals that. And then instead of this, it should be tile.tile index. Okay, well that makes sense. Yeah, so this is just gonna say 42.3, it's kind of meaningless. And I think we fixed it anyway. The 42, by the way, came from this. Our arena size is 20, so this is going to be tile index 0, this is going to be tile index, wait, is it 20? Yeah, and anyway, so this is going to be 40, this is 41, and then that tile with the mine is 42. So that was correct. And then it said 3 there. 3 is the entity number. Now if you'll recall, we made a bot, and a bot. That's 0, 1, and 2. So when the landmine was laid, that's entity number 3. At least it should be, assuming I even know what I'm talking about. Which is only partially likely, because I coded it. Mine layer, yep. And that's because we made the mine layer last, otherwise it would be totally different. And yeah, now the test passed. Pretty good. Alright, now we have some equally lengthy tests to write for other cases. We have reveal a mine, have it blow up, then make sure you can't see it. So that's working great. So it should stop tracking a detonated enemy landmine. Alright, next. Reveal a mine, blow the bot up, and make sure the mine isn't being tracked by the bot anymore. This is very different, and I'm not actually sure how best to test this because right now mines are insta-kill, whatever, and that means that blowing a bot up is very easy, just move on to a landmine. But what happens when I tone that down? So I need to make a bot get shot to death by lasers. You know what we can do? Since it's reasonable to say that lasers level 3 will do more than 10% of a bot's damage, a bot's life in damage. So if we just shoot lasers 10 times, we should kill a bot. So let's try this out. So reveal a mine, blow the bot up, make sure the mine isn't being tracked by the bot anymore. Okay, so how are we going to do this? There needs to be a landmine layer, and then a sensor bot again. But then the sensor bot needs to be killed. So there needs to be a kill bot like here. So steps are as such. 1, lay mine. 2, sense mine. 3, kill sensor. 4, assert. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, let's code it. So we duplicate this test case, and this is, let's see, make sure the mine isn't being tracked by a bot anymore. Should remove trackers from a revealed mine when the tracker dies. This is ridiculous. Okay, so we have the same sensor code. We don't have idiot code anymore. Instead, we have lasers code. And the lasers code is going to be fire lasers down. The lay mine code is still the same. In fact, we don't even need to move right. So now we can just say lay mine. We can get rid of this. You know what? We can put this into a git debug code if we want. Git debug code. All right, good. So now we have our lasers bot. Wow, this is like killer bot. Now the killer and the mine layer are going to be on the same T, and the killer is going to be in a different position. The killer is now in 0, 1. So let's make sure we did this correctly. The killer is at 0, 1. The sensor bot is right beneath it at 0, 2. Good. And the mine layer is to the right of it, still within sensor range. So that's all fine. Next, when we deploy the sensor bot, we need to force update it, or the mine layer bot. So we lay a mine. That was step 1. So lay the mine. Then verify that the mine was laid. Okay, good. Now we don't care about moving right. That doesn't matter. And we don't need to assert entity coordinates. That doesn't matter either. Next, we do this. Why do we do this? Yeah. Before you sense the mine, make sure you can't see it. We already kind of did this in the last test, so I don't think we need to do this again, but well, we might as well. Then sense the mine. Then now make sure you can see it, and now make killer bot do what he does best. Make killer bot kill sensor bot. So killer bot needs to do this some amount of times. For let I equals 0, I is less than 10, let's just say I plus plus. Kill. Hey Squid Ink. By the way, I don't think I've ever said this, but I do like your name. I wonder if anyone ever made a company like that. If people would get it. Before you sense the mine, make sure you can't see it. So now sensor bot is dead. Well, no, we should verify that it's dead. How do we do that? Well, I'll just write to do here. Assert that sensor bot is dead. It's possible that it's not if the lasers are super weak. But this is never going to happen. It's never going to happen that lasers take more than 10 shots to kill a bot. That's what I'm getting at. So if that does happen, we can just up this number. And yeah, easy. Okay, so now sensor bot is dead. So now what we need to do is assert that the landmine doesn't have a tracker on it now. So to do, assert that the landmine doesn't have a tracker. Hey Sakura, and thank you. Alright, now here's where things get a little bit tougher. So we go into landmine tracker component, we get this from here, and then we say landmine tracker component Did I call it trackers? Yes, I did. Okay, so assert that it exists, and we're getting this from the landmine actually. Okay. So, oh man. Okay, so landmine tile equals arena.getTile 22, which is where the landmine is. Then we say landmine entity equals landmine tile dot get entity on tile with component names dot is landmine. Heard a noise in the kitchen, but no one's home. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Okay, so landmine entity. We should have the landmine entity. Verify that it exists. So assert util.exists landmine entity. The landmine entity does not exist. This is impossible, by the way. We verified that it existed up here, and then nothing got rid of it. But that's why asserts are there in case something goes wrong. So we have the landmine entity. Now what we can do is we can get the landmine trackers component on it. And what we have to make sure is that this needs to be capitalized. What we have to make sure is that there's nothing tracking this anymore. So this landmine trackers, here's what we do. We do this. This mine still thinks that a tracker exists. Now, how do we do this? I think this is gonna fail. I think it's gonna fail because the arena marked the bot as dead, but it didn't remove the bot yet. So if we go into shared arena where does this happen? Shared arena. Trackers. Where does this get called from? Not this function. This function. No, not this function. This gets called from. No, this is good. This should be correct. Yeah. So we've asserted this. We just need to assert that sensor bot is dead. Which, by the way, if we didn't assert it, this thing down here would fail, and then we'd be really confused. So let's run this. Hey Java, how's it going? So we don't have a way to assert that a bot is dead. We have a million different ways to assert entity life, entity health. Yeah, so let's do this. Assert entity is dead. Or no, assert entity life status is living. Let's do it that way. That way this function's a little more generic. So we'll get the health component. No, we won't. We'll get the const. Oh my god. Get component is dead component. Yeah, so that's good. And then assert dot equal util.exists is dead component. So that needs to be equal to what you passed in as is living. No, not as is living. And then entity's life status is not as expected. Whatever. It's a stupidly named function. But this is not a concern. So next, we had a to-do item down here. Assert that the sensor bot is dead. So assert sensor bot is not living. Well, then that goes without saying. And the test passed. Great. Okay, those were two very important tests. Let's see what else we have now. Deploy a bot onto an enemy mine and make sure can lay mine returns false. It should actually return true. And this is the behavior that I don't know what we should actually do here. Because if you get deployed onto an enemy landmine, I don't know. Yeah, let's just write this test, and then if we change the behavior, then we change the behavior. It's fine. So should return false from can lay mine when on an enemy mine already. Let's put already on an enemy mine. Yeah. So this is not sensor code. I'll just call this on mine bot. And this doesn't need code. In fact, yeah, just get rid of it. So this is on mine bot. We need to make sure that the bot doesn't get created until the mine layer lays a mine. So we need to make the lay mine code lay it immediately, and in order to do that, we say update equals function lay mine. So we don't put this in that whole debug code thing. And in fact, in get debug code, I'm going to write here. When a bot's deployed, it automatically runs this update function. This is a problem because it doesn't let us reason about the state of the arena directly after deploying bots. This function templatizes your code into an init and update function that purposely ignores the first turn. That way deploying your bot has no side effects in the arena. If you want your bot to run its code when first deployed, then simply define its code as normal. E.g. update equals function move right. That's how I define functions. Trust me guys, I know JavaScript. Alright, there we go. So that way I have a comment for later, although I already know what this does. So lasers code, we are not even in this. We're not gonna have anything shooting lasers, right? But there's lay mine code. So we have a mine layer bot and an on mine bot. These need to be owned by two different players, and they need to be deployed on the same. Nope. Problem. Danger, Will Robinson. We need this code. We need to make sure that we move right after this. Where is this? So here, the lay mine code is going to be this. Orange Ray says lies, he doesn't know JavaScript. I've been coding in C# this whole time. Alright. Lay mine code is now. Yeah, so we can't. This is kind of silly. We can't run this the way I wanted to. This will have laid a mine already, but we can't make the new bot until we do this. Force update bot. So then we make some assertions. We deploy the on mine bot. It's at 2.2. So we need to assert that it's there. Where's the entity coordinates? Here. Okay, so assert that the landmine's at 2.2 and assert that the on mine bot is on that landmine. Then try doing can lay mine. So can lay mine. Assert that that's true. Okay, and that's it. Oh, and assert that the entity is at full life. It shouldn't have taken damage. So assert entity life status. No, that's not what we want. Assert entity health. Where did I? Oh man, come on. There's some like max life that I test somewhere. Assert entity is at full life. That's no one. Hey Raptor. Raptor says I'm better at coding. Awesome. Did you figure out the variables in Python? Okay. So this is all we should have to do, right? No, I just deleted something I shouldn't have deleted. This. Okay. So make sure on mine bot thinks it can lay a mine and that it didn't take damage. So like 3 of these asserts go hand in hand. And good job, Eruptor. You are one step closer to becoming a master programmer. Okay, let's run this test. I think it'll work. Let's think about this. So we create a mine layer. The mine layer immediately lays a mine and then updates it to move it to the right, which means that, yeah, so this assert is going to make sure that the above stuff works. Yeah, all right, I think we're good. I think we are good. Now we just wait for the test to finish, and we drink our water. Have I been screwing up the keyboard cam? Or did that fall? Let me do this. Oh, this is not. Camera's so unwieldy. Okay, good. Now I put the keyboard here, and everything's good. So this failed. It says sensor code is not defined because there is no sensor code because I meant to write no opcode here. Which bot doesn't do anything. All right, let's write a new test. So deploy a bot onto an enemy mine and make sure can lay mine returns true. Done. Reveal a mine, move out of range, make sure you can't see the mine. All right. So should not be able to sense a mine after moving out of range. This is not the right test. It's make sure to move back in range and then see if you can see it. That's the real test. And this still failed. Can lay mine is not what it is expected to be. Oh yeah, because the code's wrong. This is a real bug. Okay, so to do fix bug with can lay mine returning the absolute value all the time. So that was a real bug. That's why I've said this a million times on stream. I'm gonna say it again. That's why we write test. So it should not be able to sense a mine after moving out of range. So we have lay mine code of just update equals function lay mine. In fact, we already pretty much have that written down. So let's just get rid of this. Update equals function lay mine. Okay, good. So we create the mine layer at, let's say 0, 0. Alright, good. And then we create the sensor bot, which will need code. So we need to write sensor code here. And this is going to be, well, it'll be interesting to say the least. Let's put this as 5, 0. Alright, the sensor code, like I said, is going to be kind of tough to write. So let's write it here. Here's what we need to do. We need to say init equals function. Let's just say a equals 0. And then update equals function. Then we say if a is 0, then we can do a plus plus here. That way we'll constantly do something new. So a is 1. Let's do move right. This will put us out of bounds of the mine. Then we want to do if a equals 2, reveal mine. Then if a equals 3, we move left. No, that's not the right order. We reveal mines, then we move right. Okay, so let me draw this out. We have this setup. There is a mine and a bot here. So there's a bot and a mine. And we can do this. Okay, then you're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're here. You can see this far away. So you mark this as revealed, and you can see it. Next, you move just barely out of range. Now, since you moved out of range of this landmine, you won't be able to see it when you move back in range. This now, you can't reason about it anymore, because you couldn't see it blow up, so you don't know if it's still there. Eruptor says, will the game you're coding go up one day? I really want to play it. Yes, in fact, sometime in the next week. And by that, for anyone who's new to the stream, I mean you get to do what you see here, basically, which is not a real game yet. There's no point system. There's no anything really. It's very feature incomplete. I'm not trying to advertise a full game. I've not even been working on this for 2 months yet. So, yeah, but I call it pre-beta because there's not going to be a distinct alpha phase, and you guys will get more details about it in the coming week. But remember, there are no guarantees about anything. And I don't even, let me be even clearer with my guarantee. Assuming the lawyer gets me a EULA, then I can get you guys this by the end of October. If I don't have this sort of legal protection, I'm not providing the game yet. Okay, so we have this code. We're going to reveal mines, like I said, while we're still in range. Then we can do some reasoning about it before we call update again. Then we move right so that we're out of range, and then move left so that we're back in range. So this is the code that we're going to want. Let's put this into a multi-line string. So const sensor code equals, we can do this. Okay. This extra new line up at the top doesn't really matter, so I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay, good. So we have our sensor code, we have our bot, and our mine layer does not need to be force updated. Okay, so assert landmine at 0, 0. There should be a landmine there. Next, assert that mine layer is at 5, 0. Then we need to force update the No, that's wrong. That's totally wrong. This is the sensor bot. So we force update the sensor bot. All that did was call reveal mines because it's going to hit this first case here. So reveal mines will make sure that we can see it. Where do we check that code? Yeah, here. Oh yeah, we do the whole before you done this, you can't see it. So here we go. Before we update the bot, make sure you can't see it. So 22 changes to 00 and you can't see it. Good. Then you update and now you can see it, so that's true. Then you update again and now you're out of range, so now it should be false again. And then you come back in range and it should still be false. And then we need to verify a whole bunch of stuff here. Verify the components themselves are still correct. Okay, now, in order to reason about this even better, let's do this. So, what is this going to do? This will reveal the mine. Good. Then, this will move right out of sensor range. I put that in parentheses so that it's out of sensor range. Okay, good. And then we can also verify that we're at 6-0 at this point. Then we're going to verify again down here, so this will move left. And down here we're at 5-0. We're in range of the mine now, but we can't see it because we've not revealed it again. And now we need to verify that the components themselves are correct. So this is the whole stuff that we did down here, landmine tracker component, etc., etc. So let's take this code and also this code. So we're going to just lump this all together, copy paste it all, undo that, go back up to here, and paste it in. Now let's make sure that this works. So landmine tile is 00, landmine entity, we get that, good, alright. So that's all fine. Then the trackers component, good. We assert that there are no trackers, good. And then same thing, the reveal landmines components on the sensor bot, we can make sure that there are no landmines as far as it's concerned. So when we run this, we should have one failing test, which is the test that actually came up with an error. Eruptor says, Adam, I think you're the best streamer. Thank you. I'm sure there are better streamers out there. And the stream still has some things that aren't as high quality as I'd like them to be, and we're working on it. So trust me, there's new stuff on the horizon. This is still a relatively nascent stream. Alright, so we have 2 tests failing, which is not what I expected. Should not be able to sense a mine after moving out of range. So this is enemy mine at. We expected it to be true and it was actually false. That's a big problem. Oh, because this got hit immediately. We needed to put this into get debug code. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. Not in my life. I think you're better than everyone. Okay, well, thank you, Eruptor. I do appreciate it. Okay, and then we can remove the to-do comment because that is to done. Alright, yeah, these are good things to test. And the tests take like 20 seconds to build, so I think we'll just move on to the next test. So that's good. Don't reveal mines and test if is enemy mine at works on a landmine you can't see. We've already been doing this in every test, so we don't need to do that again. Other streams don't have LED happy fun time. Hey, Metzo. Oh, that explains why I didn't see you yesterday. Yesterday was Tuesday. You have a bunch of classes on Tuesday. So can't read property get component of null. Interesting. Why is that happening? Get component of null, is it the landmine entity? No, that would have... It can't be this. And it can't be this. What's going on? Okay, let's just put some console.logs here. I don't feel like figuring this out. We'll just say 1 year, and 2 year, and 3 year. 4 here. And 0 up here. This is the lazy man's debugging. Sakura says, but I have to say that lamp control panel is pretty much the epitome of nerddom. But did you have fun, Sakura? Did you? Because if you had fun, then you can't say it's that nerdy. Although it did take a long time to code. Alright, so what happened now? Uh-oh. We didn't even print anything. What is going on? Did I put this in the wrong test? Can't do get component of... Where's this coming from? Oh, assert entity coordinates. Oh, interesting. 49511. Assert entity coordinates. Did I not call this SensorBot? I did. So what's going on? Where is this happening? Oh, I know what's happening. I must have written a bug in this code. I don't see a bug. But I think there has to be one. Because that's why this bot can't be deployed. Oh, there's the bug. Okay, I know what it is. It's that this has to be here. And then this has to be deleted. And then this is just the body of the update. So we're gonna say const update body. Yeah, this is stupid. Let's just join all these lines. There, and then get rid of this. Wow. Alright. Let's just act like none of this happened. Coded all that poorly. There we go. Get rid of that. Get rid of all the spaces. That doesn't matter. Delete, 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 delete. Good, and then that one too. And then we can split this up into a couple different lines. So let's put this here. There. Alright, now this should work. Interrupter says, I would sub or buy Turbo. I don't have a subscribe button because I'm not a Twitch partner. So there's no way to subscribe to me, but I still appreciate the gesture nonetheless. So if you just throw money at your monitor right now, that's about as good as you can do. Alright, hopefully this works. 0, 1, 2, and then it stops. This mine still thinks a tracker exists. Oh, this might be a real bug. Hey, Lulong. So it's here. Landmine tracker still thinks that... Okay, well, this is a real bug, I think. Let's take a look. So when a bot moves, bot moved. Here we go. We say update revealed landmines. And then in here, we get the landmine tracker component of the landmine entity, and we remove a tracker for the bot's real ID. So we should have all of that stuff. In landmine tracker component, how does this work? Remove tracker. And it takes in a real ID. And we do delete this dot landmine tracker's real ID. Yeah, that looks correct. But then, and this isn't failing necessarily, although perhaps it is. You can no longer sense this landmine, so stop telling it, tracking it, tell it that we've stopped tracking it. So we had the, did we even use this? Oh yeah, we do. Okay, landmine entity. Something's failing here. Let's put some logging in here. Getting the landmine trackers component. And then we can say removing tracker for bot real ID. And then before we do that, we can stringify landmine tracker component dot landmine trackers. I think, yes. Okay, yeah, let's try that. Is Norm here? I don't think Norm is here. He had the job fair yesterday. I wanted to ask him how that went. No, he's not in the channel. Alright, what other tests do we have to write after this? Reveal multiple mines, make sure that you can see them all. Yeah, that's a good test. Call reveal mines with a mine that's just out of sight, then move so that it's in sight. Then try doing its enemy mine at. That's also an interesting test. It shouldn't probably reveal anything bad. Okay, so what's going on? Getting the landmine trackers component. That failed. Probably because there's no landmine entity. Huh. do we have a tile index? Yeah, what is this doing? If not, can sense tile. If the bot entity can't sense the tile that the landmine is on anymore, then we want to stop tracking them. So if we do that, then we try getting the landmine real ID. This must not exist. This is a little bit, let's do this. Stringify landmine real ID. So we have that, then stringify the entity, that must not exist. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Landmine entity, that must not exist. And what's the tile index? I guess let's just do that too. Tile index. Let's run this. And then we have these couple of tests and these tests. Alright, great. So once we do all of this stuff, and then possibly even these things, then we'll work on reflect. Because I think that was the next thing on the, oh, I don't have this anymore. There was a straw poll that I pasted in yesterday. Is that in Twitch somewhere? No, I don't know. Alright, well anyway, there was a straw poll, and you guys voted on which hardware you wanted me to code, and it was building, which I coded, and then we removed from the game. And then it was cloaking, which I coded, and then it was landmines. So what's going on here? Landmine real ID is undefined. Tile index is 0. Well, we know that we laid it at 0, so why is this failing? How does this work? Tile index is 0. Then we say revealed landmine 0. Oh, because we stopped tracking it. Gotta put this here. No, if we stop tracking this too soon, then we won't be able to get the landmine real ID. Alright, I think that was the bug. So this was a real bug that we found. And we can get rid of all these console.logs now. So let's get rid of them. Which is a bold move on my part, because I'm assuming that the test is going to pass. It's not really bold, I have Control-Z. Alright, stupid tests take forever. I blame this all on ACMAScript 6 not being adopted yet. There we go. Alright, good. 3 tests passing. This other one that's not passing, we already know is a bug. And we've got to fix it. I just haven't fixed it yet. So, we can get rid of this. Delete, 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 delete. Good. Alright, next test. And these shouldn't be too bad. Reveal multiple mines, make sure that you can see them all. Okay. So this is something like the first test that we wrote. No, it's not. Fine. Yeah, alright, let's start it. Should be able to reveal multiple mines. Also, there's one, this needs to be done away with. This, and then one more here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so should be able to reveal multiple mines. So we have lay mine code, and then sensor code. And sensor code is just going to be reveal mines. Done. Put a semicolon, not that it matters. So we have the sensor code, we have the mine layer bots. So let's have mine layer 1 and mine layer 2. And they're just going to be at, well, let's put the sensor bot at 2, 2. So they'll be at 0, let's do 4 different mines. Yeah, that's good. So we'll do this. And 1, 1, and 0, 1. So 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. So it'll be all 4 upper left tiles. And then we replace those 2 things. So now we're going to assert that there are landmines at all of those tiles. So this. And that our sensor bot is at, what did I say, 2, 2? Okay, fine. So 2, 2. Then we force update that bot. This will reveal the mines. Great. Oh, and make sure you can't see them beforehand. We don't really need to do that anymore. So this will reveal the mines. Then we make sure that you can see all of the mines. So true. Let's do that and that. Okay, good. So you can see all of them. And let's make sure, let's do a tile that doesn't have a mine. 2, 0. No, there's no mine at 2, 0. I just want to make sure that's the case. I want to make sure there are no false positives. And then we go back to here and have some parentheses. Whoops. Okay. Alright, and then what do we do? I think that's it. Does that work? Well, let's test that later. Okay, reveal multiple mines, make sure you can see them all. Call reveal mines with a mine that's just out of sight, then move so that it's in sight, then try doing is enemy mine at. This is somewhat similar to our move left, move right code, so we're going to do something like this. Okay, should not be able to see a mine that... This is going to be very verbose if I write it the way that I'm thinking. Well, let's just write it that way, because I don't really care for verbose. So it should not be able to see a mine that was not in reveal range. Doesn't make any sense, but I don't care. Alright, update. So we're going to lay a mine at 0, 0, and we're going to put our sensor bot at 6. Then our sensor bot is going to move left first. So if A equals 1, we'll move left. And then if A equals... No, that's wrong. We'll reveal mines, then we'll move left. So we just get rid of this, and we set that to 2. Good. And we make that bot. Good. So then we assert that the landmine is at 0, 0, and then our sensor bot's at 6, 0. Then we update this. So this will call reveal mines, but the mine isn't in sensor range, so it shouldn't be revealed. Alright, so when we check is enemy mine at 0, 0, it should return false. Then we update the bot again. This will move left, putting the mine in sensor range, but we never revealed it. So it should still be false. We say false there. And that's it, that's the whole test. Now does the test title make sense? Should not be able to see a mine that was not in reveal range. I don't know. Let's run the test now. Alright, then was that it? That's done. Then these are other tests, but these are tests for different areas of the code base. So we still have to fix this bug. So our test found 2 bugs. That's pretty good. When your tests find no bugs, it does not mean that your testing was good, but it doesn't mean it was bad necessarily. So we should see all tests pass except for 1, because we haven't fixed that 1 bug. Good? Yep. Alright, and I don't really know what the behavior should be on this. So what we could do is we could pass in, what does is landmine at do? Shared arena. Yeah, this needs to take in a reference entity. Can landmine need to do something if it's if it's simulating and something else if it's not simulating? So we need to do this. Oops. If we're simulating and there's an enemy mine beneath us, we want this to return. We want mine already exists default. So I think we just need an is simulating passed in and then a reference entity. Yeah, I can't think of a better way to do this. Alright, see you, Lulong. This dot simulating terminator and this dot active bot. Right? Yeah, I think so. Then we'll separate these onto multiple lines. Right, good. And then commas. Okay, so if we're simulating there's enemy bot beneath us, we want this to return false. So now is landmine at tile, we need to modify so that it takes in simulating terminator and a reference entity. So if you're simulating then we need to see if you can sense this entity. I don't think there's an easy way to do that, although there is. No, wait, we have this. Is enemy mine at? We check our revealed landmines component. We check to see if it's in there. Alright, fine. So, if simulating Terminator, then return this dot entity has revealed mine, landmine, no, reference entity and landmine entity. Otherwise, just return whether the landmine exists. So now we need to write this code, EHRM, and this takes in entity and landmine entity, and it does what the code execution system was doing before, which is this. So if we haven't revealed any mines, then there's no way this API could ever return true. So if entity does not have a revealed mines component, then just return false. Otherwise, now check to see if we revealed any landmines at the tile. So we get the tile index of the landmine entity. That's not actually how we do it. We say this dot get tile from entity, landmine entity. Then we check tile.tile index, reveal landmines, and then return that it exists. Okay, good. So then the code execution system can call into that function. Otherwise, return this dot arena dot entity has revealed mine, this dot active bot. We don't have a landmine entity here. I think we should just say, well, we could get it with is landmine at tile. Is it get landmine at tile? And this should be get landmine at tile. Where is this ever called from? There should only be one place that's calling it, so we can change the function. Yeah, alright, mine already exists, needs to be different. So fine. We'll say get landmine at tile. And now instead of this, we'll return null. And then over here, we'll return the entity, which may not exist. And then here we return, let's try this out. So if this dot entity has revealed mine, reference entity landmine entity, then we can return the landmine entity. Otherwise, we have to act as though we can't see it. Else return null. Right. Okay, so now this returns, we gotta change it to change these comments. Oh, okay, so now we have get landmine at tile, entity has revealed mine, and then the other thing that needs to change here is this. So we say const landmine entity equals, well, pretty much all of this, huh? Get landmine at tile. So const mine already exists equals util.exists landmine entity. Alright, what did I just do? I have no idea if this is right. 1455, is that even in this code? It's probably not. I don't know what it is. Oh, so is enemy mine at return this dot arena dot entity has revealed mine. Yeah, I guess we have to get a landmine entity now. This is perhaps not the greatest API. Maybe we should pass in coordinates here. Because here we're gonna do this code again. And there's no real reason to do it, I think. And that means that we would have needed something like this if so if not util.exists landmine entity, then we return false, because there's no such landmine. And yeah, that's the problem with this, I think. So let's save this too. 1455 should now be fixed. So is enemy mine at gets a landmine, and then No, we don't need to do this. We can just say return until that exists. Oh goodness. So that's a simple API. I think this is fine. Let's just take a look at what we changed. Diff all. That's meaningless. That's meaningless. So here, we have mine already exists, has now changed into, we get the landmine in a slightly different way, and we just do util.exists on it. So the big part that changed was in the arena. Well, that was another bug fix that we did, but then this, get landmine at tile. So that had to change. That's fine, that makes sense. But then entity has revealed mine. No, I think this is fine. Okay, so our test should be passing now. Let's try them out. Then we'll write, so those should all be done. We need to, let's do a bunch of things. So let's do linked, clean up code, giveaway or two, and then write the next couple of tests. That's what our to-do list looks like. So we can close all of this stuff. Yeah. Oh, also the keyboard camera keeps screwing up. I want this to clamp better onto the monitor. That's possibly sturdy. But yeah, everything just failed now. So is enemy mine at is now getting screwed up. So code executing system is enemy mine at. So we get the landmine at tile X, tile Y, simulating terminator and active bot. So that means that there must be a problem in here. So let's go into the shared arena and take a look there. We get the tile based on what's passed in. We get a landmine on that tile. So then if you're simulating and you've revealed the landmine, then you can return it. Otherwise, no. Otherwise, you're not simulating, so return the actual case here. Why would that be wrong? Yeah, I don't actually know about this. Maybe there's something that's throwing an error here. Get entity on tile with component is landmine. We're getting the correct tile. Yeah, wow, I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty confused there. Alright, let's run this through the browser and let's test. Let's put a breakpoint on util in, nope, that's not the right util. This one, here. And then we need to call is enemy landmine at. So let's do this. A equals is enemy mine at 0, 0. Expect that to break in. What's going on? There are no errors. It's not breaking in at all. What? So then why doesn't the test work? Is enemy landmine at? Okay, let's take a look. On mine is not defined. Wait, what? That sounds like a real error. Arena test on mine. Okay, well, that was a problem, sure. But what are these other ones? Let's take a look at test number 5, which should be the last one here. We have is enemy mine at. So these are returning the opposites. We expected false and we got true somewhere. I think we just need to set up one of these tests and then try it out, because I don't think I'm going to be able to figure this out just by code inspection. Let's take one more look at it though to see. Is enemy mine at? We're going to do get landmine at tile, XY simulating an active bot. Now we know that we're not simulating. This is always going to be false. But whatever. Okay, so we know that we're not simulating. Oh, that's the problem. Yeah, this should be true. Always act as though we're simulating for this API. Is that it? It could be the problem. So if that fixes it, then now landmines should be hopefully bug-free. And there's no total way of testing that, I think. Because we've written 5 or 6 different tests. So if those didn't cover these problems, then I don't know what to do. We might not see this ever get blown up. Did the test pass? Oh, good. Thank goodness. So that was the bug. Okay, so now we can clean up our code. We can basically just run down this thing. So let's lint the code. We will go into botland client pre-commit. Then we're also going to clean it up. So let's start to do that. Botland app does not need to be checked in. Yeah, don't need that. Don't need this stuff. This we fixed 2 bugs. So the test uncovered 2 bugs, 2 real issues. Let's see if pre-commit works. Oh wow, success. I don't think it's checking test code, which I don't have as high standards for my style on my test code. So here we go. We refactored this code. This looks pretty clean. I'm happy with that. So the arena though, we fixed the 2 bugs in this file entirely. We need to comment a lot of this. So here was one bug that we fixed. Fixed a bug where update landmine trackers was never passing the correct tile index. So I guess I should write what this means. The bug meant that landmines would never lose trackers. They would only gain them. It wasn't really a huge problem. But yeah, we fixed that. So now we're getting the tile correctly. Then we fixed a bug here too. Fixed a bug where update revealed landmines would never stop tracking landmines. So fixed a bug where update revealed landmines would never stop tracking a mine. And that was because I was deleting something too soon. So that was fixed. In fact, yeah, maybe that was it. Happy Back to the Future Day. Oh, deleted. Are you still binge watching Back to the Future? I get landmine at tile. So let's go into shared arena. Get landmine at tile. Good. Now this stuff is all going to change. So let's just rewrite the comment. We don't need these things. We've already written those. So it's still what we do. So simulating terminator is a boolean, and reference entity is an entity, and this returns question mark entity. So this doesn't test. It gets the landmine at the given tile if it exists, and the reference entity can sense it based on that. I'm gonna write that. Kind of. Today is the actual day that Doc and Marty traveled to. 10/21/15. Nice. Okay, what do? We get the tile, we get the landmine that's on that tile, and then we check some basic things. Alright, good. So, checks whether the given entity has revealed given landmine. Checks whether an entity has revealed given landmine. Yep, this is an entity and this is an entity. And it doesn't technically have to exist. So I guess let's put that there. We can get rid of this too. Alright. So we haven't revealed any mines, and there's no way this API could ever return true. Yep. And now check to see whether we've revealed any landmines at the tile. Good. Yep. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So we fixed some bugs, we cleaned up some code, and I think we just make a check-in of that. Those things, and then what does test main mean? Yeah, so we can write this down. Alright, good. Then we clean up the test, so let's do one more quick thing. If we go into test main and we uncomment all of these things and then all of these, So this will take a decent amount of time, but that's why we'll just move on. So now let's check in. So we don't want that, and we don't want that again. So arena test, we added tests for a bunch of stuff, landmines and reveal mines, so we can write that down. But we also need to write comments for assert landmine at, checks whether a landmine is at the given tile. These are numbers. And I want to change these from tx to tilex and ty from tilex. Alright, good. Okay, there's that. And was that the only function we added? No, assert entity life status. Checks whether an entity is living or dead. Interesting. Because I named this is living, they knew it was a Boolean. Huh. Clever. Let's just make sure I'm not being an idiot there. Function foo is something, and if I don't even use the foo and then I do this, yeah, it knows it's a Boolean. Yeah. Good old doc blocker. Okay, and by the way, if anyone, okay, let's see if the test passed. Good, they all did. So, wrote test for landmines and reveal mines. If anyone wants to know more about my Sublime environment, if you go to bot.land, there is one new blog post. It's not really that new anymore, but I will link this to you. The My Sublime environment post. If you read this, you will find out all of the different plugins that I use, and then there's a video at the end of me using them. Yoetzi says, when I watch you type with all the shortcuts, I feel so inefficient. I don't think it's really necessary to code. In fact, I knew a lot of coders in my other jobs who they produced fine work, but watching them use a computer was, I couldn't stand it. Alright. Okay. So that's done. We linted, we cleaned up the code. Now let's run a giveaway. So let's do giveaway. And then we take the names from here. And I'm talking about you, Monadic Bind. And only you. No, it's there were some people though who it's like they didn't enjoy interfacing with computers, but they enjoyed programming them and seeing the results. Okay, yeah, so all of you now have a bot that was automatically created. No one is controlling these. This is all just really random. And one of you is going to win. So Eruptor versus Programmer D. Eruptor wins that. Then Word UI Op versus Slashlife. Slashlife wins. So now it's Dan the Man versus Slashlife. Who will win? Oh, Slashlife wins. Token Slashlife. I wrote giveaway or two, so let's just rerun the same giveaway. There. Now let's see who wins this time. Oh. Hardline says, what's this? Well, okay, I don't know if you're referring to the game. I know I've seen you here before, but this is the giveaway that I run every once in a while. I create a bot for everyone who's in chat, but people in chat are not controlling these bots. And the last person standing wins the giveaway. So now it's Programmer D versus Tenbrea. And whoever wins just gets control over my lights. Just a small little giveaway, that's it. Now we gotta wait. Tenbrea wins. Okay. Alright, cool. And I think Tenbrea is on an IRC client that won't let them get whispers. But we did it. We did it. And now let's destroy Tenbrea. Kill Tenbrea. Let's give it landmines. Good luck getting out of this one, Tenbroya. Ha 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 ha. Well, except for the bots don't actually move or fight back. So once Tenbroya's killed these bots, no, there's no guarantee that this is actually gonna work. Alright, here's what we'll do. We're gonna set the tick time much faster. There. It'll eventually, yep, there we go. It died. Just like they all do. Neat. Eventually all the landmines will disappear and there'll be something real happening here. I can slow this down a little bit. Oh, I apparently did not slow it down. There, now I slowed it down. Wait, is make it rain a point that's still, or a command that's still showing up? I need to fix that. Let me fix that now. Downloads, Phantom bot, scripts, commands. No, I'll just load this up. Find, stir, make it rain. It's in point system. Yeah, get rid of this nonsense. Delete. There, now make it rain shouldn't show up. Oh wait, there are 3 pages? Oh, because I'm a mod? Hardline says, for how long can I control the lights? It's only 45 seconds. And after you're done, the lights will stay however you left them for 5 minutes or until someone else modifies them. Then they'll just go back to white. Okay, yeah, we're done with that stuff. So we ran the giveaway. Write the next couple of tests. So these things. If I fire lasers at a specific entity and a cloaked enemy is in the way, verify that the cloaked enemy takes damage. Oh, it's still there? Okay, maybe I need to restart the bot then. Thanks for checking Decidon. And like I said, I think we already had a test like this. It was one of the fire lasers tests, obviously. So, should have lasers hit a cloaked enemy when fired in a specific direction. Oh, that's actually kind of that test. But there's one more thing. Should have lasers pick a different target when you specify one that's not reachable. When the one you specify is not reachable. Are these the same thing? Did I copy paste a test? What is this? Shooter bot, far left bot, close up bot? No, pick a different target one. I don't understand. Run Terminator. What is this? This isn't right at all. This code here. Should have fire lasers pick a different target when the one you specify is not reachable. That's not what this is. Should have fire lasers work with a specified entity. It's this one. Should have fire lasers pick a different target when the one you specify is not reachable. But that's not even... I guess it is true. Core activities. How you change my lights is by following me, and then you'll get a token. So if you follow me, you should get a URL whispered to you, so you can see Hardline was the person changing my lights. The lights attached to a microcontroller, which is connected to what? The Twitch chat? I think I wrote something like this. Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can answer this without saying a word. There is some way I did this. Adam's lights, yeah, here. To find out how Adam's lights work, read this. Oh, nice. I wrote up a whole pastebin thing on this. So yeah, step 1, you follow me. Step 2, a bot that I have running on my computer checks for new followers every 45 seconds. If it detects one, yeah. So you can read this. Nice. Did I register that? I did. Neat. Okay, so we need... Oh, and by the way, if you get control over the lights, you need to turn color loop off. Because, like, that's not my camera. Those are my lights changing color, and doing that, I try to tune it out as much as possible. So when you specify... Alright, let's let's set this system up. I think we have cloaked. Should have laser hit a cloaked enemy when fired in a specific direction. So there's going to be another one, which is that. Wait, did I already write this? Should allow pathfinding to a cloaked. Wait, what? Whatever. Some of these descriptions are not great. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Oh, good. Good job on the test, Hardline. And yeah, thanks for following core activities. Here, I'll turn color loop off so that you can just start modifying it. You get this link when you follow me. So this link lets you just interact with the lights. You can change them however you want. So I'll set them to something like this, and then you can tweak them as you wish. Just change that one to red, and I'll lower this a few times. There we go. What's he says, is it not creepy when at night when you're not streaming someone's controlling your light? No, I turned the bot off for that. Then Moose Alive says, did you release that code somewhere, by the way, Adam? Like on GitHub or so? The whole code to control the lights? No, I did not. And I don't plan on it either. I think it's a very specific system. I guess it's not that specific. You just need Philips Hue bulbs. But I don't want to clean up the code and make it like production ready. And if I release something on GitHub, I want it to be high enough quality. So here's what we'll do. Should have lasers hit a cloaked enemy when fired at an enemy beyond the cloaked enemy. That sounds so stupid. When targeting, I don't know. As long as you have the Philips. Yeah, that's true. Like I said, it's mostly just it doesn't have to do with a specific system. I take that back. It's really just about the code quality thing. Like, I wrote a whole bunch of hacky code, and I don't want to clean it up. Well, okay, so if you want to control lights via Node.js, there's a library that I use for that. So Philips Hue Node.js. It should be a purple link. Yeah, this. So this is where you would start. And this was super easy to use. I can show you that code. That code was light control server. So you get the Hue API, and then from here you call display bridges, and then you can just start interacting with the lights. So the way this actually works is I set a state. So this is called from PHP, run command, and based on what command you pass it, it'll do a certain thing. Then that's it. So I build up a state, and then I set the lights to that state. Hardline says, slowly adding interactivity for your followers to affect the stream. Example, lights is awesome. Yeah, I think, so I'm glad I did that, and that was on like day one that I did it, although it used to be manual back then. Then Metzero and Cloud Razor helped me make a bot for it. But I want to make the game playable, and I'll do that sometime in the next week. Well, remember, it's not a real game yet. It's just like a total alpha version / demo almost. But you guys will have access to it in about a week. Okay. So it should have laser to hit a cloaked enemy when fired at an enemy beyond the cloaked enemy. Alright, so we have cloaking code, and the cloaked bot is going to be deployed at, let's just make this easy, so 0, 3. And then there's another enemy that has no op code that's going to be at 0, 4. No op enemy. No op bot. So the cloaking bot is deployed and is immediately cloaked. That should be true. The no-op bot is deployed, and then the laser bot has fire lasers, which needs to say down at this point. So will the game look like that or different? It'll look very different when it's released. In the next week, when you guys get to play something like this, it'll look like this, and it'll be very hard to have fun playing this game because I didn't put any limitations on things. So for example, if you were to, here's an example of this. If you were to do something like this and just fill the arena up, then there's nothing stopping you from just stopping everybody else from playing. So I need to put restrictions on that stuff. There's a whole lot of things I need to do. This looks pretty cool, actually. But yeah, this is what I mean when I say you guys will have access to this, is that it's not balanced, there's no real game, like there's no point to this. You can basically just kind of play what I'm playing and mess around and stuff, I guess. So as the game gets built up, yeah, you'll be able to try out these features first and it'll be free, and just, yeah, the game will be free when it's released too, so it's not like that's gonna change. Yeah, we have a lot of spammers. Okay, so we have all of this. Now we need to make sure that the lasers code fires. So update the lasers bot. Yeah, so this is not totally correct. We need to do this. We need to say closest enemy equals find closest enemy bot. Then fire lasers at closest enemy. Now the closest enemy should be the no-op bot, but there's no way of verifying this, is there? Well, we could do one thing. If closest enemy dot y equals 4, then fire lasers. Okay, so the lasers bot attempts to fire at the closest enemy that it can detect, only if that enemy is not the cloaked bot. So we really put some assertion code into the bot's code itself instead of putting it in the test framework. All right. Yeah, so this should be it. And that's it. That's the test. Let's run that. And then while that's running, we'll write the next test. So write a test for pursue where we draw out a situation like this. Yeah, okay. So here's what we got. You are here, B, and your target is here. And there's another bot in the way, just some other bot, B2. That's not how you draw B's, wow. Okay, B2. When you try pathing to this, it should just move down. So then we test this for all the different scenarios that we have. So that's scenario number 1. Scenario number 2 is that we're over here. So I could draw, I guess, different pictures. So scenario 2 is we're over here. Scenario 3 is we're here. So basically, it should always move close to this. So we got to test all those different edge cases. Stellar says, gotten around to making bots in a simple way yet, or still using the old way? So Stellar, at one point, I don't think you were in the stream, but I thought, okay, should I make this a builder pattern? Should I just pass in params? And then I realized nothing's actually wrong yet. Because if I were to use the builder pattern for this, let me show you what it would look like. And this is what I did on stream the other day, so I'm going to try to make this fast. Basically, we'd have something like this. We'd have like lasers bot equals create bot dot set code some code, right? Dot set hardware, some hardware, dot set owner player, and then dot set x0 dot, well, you could say set coordinates, I guess, 0, 5. And I thought this isn't much better for me than just doing something like this. Lasers bot equals create bot, and then you pass in whichever arguments you want. Code, hardware, owner, player, and then chords, whatever, 0, 2, which I guess would have to be like this. And even this I didn't want to do, because I thought there's no point yet. So I just decided against all of it. So yeah, the test code is still being made this way. And I don't think it's bad. Okay. So yeah, we got to set up these scenarios now, which is just to make sure other little pathfinding tests work. Hey, Locke. So where are our other pathfinding tests? Should move to a tile you can sense. All right, yeah, so let's take this. Should move to cardinal, should path find cardinally adjacent to target when diagonal from target. Hardline says, I got more questions, but don't want to interrupt too much or get annoying. No, Hardline, ask anything you want, and if I feel like you're interrupting too much, I'll just tell you, and I'll try to be nice about it, of like, hey, I'm going to try to focus on work now. But I do want to talk to people and make sure you guys are engaged here, so yeah, ask me anything you want. Plus, chances are, at least one or two of the questions you ask are going to be something I've got like a video answer to or something where I don't really need to spend time answering it. Okay, so path find cardinally adjacent to target when diagonal from target. So this is the case, this is this case basically. We are here diagonally adjacent to our target T, and we want to path find so that we are cardinally adjacent to it, which puts us here. So all this test is doing is making sure, are we moving here instead of trying to move into B2? What's your mother's maiden name? It's Stellar 7. Okay, we're gonna say move to, can we do this with a target tile? I think we can. Let's try this out. We'll say move to 1, 1. We'll make the pathfind bot that has that code. And we can make this even a little bit simpler maybe. No, let's do it this way. So the pathfind bot has that code, and that's gonna be a 0, 0. All we're gonna do at first is write the very first test, this one. And by the way, did the other test pass? Good, they did. Weird bacon keyboard confirm. Is it still showing the keyboard correctly? Yes, it is. I thought I'd found your other life on TV last night. Roving Eye, what were you watching? Because that means nothing to me right now. And then we'll say something like Wallbot. Mark Wallbot. This is going to have no opcode, and it's going to be a 1, 0. And then our target is also going to be, wait a second, yeah, I'm going to say target bot. Target bot is going to be at 1, 1. Next, instead of move to, let's do this. Closest tar bot equals find closest enemy bot. Move to tar bot. Okay, so we assert the pathfind bot is at 0, 0, then we update it, and then we assert that it's at 0, 1, which is the only place it really could move. In fact, we should be doing this farther away from the wall. So instead of doing these things, here's what we're going to do. So that it has more options, we're going to put it here. So we're just going to move everything down a little bit. That way, B is not constrained into only moving in one direction anyway. It has 3 directions that it can move, and it should only pick down. You found... okay, I'll have to watch this guy. Is it that you think he acts like me, looks like me, or... Yeah, Roving Eye, I'll have to explain a little more. So we're going to say 1, 1, and then we're going to say 2, 1, and then 2, 2. So let's make sure that we made those coordinates correct. We have 1, 1, 2, 1, and then 2, 2. Yes, that is right. Okay, good. Then we make sure that the pathfind bot is at 1, 1. Then we, actually, you know what, we can do this. Watch that. Whoa, 1, 2. All right, and then we're done. That's it. That's the whole test. This is like one variation. Then we need to wipe out all entities and try again, or we make a different test for it. I feel like it should all be the same test. So I wonder how we would do this. We could just wipe out, yeah, we can do this. Wipe out all entities, and we can just recreate this. Normilk says, hello Adam, new to the stream, I'm loving it here. Oh, cool. I'm glad to hear it, and let me know if there's anything you want, a coffee or a sandwich or something, I can just bring it over to you. Alright, let's do these same things down here now. So we're going to do this, pathfind bot. So there, we've got one scenario. Next, let's put the bot, actually, I guess I could just write target first, that way I can overwrite this. Okay, so next let's put the bot over here and make sure that it moves down from there. So now instead of pathfind bot being at 1, 1, we put it at 3, 1. We verify that it's there, and then we verify that it moves down. Alright, great. Then we try again. So now instead of it being there, we move both of these. Now B2 will be over here, and bot will be over here. So pathfind bot is going to be at 1, 2, and this is going to be at 1, 1, and the target bot is still in the same place. So assert that this is at 1, 2, and that when it moves to, where is it? It moves to, no, it's at 1, 1. Oh, goodness. Okay. This is why I need to be very careful with how I specify these things. And then this is 1, 2. Alright, I just said that in the wrong way. Maybe I thought they were ordered differently. And then this one will be moving to 2, 1. Alright. Let's see. Noro says, I've always wanted to get into this, but never have. Well, now's never a better time to start. There's never a better time to start than now. Ha 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 ha. Stellar says, can't you return a bot object, then just do add bot to the arena instead of copying code? Can't I return a bot object, then just do add bot to the arena instead of copying code? Oh, you mean for this particular test? Yeah, I probably could do this in a better way. But this is one of the few tests where I've combined like 8 different tests into one. What I really would normally do is I'd split this into 8 different test cases. So that's why I wanted to make, I don't know. Roving Guy says, given that we only get to see you in a little window on the screen, I thought the look was close enough. I saw him on a show on the BBC. The BBC? Well, you're definitely British. Where he said he likes making YouTube videos. Oh yes, and he also came out. Normally says, if you want to get this, use Scratch. That's right again. Yeah, normally, look, I don't know your age or your programming experience. I think there are a lot of different ways you can start, and it all depends on, like, okay, so a lot of people have asked that in the stream before, how do I start to code? Where should I begin? And if you're 10 or 15 or 20 or 25 or something like that, I'd give different answers based on a couple of those ages. Okay, so we tested this one now. Next we have to test this one. So now we're at 1, 4. So we're at 1, 4. We verify that we're at 1, 4, and then we move to 2, 4. Okay, good. So those are the tests to the left. Next we put B2 beneath the target and test this. So we're still at 1, 4, but instead of moving to 2, 4, we're going to move to 1, 3. And now this is at 2, 4. Right? 2, 3, oh darn it. I'm screwing everything up. This is not 4. And in fact, this is why I should have labeled this. 0, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I already botched a couple of tests. So that was supposed to be B2T. So when I said 3, 1, that was over there, yes. Then I tried doing 1, 4, and that was what was wrong. So it's 1, 3, and it moves up to 1, 2. Or rather, 2, 3 in this case. And then here it's 1, 3, and it moves up to 1, 2. Okay, and if any of these fail, then we can figure out which one failed. In Hainar, yeah, we're starting with tests, and we're just writing the very last test here, and then we're moving on to some real code and then new hardware. We'll be working on, hopefully in the afternoon, Reflect today. And Reflect will let you reflect lasers for now, but it'll also let you reflect missiles in the future, but missiles don't exist yet. So maybe after that we work on missiles. And yeah, who knows if I'm coding these tests correctly, but we'll find out soon enough. Alright, next we put T over here, so at 3, 3. Put it at 3, 3, that's still at 2, 3, and it should move up to 3, 2. So I think that's done, and then finally, this is the last test. Excuse me, put it at 3, 1, and the other bot at, let's try this out. So 3, 1, and the other bot goes at 3, 2. So we can just swap these. And then in this case, we move left. So we move to 2, 1. Okay, and then I think just one more test case, which is that we're down here. Then we go from 3-3 to 3-2. I don't know if I already coded this. 2-3. Alright, so let's see if any of this makes sense. Here's what we can kind of do. We can take all of the let pathfind bots and get the, oh no, there are no let pathfind bots. It's only this. Alright, so pathfind bot. Let's get rid of all the stuff in between here. So we'll just have coordinates. And then same thing, our wall bot, let's just cut down the coordinates here. And our target bot's always at the same positions. Then here we can get rid of these two. And then instead of wipe out all entities, we can just say quotation mark hyphen times 80. There. Okay, so now we have all of our individual test cases written out, and we can verify whether I wrote them correctly. So for one, we can search all of these to see if we ever defined the same test twice. And I did, right there. So that's already a mistake. But let's see what we started with. So we have a test for 1, 1. Oh, I can get rid of these things. So we have a test for 1, 1 and 2, 1. All right, good. Then we have a test for 3, 1 and 2, 1. Okay, so these are the top cases. Like the wall is above. So let's write that out. Wall is above target. So that's these two cases. Good. Next, we have 1, 3, which is here, and the wall bot is here. Good, and then we wrote the same test case twice apparently. Oh man, yeah, this was poorly executed. So we also need one at 1, 1, where the wall bot's at 1, 2. Yeah, I should have done this differently. Or I should have just been paying attention as I was typing. So it's this that we want. Alright, so this goes at 1, 1. And it should move right to 2, 1. Okay. Then what else do we have? Okay, so 1, 3 and 3, 3. So that's where the wall is down here. We have 1, 3 and 3, 3. Good. And then we have just 2 more test cases. The wall is over here, and we're at 3, 1 and 3, 2. 3, 3. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so then there was one problem that we had, and that was this, I think. Oh, was it this? No, that's right. That's fine. Okay, so then, yeah, let's run this test. Hopefully this is working. If it's not, then we'll have no clue where it failed. So let's do this. Assert. Oh, that was weird. Wall above. W above P2 left. And this is W above P2 right. Yeah. Good. Then the wall is now left. So W left, P above. And this is W left, P below. Okay, good. Then what is this one? 2, 3. So it's W below, P to left, W below, P to right, and finally W on right, P above, and then W on right, P below. Okay, and the test passed. So great. Yeah. So this was a horrendously written test, but that's okay. So no, this test will try out all 8 different possible diagonal/cardinal combinations. Okay, so we wrote the test. And now we know that this works. Let's check in. Wrote a test for lasers hitting a cloaked intermediate target, and for pathfinding testing whether it can move from a diagonally adjacent tile to a cardinally adjacent tile. Hey Zorays, I'm doing pretty well. Alright, so now fix animation bug where a bot appears to blow up a landmine as soon as the server sends a message about it. And I'll show you guys what this bug is. So what happens is we have code like this, where we deploy a bunch of these things, and I guess we have to wait for those to die. So what we should do is make them move around. Wait, they have move around code. Why are these not moving? What's going on here? Canlay mine is broken, I think. Oh, which means, I forgot to add a certain test. Darn it. Canlay mine should return false from Canlay mine when on an enemy mine. I didn't test this for when you're on your own mine. So it should return false from Canlay mine. Wait a second, this isn't even correct. Let's return true from that. Should return false from Canlay mine when on a mine you can sense. Okay, so the lay mine code is going to be this. We're going to say update equals function lay mine. Good, get rid of that stuff and get rid of that stuff. So good, we have our lay mine code. So here's our mine layer, and it's a 2-2. So we say setup active bot mine layer, and then we assert canlay mine is false. Okay, this test is probably going to fail because I'm pretty sure we just ran into a bug that this test should have found, but it wasn't written, so it couldn't have found it. By the way we're pretty sure that this test is going to fail is because when we deploy bots like this, they're not moving. So what is probably happening is that canlay mine is returning true every single time, no matter what. And there we have it. On mine bot is not defined. That's actually a different problem. It's mine layer. But still, we know that there's a problem here. So let's go into code execution system and canlay mine and figure out what's going wrong here. It's trying to call lay mine, and what should happen is that the landmine at the tile it should be able to detect. And now I know what the problem is. Okay, I already figured it out. So entity has revealed mine. This should be entity can sense mine, and then entity has revealed mine. Does that exist anywhere else? Entity has revealed. Hey, get along. Okay, yep. So this is the problem. This code needs to check to see if you are allied with the mine. Yeah. So if you're allied with the mine, then you are always able to detect it. Oh, but this is, oh man. This is really stupid, I think. Okay, I'm gonna write this down for later. Maybe we should do this, I don't know. Consider refactoring, what is it called? Get landmine at tile, so that it goes through get entity matching flags. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna have to do, because this is not good code. So entity can sense mine. If you're allied with the mine, then you're always able to detect it. So I believe we have a function somewhere for this. If we check our player is allied, we have that. We have our entity's foes. We can do the sort of the opposite of that. Is your foe necessarily your ally though? It's not. So, do we have any allied functions? It's only our player's allied. Landmine owner and bot owner. Yeah, this should be different. This should be our entity's allied. Entity 1, entity 2. So if either one of these doesn't exist, we gotta follow what we did for foes. Yeah, so let's go back to here. Put this next to the foe function. I know how we're gonna write this. Whoa, where did that's not foes? Okay. So our entity is allied, and these two are not necessarily opposites. If something is not your foe, it doesn't make it your ally. And that's why I shouldn't be using this when anyway, there we go. So let's do this. We have these two things, owned by player component. So we don't want to check this. This needs to change. And how it's going to change is going to be, let's take a look at allies, this. Do we need to use this later? Landmine owner and bot owner, we don't. So right here we can say, is enemy landmine equals this dot our entity allied. It should be allies. Okay, fine, because that's what I did with the foes function. So are they allied? Landmine entity, bot entity. And wait a second, what? Why did I even do this? Should just say our entities foes. Weird. Okay, now we can get rid of this stuff. And we need that still. So we put that in the allies function up here. So now, if our player's ally, just return this. And now it's owned by player component. Oh, we need the owners of these things though. So fine. Const owner 1 equals this dot player depot dot diff player. Let me diff the current file, because I just got rid of that code. Get owner of entity. Yeah, here's what we can do. And what does get owner of entity do? If there is no owned by player component, we return null. Yep, sounds good. Okay. Hardline says stuff is going so quick that my vision can't keep up. I think part of this is when you know what it is that you're typing, you know where you're going. I'm not even going to try to phrase that correctly. I'm not even thinking about what I'm saying. I'm trying to focus on this file. So let's do this. Let's do const owner 1 equals this, nd1 we'll take from here, and then this changes to 2. Okay, so if one of these owners doesn't exist, then they can't be foes. That's totally fine. And then we check to see if the owners are allies or not. So this should be good. Let's do this. So it returns true if 2 bots are allies. Let's do that. So entity. Okay. Next we need to call this function from something to do with landmines. I don't remember what. Sense landmines. Yeah, here we go. If you're allied with a mine, then you should always be able to detect it. So if this dot our entity's ally, entity, landmine entity, then return true. And now when we run our test, it should work. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom really fast, and then these tests should hopefully pass. So let's do BRB bathroom 3M. This is probably gonna take a long time to show up. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, hey everyone. Hey Onakis. And hey Alan. Okay, so is enemy mine at is failing. And of course, if I wrote what I think I wrote, then of course it would fail. No, I don't know what's failing. Alright, this is coming from should not be able to sense a mine after moving out of range. So one of these is failing, and it's one where we expect false. So it's hard to know which one of these, so we can just put like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we run the test, and then try to figure out why this might fail. So what did we just change? Let's take a look, because all we were trying to do is fix one little bug. Alright, yeah, so there's this stuff. So we have our entities allied. So now is enemy landmine is not our entity's foe, so the landmine entity and the bot entity. And if it is, why do we return here? Checks to see if, oh yeah, because it needs to be an enemy landmine for it to blow up. In fact, we should write a little comment on that there. So in the shared arena on 718, let's say, if it's not an enemy landmine, you can't blow up on it. It won't detonate when you move over. Yeah, happy Back to the Future Day. So it's the first one of these that's failing. Is enemy landmine 1. We say sensor bot is enemy mine at is returning true. That is totally wrong. But why? This is doing get landmine at tile. Get landmine at tile is in the arena. We say get tile, get enemy, can sense mine. So we have reference entity and landmine entity. So now we say if their allies return true. So is this always returning true? Or, oh, did I screw up something more basic than this? Did I make these owned by the same player? No, player 1 and player 2. No. Weird. So if one of these doesn't exist, then they can't be allies. Otherwise, return our player's allies, owner 1, owner 2. Did I pass in the same entity twice? Like, what's going on here? Well, we could put some debug information here. We could say console.log in our entity's allies, owner 1 ID is owner1.id, owner 2 ID is owner2.id. Okay, let's try that out. And then if this works, well, this won't work because we haven't fixed anything. But if we can get a fix for this, then we can move on to the next task, which is making landmines look a little nicer, which is what I was trying to show you guys, and then we discovered this bug. And this is why it's nice to have the test, because when I modify things like this, I don't want to have to go back and, oh wait, what? No answer, I think it means, no. I wrote console instead of console. Oh boy. Alright, I'm going to give you a point for that. Points get hard line. I'm technically a Java coder. When I say technically, I mean I know Java, but I haven't used it in so long that I don't know if I'd be helpful answering a question, Lulong. And yeah, thanks for catching that hard line. I appreciate it. So I have at least one entity. So what I expect to see here is the owners are different. And that's all our player's allies should be checking right now. I think all this does, yeah, it just checks to see if the IDs are the same. So what must be happening then is that the IDs are the same. Huh. How could that happen though? So I must have passed in the same entity somewhere. So what we're doing is we're calling is enemy mine at. Let's track this from the very beginning. We get the landmine entity. We call this function. This function will get a landmine entity and check to see if the reference entity can sense it. Good. So we're two distinct entities at this point. Then we check to see if they're allies, entity and landmine entity. but somehow their owners are the same? What does this do? Owned by player component equals entity outkick component. It exists, then get the ID of it, and then get the player by that ID, and then return it. Wow. So maybe it's because it's the wrong landmine? That wouldn't make any sense. What's going on? Okay, let's try this out. What we're gonna do is we're gonna make this mine layer bot. It's gonna have a lay mine function. So let's take this code. Let's go into simulation server. Let's go into hardware constants as well. We should have a bit of each. Should have, no, it's not hardware constants, it's client constants. A bit of each should have landmines in it. Does it? That corresponds to a bit of each hardware, which has landmines. Okay, so we have landmines. So then in here, we can say, don't make new bots and create a mine layer bot that moves. Sure. And then let's do a debugger here. Alright, and then wait for that to finish building. Keep calm, Adam. Hey, funny guy. Never seen you in chat before. Welcome to the stream. Oh, and also there was spam I gotta delete. Okay. Alright, so we're broken in where we hopefully expect to be broken in. We're not because this thing failed, but that's okay. And there we are. So if we were to do debug main.arena.entities, what we should have in there are two entities, one of which is a bot, which should be the first one. So this first one we should see an isBot component. Good, we do. And then the second one is a landmine, so we should see an isLandmine component on this. We do. Alright, so then let's check a couple of things. Let's do this. Our entities allies. Okay, let's save off the entities actually. E equals entities. So then we can do our entities allies. And we'll say E0 and E1. That is true. They are. That makes sense. Now, are they foes? That should be false. Okay, good. So now if I create a debug bot for player 1, let's take this code, JavaScript next, and let's uncomment it and join all the lines. So we're going to make a move. It's going to be called idiot. What a classy bot name. So let's make this. Good. Now we have a third entity. So are these foes? Yes. And are these foes? Yes. Good. So then where is our ally screwing up? That's false. And this should be false. What's going wrong in the test then? That's very strange. We're calling that, which calls into arena, which calls into this function. Are the entities the same? I guess let's just log that too. Are entities the same reference somehow? I don't even know how. Entity1 equals entity2. And then the other thing we can do is, let's do entity1 plus entity1.toString. And then we'll do the same thing down here with entity2. This will let us get some more insight into this, although it still won't solve the problem. But for right now, we just need some info. What? There are so many programs and tabs open that if I would do that, my laptop would explode. Yeah, my computer is still not great at handling this either. CPU spikes up to like 70 sometimes. New keyboard cam I can see. Yeah, so the keyboard cam was a gift from my friends. Alright, so we should have some more info here. Let's see. We have entity 1 is a bot, entity 2 is a landmine. They both have an owned by player component. And now this is returning false for their ally. Wait, what? What's going wrong? Oh, it's this thing that's failing. Okay, so entity 1 here is a bot, entity 2 is a landmine, but they're both owned by the same player. How is that possible? And they're not the same, right? Yeah, they're not the same. Of course they're not the same. One's a bot and one's a landmine. So that would mean that player 1 and player 2 return the same thing? But then how would any of my tests be passing? Where do we set these up? Player 1 and player 2. Player 1. Where do I set this up? This is apparently not even done in here. Test simulation server is what does it. Player 1 ID is 0. Player 2 ID is 1. No, they're definitely distinct objects. Create player. Is there something that's missing? Is this done on the client at all and I don't send these over? We say create player. What does create player do? Why would this happen? Well, when we do create AI player, the only difference is that we route a version of this to the client. So I suppose this could happen if the client thought they were two different players, but none of this is running on the client. What does arena tests arena refer to? The test simulation server. So this is a server arena. No snap keyboard cam. No, it's a keyboard cam. No Twitch alerts? What are Twitch alerts? Funny guy? I'm not sure what you mean by Twitch alerts. I'm not a partner, so I don't, if that's a partner feature, then I wouldn't have access to it. And Adam, that's very nice of you. Google it. Can someone just tell me I'm trying to make a game here? Alright. So, let's see. This is still screwing up, and the most likely thing I can think of for right now is that the players somehow return to the same object. So let's test that out. Let's do this. Stringify player 1 and player 2. And let's comment out the rest of all of this stuff. So this can be commented out, and this can be commented out. Okay, and then let's try running the test. If I were to hit follow, my name should pop up on stream. That's not happening? Wait a second, did I miss something here? When did you follow, funny guy? The bot just might not have seen it. Hang on, let me check. Did you following one? No, I'm not even listed as a follower on your own channel. Are you sure you followed? Even Twitch doesn't know you followed me, so yeah, there's no way for me to know. You're apparently following Monster Cat. But anyway, I don't know what to say about that. Okay, so here we have player 1 is ID 0, and player... Oh, this is not what I expected. Oh man, okay, so I think I realized something that's going wrong at least, although this is still a bit weird. We are calling create AI players from the simulation server. Test simulation server inherits from that. So instead of create test players, we need to change this to create AI players. And then we need to mark this as an override. That wasn't, but still this doesn't make any sense. These are two different players. But the owner ID of these entities, could you somehow be creating a landmine that's owned by a different player? That's technically possible. That'd be a huge mistake, an absolutely huge mistake. So let's look at lay mine. How does this work? If a mine doesn't exist, then we get the active bots owned by player component. We create a landmine at tile owned by that same player. So what does arena do when we try to do that? Create landmine at tile. Oh, there. The follow worked. There you go, funny guy. And people who follow me eventually get control over my lights, which is why you see a toxic green color in the background there. That's not me doing that. And no, I don't think this is that real ID versus the owner ID. I think I might have screwed up something here. Am I even passing in owner ID? Player ID is owner ID. I wonder if... I wonder if this is some capitalization issue. Both of them think that they have an owner of 1. Maybe... Oh, I think I know what's happening. Okay, I forgot to set active bot. I think that's what's happening. Arena test. Oh, that would be a huge mistake. Let's search for this test again. So when I do it, yep, that was the problem. Okay, that was stupid. Setup active bot. This should be sensor bot. Yeah, so if I don't do this, what happens is the last bot that ran, which is the mine layer, it's going to be treated as the active bot when you do is enemy mine at. So I need to make sure that all of these tests have that same thing going on. Okay, so yeah, let's run this. It should finally work. And then let's uncomment, or rather comment in all of these other tests that we'd uncommented. Okay, so yeah, then hopefully all of our tests pass. Whoa, I just deleted everything. Funny guy has ultimate power. Why do landmines need an owner? In the real world, they'd blow up anybody. Yeah, we can't. So I know that that's a facetious question, but still, the reason why we can't have landmines blow up anybody is because people will be trolls in this game. And if you let your ally landmines blow you up, then someone would just follow you around and lay landmines all around you. Unmutable state is the root of all evil, as usual. Yes. Undefined is not a function. Okay, well that's new. Should not serialize certain component. What is going on there? What is going on there? I changed a couple of things, so it's possible that I screwed up. It's the before all that's failing, right? Yeah, it's possible that I screwed this up. Make a new test initializer, which I imagine would now try setting up the simulation server and now create AI players might be wrong. Yeah, what's going on here? Create AI players. What is this going to call? Oh, is it this create AI bot that's failing? I think it's that. I think I can't have that in the... Yeah, let's try this out now. Okay, funny guy. Tone it down a bit. Alright, if this works, then we'll have fixed this bug. There was actually a bug. We can test the bug fix right now by just loading this up in the client. So then we make a bot. That debugger is still there for some reason. We gotta save this again. And then the tests are still failing. Undefined is not a function. Why is the test failing? Okay, what if we... Oh, create test players is not working. Oh, I never renamed that. All right, create test players. All right, that, again, is me just being stupid. Let's fix that. So this should not be create test players. This just shouldn't even be there anymore. Good. So now we rerun that, and we can test it out on the client before we even get to testing it out over there. So let's do this. We'll load this up, and we'll say bot cooldown equals 0. Done. And then we'll make a whole bunch of landmines. And they should move. Nice. Problem solved. Okay. So we did this because I wanted to show you the actual problem that we're trying to solve, which is that as soon as a bot moves, like watch TikTok up here, when it tries moving, do you see that? It just blew up on this tile, but it was so fast that it didn't animate correctly. I'm going to fix that. Hey, Mimiron. Why are you on that account and not the other account? Okay, did the test pass? Yes! 211 tests passing. Take that, software bugs. Now we just need to clean up the code. Let's run something while I'm applying treatment. Okay. And yeah, let's clean this up. So we're kind of where we were, or where we thought we were. but there was a bug, so we fixed it. So let's just check in this fix for right now, and then we'll check in the test to see if it's fixed. So number 1 is our entity's allied is now being called from get landmine at tile. You can now always sense allied landmines. Done. Fixed a bug where you couldn't sense allied landmines. That's a better way of putting this. If you ever get partnered, you need bug and fly swatter remotes. It's pretty good. And then we can check this in, right? So, whoops. I accidentally checked in this stuff. I didn't need to do any of that. No, bad. Let's amend last commit. Say none here, and then just check this in. I apparently did not go looking through for console.log statements. That was silly of me. How did I miss them, though? Unexpected console statements. Was that the only problem? Let's amend that commit. Hey, Angelo. Tests sound useful. I should learn how to use them. Or learn to use them. Yeah, so if I didn't have tests in this game, I think we'd lose several weeks of development time to solving these bugs. Okay, so now there are no more linting errors. We can check in the rest of this stuff. So simulation server does not need to change, but arena test, well, we can get rid of these console logs. So I fixed a bug in the test. We can keep all those things there, we can keep that there, and added a new test. So, and then we fixed this up too. So fixed several test bugs. One, I was not creating the AI players that I thought I was. Create AI players was not being overridden. So there were still players like the U player and the random other AI player. Yeah, so that was one. Then the other problem was I wasn't doing setup active bot on should not be able to sense a mine after moving. How did this test even work if I didn't do that? Oh man, okay, so here's how this test still worked before. I was the bot that laid a mine, and I was checking to see did I lay a mine underneath myself just now. And that returned false because there was no way to detect allied landmines. So it didn't matter if I was an enemy or I was the person who laid the mine, I still wasn't able to see it. So once we fixed the bug where allies could detect landmines, now this all of a sudden was returning the wrong value, and it's because we didn't set up the active bot. Why would you write overridden instead of overwritten? Overriding a function is a particular terminology in programming. And so override is what I wanted. Did I just get a source button? Let me know if you guys can hear me still. I was not calling setup active bot in a particular task. Oh, is there a source button? Like this over here? Oh, as soon as I move the browser window over here, it says 45 now, but it was just saying offline. Okay, well, thank you guys for chiming in. I was not calling setup active bot in a particular test, so the test wasn't working how I thought, but prior to the our players, our entities, allies function that I'd added in the last commit, it didn't affect anything since allied bot No, how did this work then? False, true. How did this work? Force update bot, sensor bot. Oh, I see. It doesn't call setup active bot. Oh man, that's a complex, very complex problem that just happened, and thankfully it's fixed. So prior to the R entities allies function I'd added in the last commit, it didn't affect anything since bots couldn't detect even their own landmines. Okay. We can check this in. So wait, there is no source button? Because that's disappointing. Let's take a look. Me. Video quality. Wait, but I can't actually change this. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, now we can fix the bug that we originally set out to fix, which we didn't know about that bug that we did fix, but now we do. So let's see. Fix the animation bug where a bot appears to blow up a landmine as soon as the server sends a message about its detonation. So wait until the bot is completely moved onto the landmine tile before blowing it up. How would we do this? I mean, that's probably how it should look visually. So that's a description of the solution. But now, how do we write the code for that solution? Well, we have chase tile component, and that's what's going to be added when you move. So defer. There's a flying camera in Adam's room. Angela Sky says, can we play Botland already? No, sometime in the next week. So I wanted to sign up for a VPS last night, but I still don't have the EULA. And in fact, let me check my email really fast because maybe the lawyer's gotten it to me by now. But I need to get the EULA, I need to get the VPS, and then I need to just finish a few more things. So I think tomorrow, no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm not streaming. On Friday, maybe we'll do this. Maybe we'll try to get Botland set up. Oh wait, yeah, the lawyer did respond to me. Hey, had some laptop troubles on my trip. Delayed my workflow. Apologies, you'll have it well in time before the next 10 days. Okay, so yeah, it probably won't be Friday. My lawyer is traveling right now. But yeah, sometime in the next week. Like I said, as long as the lawyer gets me the EULA by the end of October, you guys will be able to play Botland by the end of October. And I will keep admonishing that there is not anything to the game more than what you see here. So don't expect balance, don't expect it to be necessarily fun yet. I'm working on the game still. Okay, so deferred deleting, that's something we're going to have to do, because right now we get landmine detonated here. And what we do is we immediately mark the entity as dead. We need to defer that until the entity has moved onto the tile, but then we need to defer even the landmine being marked as dead. So defer deleting both the landmine and the bot until the bot is finished moving. Perhaps there's a component like delete when at target. How best to do this? Alright, let me go grab some water really fast. So let me think of the different ways we can do this. I think something like this is probably the best given the system that I have, because yeah, I think this is just the best way. But this needs to blow up both a landmine and a bot. So landmine will detonate, landmine will kill. No, it's more like landmine will detonate. And this just happens to kill it. So then we'll need to write a test. Make landmines only do 500 damage and make sure they still look right. Ice cream was good while it lasted. I can probably say that every time I ever eat an ice cream. I always wish there was more. Okay, so if we added a landmine will detonate component, and then we put a landmine entity ID on it, and then we could say something like is killing blow. Yeah, we could do this. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it out. Let's go to is landmine component and say this as landmine will detonate component. Yeah, it's a very verbose component name. What's with this spammer? Oh, have I been... Do you guys get messages when I ban people? Because I ban spammers. Okay. Landmine will detonate component. So, to do, write a better description here. And since I probably won't see this to do message, let's copy it a whole bunch of times. Next, we need a component name. Is landmine is going to be called landmine will detonate. Put this down here. Make this lowercase. It does say that they've been timed out. Hey, Dapsida. Alright, landmine will detonate needs to take in a landmine entity ID, I suppose, and then is killing blow. Yeah. Let's do this dot that equals that, and then is killing blow. Okay, because for me, I accidentally unbanned the guy and then banned him again. So what I see is they've been timed out, they're already banned, now they're no longer banned, then they're banned again. And since it spams me when I do this, I didn't know if it spammed you guys too. Maybe it spams the mods, but that's what they signed up for when they became mods. They didn't sign up. Okay, this doesn't need to be serialized at all. So we don't need a serialized return null. Okay, landmine will detonate. We now have this. We can also verify. Yeah, let's do this. Const underscore user where I load that. Constructor in here. Let's do assert. Oh, we'll do assert also. Assert and assert. So assert underscore dot is number landmine entity ID. Yeah, that's it. And then assert underscore dot is boolean. No, we don't care if it's a boolean or not. Let's just put a default value. We'll say false. Yeah. That's what I see. So you see has been timed out, has been timed out. Okay, cool. Wait a second. Did you leave the chat at that time? That's roughly when I was asking if... Oh no, I guess when I was asking if it was working was like 5 minutes before that. Okay, never mind. Okay. Yeah, now we need to add this instead of killing off the target. Do we modify life immediately though? I think so. Yeah, I think we do that immediately. So let's do this. We need to make a new component of this type. No, this one. Landmine will detonate component. Okay, that's it. Yeah. That was a stupid question to me. Yeah, here we go. So let's do this. Bot entity dot add component new landmine will detonate on the landmine entity ID, which we don't have at this point, and then is killing blow. Let's just do is killing blow. Okay, so now I need to put this here, somewhere toward the bottom, and we need to say, actually this could just be this. Alright, so we don't want to mark the bot as dead. And we don't want to mark the landmine as dead yet either. So this is all we're going to do for right now. So we have a landmine entity ID and a health component is dead. So we have our component here, but nothing's handling what happens when you move on to the landmine now. So that should be in the chase target system, or rather the chase tile section of that. Okay, let's go into that. Chase, oh wait, whoop. We gotta update this entity. This dot update entity indexer. We're not in the right section for this. Update entity indexer for entity, and we have an entity ID here. I think we gotta use this function. Do we have a bot entity ID? We do not. So we need to do this. Update by real ID, bot to damage real ID. Okay, that's good. So next, in chase target system, we have this function. So we know that we're at our destination here. And do we need to do anything with sprite in that case? No, we don't. Do we do anything with entity? Yes. Entity ID? Yes. Chase component? Yes. Depth pixel speed. So this could be its own function. We should probably do this. So reached destination. This takes in an entity ID, and a chase component. So we can just do this. This dot reach destination, entity ID, chase component. And that should let us just copy paste all of this down here, which should make the function a little bit neater. Is that good? Yes. Okay, so if there's a laser component, if this entity was a laser, that's fine. Let's do if, I don't want to do this. Get component, landmine will detonate. Okay, and then this needs to have underscores in the correct places. So if that exists, then we need to blow up a landmine. So landmine entity ID equals this dot landmine entity ID and is killing blow. Oh, well, we don't know what. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay, so for now, let's just blow up the landmine. Let's just remove that. Wait, we also need the landmine entity? I was not told about this. Mark entity dead actually shouldn't need that. Okay, let's see if we can make this better. Mark entity dead by entity ID. In fact, that's all you need in order to mark an entity dead. Yeah, this was stupid. Just stupid. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. Refactor mark entity dead so that it only takes in an entity ID. It's confusing the other way since the lookup is constant time. But for now, mark entity dead by entity ID, we're going to do this. We're just going to say this dot mark entity dead, and we'll say this dot entities entity ID. So kind of a stupid function, but it's okay. So now when we use this, we say this dot arena dot mark entity dead landmine entity ID. All right, let's test this out. So if this works, landmines won't do damage, but when you move on to them, they will blow up, but they won't do damage. Well, they'll do damage on the server, so it's practically like they're working. Oh yeah, we need to fix something else. So simulation server, we need to get rid of this. Yeah, thanks Gulp Watch. I don't want any of your sass. Alright, there we go. Now let's make landmines. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, now we wait for something to move on to the landmines. So let's take a look over. No, something just gotta move on to the landmines. J20, you can do it. I don't... Oh yeah, there, okay, it works. Alright, I saw one of the instances of it happening. So now we can make it, we can prove to you guys that it works by finishing coding this. So if it is killing blow, then we need to mark this entity as dead too. Mark enemy dead. This, no. What do we have here? We have entity. Entity. Okay. That should be it. Let's see if it works. I really hope this works. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of stuff laying landmines. And now when one of the enemies moves onto it, so remember, I'm this sort of teal color. So if this purple bot moves onto it, or if Astro Boy moves anywhere, yeah, okay, cool, that worked. Yep. So now it's much more obvious that it's a landmine blowing you up. Of course, we'll add explosion graphics in later. And then it'll be very obvious. But yeah. Now it's not like, wait a second, why did this bot just disappear? Okay, I'm happy with this. Looks good. Let's check it in. Oh wait, no. Let's test what I wanted to test first. So we're setting it landmine damage equal to 1,000 somewhere. We want to set this equal to just 500. I don't think that worked. Okay, I think that worked. So now we can copy this and wait for that to finish. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. So we take, oh, not cloaking, we want landmines. We make landmines, and now landmines only do half damage. So when you move on to a landmine now, it should not add, oh, we have a problem. Mark entity dead. Entity is undefined. That's not good. What is entity ID? So this entity's entity ID does not exist. Uh-oh. Yeah, what do we do here? Landmine entity ID. This must be 35. It is. So this was a problem when we added it Client Arena here. Landmine entity ID. So somehow this entity already died and was removed. That doesn't make sense. Or, yeah, what? How did this happen? So this is in the landmine will detonate component. Oh, I know what happened. Okay, this was stupid of me, and this is why we needed to test this. The landmine will detonate component was not removed from this entity. So it moved to a tile, it blew up the landmine there, and then since it didn't get removed, it moved to another tile and tried blowing up the landmine there again, and then moved to another one and tried blowing up that again. So we've got to remove that, and then we need to update the indexer, despite that we're not indexing based on this. So let's go into Chase Target System. This is exactly why I wanted to test that. Alright, so if this exists, then great. It's dead, so we're not going to update it again. Otherwise, we do entity.remove component landmine will detonate component. And then we needed to do update indexer. So where is the indexer? Where do we do that? Oh, we have the indexer right here. But still, there should be update entity indexer. We never use this. Do I ever do add component in here? I don't. I don't ever do remove component, except for right there. And we call into it directly when we do that. Interesting. So we could do this at the end of the function. We definitely removed a component in this function. So update the indexer. Hey Oblivion, I don't think I've seen you in a while. Codebreaker says you a savage. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing. Or if it's responding to something I said that I don't remember at this point. Anyway, how I'm doing today? I'm doing well. We've been making pretty good progress this week. I was a little disappointed last week because I felt like, oh, what am I doing? Like I'm not working on like good features, but that wasn't even the case. I think it was just I was in my head too much. So I took this last weekend off. The entity will get updated in the indexer. Rather, the indexer gets updated at the end of this function. So let's write this. If we don't remove the landmine will detonate component, then it will keep triggering every time we move to a new tile. And then we put a backspace there. Keyboard demo. Hardline says, I'm gonna go get some sleep because I went to bed late studying for that test. Good luck. Thank you, Hardline. And good job on your test again. The keyboard looks cool. Someone said it looks like bacon. I think it was Smooth Dog. Alright, so hopefully we fix that bug. And it should be easy enough to test. Because we just need to lay landmines, and then there needs to be a bot that moves onto it and then moves one more time after that. So does that happen? Well, I think that after some amount of time it must happen. I'm trying to see if I can manually check. Are there any bots that are moving onto the landmines? Ah, there we go. Otis. Oh, Otis died. Okay, C3PO. Yep, there we go. Okay, so that tested it right there. It moved right and then it moved left. And the second time it did not try blowing up a landmine that was already dead. Nice. Okay. So I think that's it. I think we fixed this. I think we can commit it. Landmine will detonate. So we've got to get rid of this stuff now. Yeah. Oh, code, we hardly knew ye. So I'm gonna write a note about this here too. We don't mark the landmine as dead no matter what. That doesn't happen. This only happens down here. Deal damage to the target bot immediately. Don't mark anything as dead yet since we haven't animated the client's movement. We'll do that when we handle landmine will detonate component. Yeah. Codebreaker says, what's the idea for Botland? So you can kind of see the game playing itself now, but I haven't really described it. The way that Botland works is you'll create bots, so machines that run around the arena, and you can put on different hardware. So you're allowed up to 7 slots of hardware. I know this UI is not self-explanatory yet. So I could do something like this. I could have, that's 6 so far, so I could also put on landmines. But at this point, I can't add harvesting anymore, or else the bot won't deploy. So the deploy button doesn't do anything now. So after customizing my bot, then I will write code for the bot and deploy it into the arena where it'll run based on the code that I gave it. So if you don't know how to code, that's where this comes in handy. This is Blockly, which is the same sort of drag and drop interface that you're used to. And now you can see it says just if will lasers hit, fire lasers. And we can even get rid of the comment if we want to, so we can just delete that. And now when we deploy this, we'll call this like lasers dude. And when we deploy these, we see a bunch of lasers dudes everywhere. See them? And the code that we gave them was just to fire lasers if they can. So this one, you can see this lasers dude is not even moving. If we wanted them to move, we'd have to put something like this at the end, move in random direction. So now this is like lasers dude 2. So now lasers dude 2 is going to move around when it can't find anything. So there's a lasers dude 2. It fired at an enemy and now it's moving around. So yeah, that's Botland. That's the overall idea at least, and it's a strategy game, so there will be different modes eventually. Right now this is sort of like a free-for-all deathmatch kind of thing. Eventually there will be other modes like capture the flag and team deathmatch and a lot of other stuff that we have planned actually, but that I'm not going to talk about yet. And I'm hoping to get you guys access to what you see here sometime in the next week or so. Or hopefully sooner than a whole week. So let's see what we got here. Landmine will detonate component. Deal damage to it immediately, but don't handle the destruction yet. Looks good. Then we're going to need to comment that, so we'll come back to that. We don't want to check that in, and we don't want to check this in. And then landmines doing half damage, I think that's a good idea right now. In fact, let's run the test really fast too, just to make sure. Cool, I'll be one of the first to play it. I got you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, you'll be one of the first to play it if you have points. Do you have points? Oh, only 21 points. I don't know if you'll be one of the first to play it then. So the way that this is going to work, I wrote some basic information. If you go to bot.land, you'll find all the different social networking sites and everything. But if you go to bot.land/pre-beta, you'll find some stuff. This is going to change. But the way that it's going to work is this. Once there's pre-beta access out for people, you'll get points. You'll need to spend points based on the number of days away it is from Sunday. So every Sunday, your password resets. So Monday is the farthest from Sunday. So you have to spend 100 points. On Friday, you only have to spend 50, but then you only get access to the game for 2 or 3 days. So the way that this works, I think I wrote this down here, yeah. So if you just sit in my channel all day, you get 50 points on a day that I'm streaming, which means you're getting like 200 a week if you just sit around in the channel. And I take half a week's worth of points on Monday and a quarter of a week's worth of points on Friday. So I feel like these numbers are fair. And yeah, you can see some people in chat have ridiculous amounts of points. Wow. And I give points every once in a while if you spot a bug or if there's a particularly great suggestion. Okay, let's make a harvester bot. Too many resources out there. Let's just dump all of this, put harvesting on. And then we'll write code in here actually. Now I can kind of show you guys how this will work. So we'll say find closest resource, and then we'll say if will harvest, then I want to harvest. Otherwise, if exists the closest resource, if the closest resource exists, then I want to move to it. Move to entity item. Cool. So this is just going to seek out resources. Harvester. Oh, you know what? Let's make it a cloaked harvester. How about that? So now we'll put an if at the very top to if will cloak, or if can cloak, then cloak. So we're going to cloak, and then we're going to go seek out resources. So let's deploy a couple of these. You can see the harvester is cloaked, and it's pursuing resources. And it still pursues them even when it's uncloaked, but then it tries to cloak as soon as it can. And then it harvests. Oh, hey, Tyron. Welcome back. I haven't seen you in a couple days. But yeah, so now we should see fewer resources in the arena. What else? If you were to follow Roving Eye, huh? And Hyanar says that the stream is not working. If anyone else is having problems, let me know. Also, let's deploy more of these harvester bots. I want to get rid of all the resources. Wait, something's wrong. Why are these not cloaked? Oh, I deployed them through JavaScript. I meant to deploy them through here. Oh, so those harvesters are not harvesters. They're really laser guys. Tyrant says I went hunting. Oh, wow, cool. Twitch was being weird, had a DNS flush. Wow. That's peculiar. Okay, yeah. So what I like about even just what's showing here is each bot is not moving that quickly. In fact, they might even move slower than this. Let me show you what they might look like at some point. They're moving at a tick of 2 seconds. If we move them at a tick of 5 seconds, they might end up moving at, let's say, this speed. But you can see there's still always something happening somewhere, even though they're all moving slowly individually, that the game is still being played at a decent speed. So anyway, just something to think about. Alright. Yeah, so let's finish checking this in. We have arena, good. Chase target system, let's go comment right now. Chase target system. Alright, I don't think I'm going to be able to show you this while I'm coding, because I have my font size set to a very large font. Alright. This is called when you reach the destination that you're chasing. That's an entity, that's a number, that is a base component. Some type of chase component, e.g. chase target component. And it doesn't return anything. Okay, so we do the normal stuff that we did, but then here we do the landmine will detonate component checks. So that looks good. We need to comment landmine will detonate because I wrote a whole bunch of to-dos there. Alright, yeah, that. So let's write this. Landmines only detonate after a bot has finished its move animation. That way it's less confusing as to what happened. And then lower landmine damage from 1,000 to 500. Now part of that was running the tests again because I didn't know if I had ever worked based on that assumption, and it appears as though I haven't because all the tests are passing. Now this is something we're going to refactor, so I'm not going to comment that for right now. Then we added this and we added this. Now we need to put a comment here. So let's delete all this stuff. Codebreakers is only top 10 can play? No, that's not true. Remember, okay, so let me show you this again. The whole pre-beta thing. First of all, there's no pre-beta yet, so you still have time to gain points before you spend them. Second, in any given day, if you just sit there in the channel the whole day, you get 50 points. So on next Friday, you'd be able to play, even if you hadn't been in the channel ever. If you join on Friday and then you follow, you actually get 15 points for following, so you need to be there for the whole day. Then yeah, you could play immediately. Codebreaker, since you're here now and you've got, I don't know, 20 points already, by the end of today you'll have, how many points do you get? There's 5 hours and you get 6 points per hour, so you'll have 30 more. So you'll be at 50 by the end of today already. And then you'll gain another 50 on Monday. So if it's available on Monday, then, wait a second, today's Wednesday, never mind. All right, well, whatever. Yeah, you'll be able to play even if you're not in the top 10, so don't worry about that. Okay, we need to write a comment for this. So, entities move onto landmines in order to detonate them, but the server tells you that they were detonated as soon as the move takes place. This component exists to bridge the gap in time between the servers telling you that and the movement animation's completion. So yeah, we keep track of the landmine entity that's going to blow up. Let's write that down. This is a number. The entity ID of the landmine that will blow up. And then it is killing blow. Yeah. If true, this entity will die when we process this component. Good, good. Why is this? That's weird. This is like one character too far over. It was strange. Heinar says, would it be possible to use the same code with some minor changes if you were to move to a 3D graphics / engine arena? Yeah, so the code base, I think no matter what, whether we ended up with 3D graphics years into the future or not, I think you'd still code as though it's a 2D arena. So there wouldn't be any like raise your height or something like that. I don't know, maybe at some point we had 2 different layers and there's like a ground and a flying. So picture something like StarCraft 1. It was like a 2.5D game almost. Okay. Yeah, we commented this. I think we can check this in. So that they no longer insta-kill. Now, is there anything to test there? I don't think so. This is just an animation component. It doesn't change the state of the game. Next up, we need to refactor. Alright, so hang on, I'm gonna lower my desk because I'm done with this standing nonsense. Hey Norm, welcome back. How'd the job fair go? Yeah, so this needs to change. Also, did I just screw up my... Yeah, I screwed that up. No. Why is this so difficult? Okay, hang on. Just get my hands all over this camera. Nope. This keeps falling every time. Oh man. This is too hard. Alright. It's catching a little bit of my microphone now. Alright, well, it's a little bit crooked, but whatever. Do you use ASP? What is ASP in this case? Oh, nice, an interview. Oh, that's what job fairs are supposed to get you. Alright, so we fixed the animation bug. Done, 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 done. And now refactor mark entity dead. Yeah, so let's do that. Mark entity dead should only take in an entity ID. There is no reason for it to not do that. So let's do this. If it doesn't exist, then we'll try getting a real ID. Then no matter what, we'll say const entity equals this dot entity's entity ID. Okay, and that should be it. Wait, no, we can't do this anymore. There's no entity here. Okay. Where do we call this with an entity? We need to be careful about this. Marks an entity as dead, which will not actually remove it yet. Active server pages? Oh, that ASP. No, I don't use that. It looks like JavaScript, but usually last time they used something that looks like JavaScript, it's different. Oh, okay, so what I was probably talking about is ECMAScript 6. So when you type JavaScript in a browser, you'd say something like var x equals 5, or person equals function, this dot name equals name, something like this, right? And then person dot prototype dot say name equals function. So log this dot name. So yeah, this is ECMAScript 5, which is what most people say is JavaScript. But then ECMAScript 6 gets you different syntax for some of these things. So now you could say class person, and then constructor name, this dot name equals name. And then say name would just be written like this. And we can take this from down here, yeah. So that's what I was talking about, is like JavaScript, but not JavaScript, I suppose. Or maybe that's what I meant. I don't know. I'm trying to fill in blanks that I don't remember the whole conversation. So yeah, I'm using ECMAScript 6. And the Dusty King says, sup. Hey, how's it going? So mark entity dead now only takes in an entity ID. And if it doesn't exist, we don't do anything. We do not care. And then let's assert here entity till dot exists entity. Trying to mark an entity dead entity ID. That does not exist. So they're the same, but what I use is a newer version. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So ECMAScript 6 will eventually replace ECMAScript 5, but it's not being supported by all browsers yet. So the way that I'm able to use this is because I use Babel.js, which transpiles ECMAScript 6 into ECMAScript 5. So this code that I write might turn into code that looks like this. And it's not actually object-oriented, not more object-oriented. And that's something that people are arguing all over the internet about, like, why did they choose class here? JavaScript has what's called prototypal inheritance, And class is what's called syntactic sugar for prototypal inheritance. So this is not doing anything that was not allowed in ECMAScript 5. It's just a different way of saying ECMAScript 5. That's not to say that ECMAScript 6 doesn't add any features that weren't accessible in ECMAScript 5. That is true, but those aren't accessible yet via Babel.js. Okay, so mark entity dead. We are now only taking in an entity ID, and then we get the entity from it. And so this, mark entity dead by entity ID, we don't ever need to call anymore. We can just say mark entity dead. Done and done. Okay, good. Next, get rid of this function. Now, this is called over the code base all over the place, and we need to make sure that it makes sense when it's being called. So instead of this, we just don't need the entity. Again, here we don't need an entity. We're curious about where this is called when it doesn't have a second argument. That's when we might have screwed something up. The question remains, what is ES1? Sorry for the spammy questions, but I have a lot to learn. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what your background knowledge is. So ES1 is, let's start at the beginning. ES stands for ECMAScript, which is the standard behind JavaScript. So when people say JavaScript, they pretty much just mean ECMAScript. ECMAScript 1 is some version from a very, very long time ago. Very long ago. ECMAScript 5 is the current version, and ECMAScript 6, the version I'm using, is like the next version. So basically all of them are just JavaScript, but they're different versions of it. And ECMAScript 6 is the newest one. If you want to find out features of ECMAScript 6, you can go to es6-features.org, and you can see all the different things that it adds over ECMAScript 5. So basically, all this is like, it's the newer JavaScript. If you want to see what is new in this JavaScript, you can go to this site and find out what's new. Wait, is oxycodone different from Mimiron? I'm just trying to figure out if it's actually the same account. Why would you log in as two different accounts? You must be two different people. So mark entity dead. Good. Then here we need to just say entity. And then any place, well, we'll do a check in a bit. No, actually, that's fine. Mark entity dead. What is this doing here? This is overridden so that we can create a resource? What? Oh yeah, that's true. Okay. So we want to do const entity equals this dot entities entity ID. And then we should be able to assert util.exists entity, try to mark an entity dead that did not exist. Entity ID. There we go. So then mark entity dead does not take that in, but we do have the entity. Definitely we need to run all of our tests after this. So we do this. Did we ever call this function with just one argument where it was the entity? Because that would be a problem right now. Oh, that's it? Apparently. Thank you, good sir. You're very helpful, and I'm 15, but I love programming. I think that is a very good age to start programming at. I don't know, there was some study I heard about where it's like some of the skills involved in programming can't actually be comprehended until you're something like 11 years old. There's some subset of abstract thinking. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think starting when you're in your early teens is a good idea, because I think then you can understand and you're learning more about yourself as a person, how you do work, how you are motivated, etc. Noble Tom says, is Sublime Text really the best choice? It's subjective. So for me, I think I happen to be pretty efficient in it. For a lot of other people, maybe they like a more heavyweight IDE, and then use whatever it is that you want to use. So we're going to go back through these references to mark entity dead, and we're just going to make sure that we didn't need to use entity somewhere. So prior to this, we had gotten a resource entity. I suppose we don't necessarily have to do this. In fact, we could have just done this here. but this is safe coding. What else? We have an entity here, so we need to keep that. Let's run the test as long as we're just milling about this code, trying to figure out if we screwed anything up. So that's fine. That's fine. Because we don't have a landmine entity. Good. That's fine. Then here, presumably target entity. Yeah, we need that. Okay, good. That's necessary. This is necessary. Can we use entity in here? Yes, we do. Okay, good. That is necessary too. Resource entity with ID. Yes. Yeah. Okay, good. Then in here, your target entity. And we needed to get this. Okay, good. That's good. And that's good. Right? Yeah. Wait, let me just double check this really fast. Landmine entity ID. Yeah, that's fine. And that's fine. And that's fine. Okay, I think we're done. So did the test pass? They did. Okay, and let's just try running this one more time then. And yeah, we'll see if this works. Yeah, I think so. Dapso said I started with HTML when I was about 10. I was just trying to make a website for me and my friend's Minecraft server. That is such like a classic story of I just wanted to do blank and then I had to learn programming. And I think it's great because you have a reason for doing something and that'll get you motivated. And the real motivation was something like, well, we wanted a Minecraft server, right? And it just turns out I had to know HTML for that. But that's what opens the doors, so I like that. I tried JavaScript, but is it normal? It's only usable with HTML in a browser. Sky Blue Light, that's not entirely true. There are other JavaScript execution environments. So one of them, if you look into Node.js, watch what I'm about to do. If I type node here, I'm now able to just type JavaScript. So I can do console.log, hi. I can do x equals 5, x times 20, the 100. So I'm using JavaScript, but I'm not in a browser right now. I'm in a console. So the standard JavaScript execution environment is the browser, yes. That's where it's going to run the majority of the time. But Node.js is becoming more popular now. And there are other things like Phantom.js and probably a whole bunch of other things. But this looks like it's working. And we refactored our code so that now we don't have that extra cruft in the function that we had. So now we can say mark entity dead. And we never needed the fallback code, so we shouldn't have ever written it. But yeah, that all looks good. I mean, we've looked through this code now multiple times, and we tested it and we ran the official test. So I'm not too concerned with it. Mark entity dead. Yep, good. Yeah, good. Refactored. I can't read what I'm typing because the webcam. Refactored mark entity dead so that it only takes in an entity ID instead of also taking in an entity. This way you didn't need to provide redundant information. Also at WJS, yeah. I don't think you can learn to program. It's not something you can do in a vacuum. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you're saying. Not just learn to program. It has to be something you have some sort of purpose for, maybe. Yeah, I suppose it doesn't matter because most people who are going to try to program have some goal in mind. But I mean for programs with big functionality like games. Well, so, okay, Botland is going to eventually be multiple different components. Right now it's mostly, like you see this right now, but let me show you something else actually. I can do this really fast. Let's close some of these things. Go to Botland game server lock. So the way that Botland will eventually work is you'll connect, and what you're looking at right now, even though it's not really totally obvious, let me make this a little more obvious, although it still won't be great. What you're looking at right now is the title screen of the game. It just so happens that I can play this game on the title screen right now, but that eventually won't really be the case. So once I rebuild this, I just have to wait for these things to finish. Yeah, my building time is taking quite a while thanks to the transpilation. Okay, now we can run this. So yeah, now I see a connect button here. So Botland is the client, which you go to the browser, just like you're seeing me do now. You'll eventually type bot.land, and then you'll find some way you can play on here. So there's the client, which you get to through the browser. There's the game server, which is running on someone's machine somewhere, which when I connect over here, check this out. Now there's chat in the game, and I can connect over here, and I can say, hey, what's up? And I'm actually, these could be on two completely separate machines, and it would still work. And how about this? I'll give you more proof by doing it on a separate machine. I'm going to load this up on an iPad. It's the slowest thing in the world. Okay, let's just kind of wait for this. I'll put this here for now, and then whenever it loads, it's just, yeah, we'll access it then. So yeah, then I can deploy some bots if I want, and we see them get deployed on both machines. Oh yeah, okay, good. So it loaded. Now let's connect. I'll connect to player 2. All right. So check it out. Now even on the iPad, I know that the screen's really tiny. The whole point is to show you that something is happening on the iPad. The iPad has the same sort of code running. We can paste in all of this. I'm using just the mouse, so I've got to... There. And yeah, even on the iPad now it's working. So Botland is at least those two components, the client and the server, but then there's also going to be an authentication server and then a launcher for the game server. Noble Tom says, is there a way to donate, Patreon, subscribe? No, there isn't, not yet. I've talked about this on stream before. Oh, there's a bug here. Hang on a second, bug. Landmines don't work on the game server. I don't know if I want to take people's money for something that's not the game. Like, I want you guys to just be entertained by the stream and be able to come here and chat and talk and play the game eventually. And what I kept saying is, if you were to spend money, why don't you spend money on the game when it comes out, despite that it'll be free. You can spend money on the extra stuff. That way you get something for it. And yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'll probably just set up a donation thing at some point in the next couple months. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so yeah, we have a bug. I'm not sure why this is a bug. Let's think, how does this work? So the server told you that a resource was created, and this bot is clearly not moving. So this bot is dead. Does the client think that this bot is dead? Let's take a look. Oh, and this happened everywhere, right? Yeah, it happened on all these machines. So let's go into debug main.arena entities. How about a pre-order type thing? So, like I said, the game's going to be free, so it's pre-order would have to be for the in-game purchases, and I think that would be, I don't know. I'll probably just set up a donation thing at some point. But it's still in the browser. Can you make a JavaScript game outside the browser like Fallout or League of Legends? You could make the server code for it, and I guess you could have some, like, so a browser happens to be a rendering engine. You can write JavaScript to control anything you want, but you'd eventually need to interface with some sort of rendering system. So I'll just give you a short answer. Like, no one's probably going to make something like League of Legends in JavaScript unless it happens to take place in the browser. And to give you another part of that answer, something like Unity can be interfaced with using JavaScript, but Unity is an entire rendering system. So JavaScript is sort of just a controller for your game logic and your renderer. And yeah, Orandre, donate X dollars equals 1 booster pack at release. It's funny because you wrote X dollars is going to be just 1 booster pack and not X booster packs. But yeah, I'll probably set up a donation thing at some point. Like I said, I just haven't done it yet. So let's see. I gotta do this before too many landmines appear. One of these is going to be a bot. So let's do has component is bot. Okay, so 0 is a bot. Is 0 toString? Is it dead? There's only one bot that's actually living in this game, and it's this one. I don't remember which order I deployed these in. Did I deploy the blue ones first or the pink ones first? So I need to go through more of these entities and figure out. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so I definitely have 2 bots. So then how did this happen? The game server tells you. No, the game server must not be telling you that a landmine blew up. How does this happen? There is bot moved, and that's called here. We do check for landmines. This should really have a space above it. Check for landmines. Yeah, you can still use JavaScript in Unity. But yeah, short of... Anyway, Sky Blue Light, if you have any other questions about the JavaScript stuff, just feel free to ask, because I think I answered it. What did I study? I studied computer science. The third one is probably BooScript, which I've never used. When I use Unity, I use C#. So check for landmines. We have a landmine, then we tell everyone about it. Detonate landmine. Right, so... How could this happen? Okay, we say detonate landmine. We know that the client gets it. Gets it here. Landmine detonated. Did we get any errors on here? Error? No. Do we have any? No. Code execution doesn't even run. So actually, it should be safe to just break on exceptions here. Okay, let's rerun this, because I'm not totally sure what's going wrong here. JS and Unity is that one weird ES version nobody ever used. Boo is Python. And no, Sky Blue, don't worry about any interruptions. Like I said, if it's ever a problem, I'll just tell you, like, hey, I can't respond now. Okay, so we restarted the server. We need to connect now on both of these machines. So let's connect over here, and we'll connect over here, and we should have one of these at least set to pause on code exceptions. Good. Alright, next, we deploy a bot that lays landmines. What is this? Yeah, this is the bug we're fixing now, so I don't need to write that down anymore. So we deploy a bot that lays landmines. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Okay, good. And so I'm going to write down some meta information. Blue bots were first, which was actually a mistake. I should have made the pink ones first. Alright, whatever, fine. Then here we put, let's just deploy bots without lasers. So now what happens? Unfortunately, chat is super obnoxious. I can't see. Yeah, so it hit this and then blew up. The only thing I can think of is that the server thinks that landmine should do 1,000 damage. There's a way to check this, possibly. It's gonna be hard though. We need to say this.arena.entities, and we know that the fourth entity is going to be a landmine. We can't do that. We can do this.gameserver.arena.entities. Yeah, so this is a landmine, and it does how much damage? does 1,000. Yeah, that's the problem. How did that happen? That shouldn't be possible. Oh, I think I know. I changed it to 500, but I must have changed it in the wrong spot. God, this is such a weird bug. I was lucky to have even thought of this. This right here. Create landmine with 500. So how did this not get picked up in the server? Did I not wait for it to finish building? Is that the problem? Like, here's what I'm pretty sure of. If I just rerun the game server. Okay, let me just do it. Let me rerun the game server. And then over here, we're gonna deploy a bot that lays landmines. And we're gonna check to see, is the landmine damage 1,000? Because that's a big problem if it is. So we've got a bot, deploy, landmine, deploy. Done. Now somewhere in the arena, which is probably down here beneath the chat, so we can't see it. Yeah, there it is. So there are the landmines. Now we check entity number 1, and its life is 500. Yep, okay. And no clue how that happened. So the problem should be solved now. How did I find my first job after college? A recruiter came to my college, and then was there a job fair or something? I don't even remember how that happened. And yeah, Stellar, you're absolutely correct. The weird thing about that was, I did this, Gulp Watch, and it should have built the game such that landmine damage was 500. But it didn't for some reason. So now the problem should just be fixed. But I still don't understand how it got to the point where it wasn't correct. Facebook just launched a guideline tool for people who want to learn more about programming. Nice. I don't understand though. What is this? Get started. Let's see. I am learning myself. How old are you? Let's say I was 12 to 17. Hacker for life. What's programming? Tinker and toys? Wait, I don't understand what just happened. Oh, what are you interested in? These things, I guess. View my resources. Oh, cool. Okay, this is perfect, because a lot of people ask this on stream, and this is just a collection of resources. It's not necessarily another thing that tries teaching you. Yeah, this is really nice. Eventually, I'm gonna get bot land here. Huh. That's really cool of them to do this. Good job, Facebook. Alright, so I think we fixed the problem. Let us just test it out now. So, restart both these things. Oh, it won't actually help to restart. We need to restart the game server. Okay, there we go. And then let's try laying the landmine code there and there. Let's put the lasers bots down. Deploy, 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 deploy. Let's put the landmine bots down. Okay. And now let's zoom out. So eventually all the blue bots should die. They're not even taking damage. Oh goodness, something's still going wrong here. It's not even marking landmines as dead. How could that happen? The server knows they're dead, but the client doesn't know. Is the client getting any sort of error? I don't even see errors. So there's a different bug. Don't I have tests for this? I don't think I tested landmines on the server. Actually, yeah, let me run the test, I suppose, because if the tests find a problem, then that simplifies things. Boy, gee. Boy Dreamer says that Facebook page didn't mention roaming eye suggestion of SICP. Interesting. To give you guys some context, every time I suggest Python, roaming eye suggests, no, here's the best way to learn programming. And then links to SICP. Okay, so the tests aren't catching whatever this is. I wonder what's happening. Let's put some breakpoints in this. So let's close both these. We're gonna refresh. Well, we don't need to refresh. We can just do this here. So we're going to put a breakpoint in landmine detonated. And to do that, we go into the client arena and we put a breakpoint landmine detonated. Landmine detonated. Done. Alright, next. We deploy a bot that can die by landmines. It should be these, yes. These should be blue. Good. And we'll deploy more landmines here. Okay, so when a landmine detonates, which is when this guy moves into one of them probably. No, come on. More landmines. So one of these should move into a landmine at some point. Was that not a landmine? What's going on here? Are we just not getting a message about landmine detonated? I don't even think the client's being told about this. The bots are becoming self-aware. They're not harmed by landmines anymore. Oh god. There's no way to kill him. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Create landmine, that's obviously being called. Then check for landmines. That is in the shared arena. Oh, there we were. Okay, and then we route this. Is there any way to return from this function? Check for landmines. Yeah, there is. If there were no landmines. But if one did blow up, then we pass in, maybe these things don't exist. Landmine real ID, bot real ID. Yeah, that exists. Damage, that exists. Okay, so all of this exists. So then perhaps we're just not routing this correctly. In fact, that must be it. So we say detonate landmine goes to, we should have constant server detonate landmine. Where's server detonate landmine? Here we go, 14. Is 14 used anywhere else? No. Do we have access to this? Eval this dot. We don't have constants anywhere, do we? Oh man, we don't. Or at least I don't think we do. Or they'd be called something else. How do we check this? Router action map? No, we don't have that either. Why would this happen? So my immediate thought was that the router action map is what you say, I want to detonate a landmine. And then if you're on the client, you just need to route it to yourself essentially. And if you're on the server, you need to send it to everyone who's connected. And that mapping is done with a router action map. So we pass in constants.server. You know what we should do here? This whole create router action info, we should make sure that the constant's defined. Do we have util? We don't, so let's get util. Create router action info. Util dot, no, is there an assert in here? Of course not. So let's require that too. Require assert. That's not how you're supposed to write this. God's assert, require assert. Alright, we know how to code. Alright, and then assert here that util.exist network constant. You made a typo in network constant. Alright, that might get hit for all I know. We have detonate landmine and we did server detonate landmine. Does this exist? Yes, right there. And we're typing constants. Yes. We frequently screw that up. Let's try rerunning this. We shouldn't see that exception get hit. Well, that's a different thing. Okay, no, that worked. So where else does this get used? That should actually be the only place. Maybe we, oh, what? How else could this be a problem then? All we know for sure right now is that the client's not even being told about a landmine detonating. So how about we put some better logging in? Let's go into the server arena, or rather the shared arena, and here's what we'll do. We'll say console.log telling client about router action.detonate landmine. Okay, so now we'll know for sure that we're telling the client about it. We should see this rebuild. Good, we do. So now we can restart this. Next, on the client, we should just put a debugger directly. Detonate. How far have you gotten into Project Euler? I've gotten, I don't know, maybe I've gotten like 20 of them done. I just gave up on the hard ones. I didn't do too many. Sky Blue Light says, probably too late to ask, but what's your main job? This is my main job. So I don't have an income. I'm not making money off of Botland. I'm not making money off the stream. I have no advertisers or sponsors. And we're working on Botland every day. Not every day. I'm streaming 4 days a week right now. Okay, let's try this. So we connect over here and we connect over here. Then I put landmines down. Good. And then I put laser spots down. We don't even want them to use lasers. Let's just make them move around. Okay, and then on the client, we should see this break in at some point. Yes, telling client about detonate landmine, and yet the client's not getting it. So something's wrong here. Perhaps what's happening is, oh, wait a second. I know what's happening. All right, I'm just stupid. All right, yeah, slap in your face. This on constant, network constant map. Do we have this? Yep, that's the problem. We just never routed this. Okay, well, that was stupid. Let's fix it. Server detonate landmine, and this turns into, hang on, before I make a really stupid mistake, let me make sure that I called it detonate landmine, not landmine detonate. There, okay, so that should fix the problem. So we know for sure that the server's working. Surprisingly, we had two problems there. The landmine damage was wrong, but then landmines were never being deleted. What am I doing here? Yeah, I'm refreshing this. And now everything should work. So let's connect over here is 0 and connect over here is 1. And now, I don't remember which color is blue, or which player is blue, I should say. Yeah, these ones. Ah, there we go. Okay, we fixed it. We did it right. Confirmed, Adam 1353 is stupid. Sky of the Light says, I want your life. Yeah, so I will admit this is pretty great, but I'll also tell you it is a ton of responsibility. Like, when I make games as a hobby project, and there's a decision that I don't want to tackle, or just some code I don't want to do, or really any number of things, I can just ignore it completely. But if I make a game and Botland does not succeed, I can probably never do this again. Because there's only so much money. Okay, are landmines being destroyed now? I think so. Let's deploy more bots and we'll see. Yeah, I think they're working now. So if we deploy a whole lot of these bots, good. Now these are going to be surrounded. This is actually kind of funny. These will never move. Is there any way that they could? I suppose the outer bots could get taken away by these, but now these are probably stuck too. Yeah, no, that won't happen. It might happen over here, if this moved up right here. There, does this move? No, it doesn't. Huh. Okay, so in order to do this, we need to deploy it with lasers. There. There, now they spread out. That's pretty cool. So at some point, these might finish too. Well, you've got this army of people behind you who are all waiting for the game, so don't worry. So I think statistics for most games that are free to play, the number of people who actually pay for the game are somewhere between 1 and 5%. So if I have 100 people who play Botland on day 1, well, on day 1 it's different because you guys would probably be the followers playing. But let's say on day 100, if 100 random people play on that day, 1 or 2 people might spend what, $1, $2, something like that. So Botland needs to be very successful for it to be able to sustain me. And I don't know. And yeah, I agree. You need explosion animations. We don't have those yet. Also, where are the? There we go. Now these things will all spread out. They're free. So now we just need a laser bot to hit C-3PO up here, and we'll have directed the latest Star Wars movie. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Something to just shoot him. There. Nice. Now all the bots are free to go hit landmines. Pretty cool. There. I just banned a spammer too. Alright. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. So we fixed a bug. And is there any other way that we could have detected this? Because we were missing this call here. I suppose we could save all server messages into one object. Roving Eye says, what's the point? I'm not sure what you're asking about. And does anyone have a lint checker for Java? If you're using, oh wait, int checker. I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm not sure what either one of you is asking. Money's people ready to pay. Pay to win model. No idea. No idea what this is trying to say. Also, Botland's not going to be pay to win. It's going to be pay to get extra stuff. But you can win without having to pay. And paying doesn't make you stronger at the game. That's what I meant to say. Okay. Let's fix all of this. Let's turn off the... Oh, let's not do that yet. I don't really care. Telling client about this. We don't need that anymore. So I just added a space in this file, which I'm going to check in. And then here we put an insert. So I had forgotten to add a network constant mapping for detonate landmine. So clients were never told about that message. Fix that bug. What are you trying to do in the end? You don't think you're going to get rich from this? Oh, so okay, there are 2 points. One is enjoy my job, and I am certainly enjoying my job now. And then the second point is, yes, make money from this. And that's not something I'm doing yet. But yeah, hopefully that. You don't seem sure you can even sustain yourself. So you can make the perfect game, and if you don't market it well enough, if you don't get the right kind of exposure, no one's going to play it. And so what I'm not sure of is, do people like Botland for longer than, let's say, a month? Do people like Botland enough to spend money on it? These are things I'm not sure about. And okay, look, let's say Botland makes $100,000. Most of you know, like, average game developer salaries or computer science salaries. I'll be working on this game for about 1.5 years. So if it made $100,000, and let's say I got all of that money, which won't happen, that's still not enough to sustain me. That's not like, that's just the state of the industry. Like, I can't do this forever on no income. So yeah, I fixed that bug, and we're good. Okay. So where's close tabs to the right? I can't see it unless I move my head around my second webcam. Alright, so that's done. This is something that should still be considered, I suppose. Let's just throw this down the list, though. Alright, move to should be safe by default. And should not path over revealed landmines. Skyblue says, why don't you look for a job then? So if I had a job on top of this, I would not be able to do what I do here. If I were to monetize this, I think I would get some money, but I don't think it'd be a whole lot. But some money is more than no money, and I'm making no money right now. So I want to think about that. And yeah, if I looked for a job and then wasn't doing this, then I'd probably be unhappy because I really, really want want to make Botland. I've been working on Botland for like 5 years actually, and so one of the things on my blog that I posted was the original Botland, quote unquote. So let's take a look. How do I find this? No, I don't know. Okay, let's just scroll down. Botland Origins, Part 1. So yeah, I'll link you guys this blog post. Am I filthy rich? No. On the bright side, you can put Botland on your resume. Yeah, definitely. And let's say you make millions, will you be doing more game making, streaming thingies? So if I made millions off of Botland, I'd want to stream as much as I could, but at that point you have to realize that, like, okay, so this, right now, I started a company with Ian, who's probably in chat right now, called Xtonomous, LLC. And so it's a company of 2 people, and we have a contractor that we hired. So there's only 3 people working for this company, and only 2 are like co-founders. If Botland's making millions, my role is probably going to change slightly from mostly developer and somewhat CEO into some developer and mostly CEO, unless I hire someone to be a CEO. There's a lot of like businessy things to talk about there, and my short answer, since I don't like giving platitudes as answers, is I'd love to do it, but the longer answer is, yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to. Roving Eye, that's like the first nice thing you've said on stream. I really hope it works out. Not that it will, not that will help, but I think you deserve to do well and give hope to the rest of us. Thank you, Roving Eye. You know what? I'm gonna paste this into my OneNote, and that way you can't ever say that you're a bitter British man who hates Adam. There. Maybe your game explodes and become Lord Gaben II. I think not. I think the biggest explosion of a game that the industry has seen in the last 10 years has been Minecraft. It sold for $2.5 billion to Microsoft. That is crazy. And if you think about it, streamers for Minecraft are getting enough money to justify like a full career in just making a completely different game. A streamer in Minecraft can probably make as much money as Botland could make. So unless it explodes to like Minecraft levels, then Steam is a platform, and platforms I think will always be bigger than an individual item in that platform. Okay, anyway, I've just been talking for a while, so this is what I think we want to do next. Right now, when you say, I'll draw out a diagram. I love diagrams. Alright. No, we gotta get rid of this thing though. There. Okay, so let's say you are here, B, and there's an enemy landmine here, and then there's an enemy here, a target, and you have revealed this landmine. So you can see this, and you say this code. You say move to T. What you would probably want to happen is for you to move like this. But what's going to happen right now is you're going to move like this. Inside, see this guy, Blue Light? I have a complex game and I'm not sure the appeal is broad enough. Yeah, and that's one of the things that's definitely on our radar. We're trying to make Botland as accessible as we can to people, and one of the ways that we're going about doing that, the very first, was just make sure that Blockly is a thing. So not forcing you to write JavaScript is already a big step in the right direction. Not even forcing you to write this, that's another thing. If you guys go to YouTube and you take a look at the JavaScript coding thing, I pasted this a whole bunch of times before, but if you take a look at this, even if you know JavaScript, you don't have to code it for this game. And I show that in this video, and I'll just let this play, although you need to hear me talk, and I'm not going to talk about the video. Yeah, Minecraft is simple and creative, and both of those things have fueled its success, and yeah, Botland is going to be somewhat creative, but not in the same sense of creativity as Minecraft. And simple, there's much more to learn. Although I take that back. Minecraft is massively complex now if you try getting into the game. There's like enchanting, and there's crafting. Crafting recipes aren't even in the game as far as I know. There's mods, but they're not officially supported, so you have to go download them. You have to find what servers you want to play on. I don't know if there's a server list in the game anymore. I think there is, actually. Anyway, there's a lot of like little weird things in Minecraft, but that was part of the charm of it, and it already caught on by then. But yeah, whenever I go back to play Minecraft now, I'm like, how do I make a cake in the game? It's like egg and sugar and something and in some weird configuration, and then how do I enchant a weapon, and how do I get the enchantment, and what are levels for, and all that stuff's really confusing. But like I said, they didn't have that until they were already successful. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time. I think I might have talked about this on stream before, but Zyborn Clock, how many of you are familiar with this? This is like the greatest time I've ever had on the Something Awful forums. Absolutely incredible. Okay, so save by default and should not path over revealed landmines. And by the way, some of you might say, but wait a second, I want to kill this target. It's a very high priority target, so I want to path in the fastest way possible. There will be something like a force move to and a move to, or something like set move as unsafe, and then I'll move to from then on will path over landmines. There will be some way for you to do that, so don't worry. It's planned. So now what we need to do is we go into the shared arena and we look at our A star function that we have. A star, it's not there, it's in the server arena. A star. Yeah, so let's go down to the actual A star function. Here we go. Oh. Nice. Good job, Tyron. Yeah. Enough people ask why I use Bing, where I have it as a response. And by the way, the whole rewards thing, I haven't spent them since I started streaming, so you guys can actually see that I've been earning them over the days, and I'm up to $10 of credit now. I think like 7 of which have been from when I started streaming. So alright, we have our start tile and our end tile, and what we want to do is I think we want to like deprioritize the tiles with mines, because what happens if, and that's another test I gotta add actually, is right test for this. So one is make sure the basic functionality works, which is BMT, it should path around M, and then test when moving over a mine is the only possible path. So you basically have wall, BMT, wall. There. So if this is the case, then you have to path over the mine. So I think the way to do this is treat this as though the cost of this is like 10. So for you to path over this tile is like you had passed like this and got there. So if you had to take a really long path, then it could just be better for you to take this one. Tyron's wealthy, so he's spreading the wealth. Okay, in order for us to do this, we need to change the G score of a tile. So if you guys are familiar with the A star path, not the G score, the tentative G score, this. So if this is a mine, this needs to change from 1 to 10. But it needs to be a revealed mine. So how do we do this? Let's say let cost of neighbor equals 1. If there's a revealed mine on neighbor, then set the cost to 10. So how do we check to see if there's a revealed mine? Oh, that's a good question. So we have a reference entity, and we have is simulating terminator. No, you're always simulating when you call this though. So we just need to do this. We need to say get landmine. What is it? Get landmine at tile. Yeah, this is what we want. X, Y, simulating, and reference entity. So let landmine entity equals get landmine at tile, and it's tile X, tile Y. So what is neighbor? Neighbor is a tile. Neighbor.x, neighbor.y, simulating, and reference entity. Alright, if a landmine exists, well, we can just do this here. But we deprioritize sensed mind. So we do this. Util.exist landmine entity, question mark, then 10, otherwise 1. Okay, let's try that out. And the only way to really try this out is to write a test for it, because otherwise I guess we could, okay, fine. I'll give you guys the satisfaction of visually seeing this happen. So let's create a mine layer bot. It's going to lay a mine and then move right. Let's cut out the move right part. Okay, good. So now it's just going to lay a mine, and then it won't do anything. And that's going to be at 1, 0. So it is here. Oh no, then it doesn't need to move right. Yeah, okay. But then it needs to stop. So we really need to say this. Init equals function a equals true. And then over here we say if a equals false, move right, then closes. Zyborn clock seems pretty amazing. So it started off, I think when you have a group of people online, you eventually get to the point where you're like, let's do something together. And so they said, let's make a game together. And so a couple people came up with the idea of Zyborn clock, and it was going to have time as one of the core game mechanics. And this was back before game engines were really popular. So they were going to do this, like, let's get some programmers, let's get some artists, let's get some musicians. And then the rest of the forums just went off and did their own they just made fun of it all, and they came up with a bunch of memes back then. And one of them, oh man, Zyborn clock, time works the same way. There's some poster that came out of this. It might be on that. This will be impossible to find if it's not on here. Yeah, this image. How do you, okay, there we go. Imagine 4 balls on the edge of a cliff. Say a direct copy. I'll just link this to you guys. The text is ridiculous. Okay, so we have the mine layer bot, and that's going to be at 1, 0, and it's going to move right. And then it's going to stop. This won't work. No, we don't. Okay, let's. No, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this in a visual way, because it needs to take 2 turns, so we can't just create the other AI bot here. Oh, but we could. Okay, I have an idea. Let's do this. Let's close the server. We don't want the server up. Let's restart this. We should have that bot get created. We don't. Oh no, we do. But I have stop on caught exceptions. There's the mine layer bot. It should have moved right. There. No, it did. Okay, good. It should not lay another landmine though. If A and can lay landmine. Okay, and then it needs to keep moving right. Let's do that, I guess. I don't know. Alright, yeah, let's try that out. Then we need to create a debug bot that's going to move to one of the tile 2, 0. It needs to move to there. So this should move, not lay a landmine, and then move right again. Okay, good. That's perfect. So what we're going to do is, we're going to deploy a bot here, and we're going to say move to here. And it should go down, right, up. No, I won't do that. Right, we're going to try 2 things. We're eventually going to get here. Alright, let's do it. So, we say create AI bot in the simulation server. So, we got to be careful about how we do this. Let's do this. Okay, so debug main s equal debug main dot simulation server. So now we say s dot create AI bot, s dot player depot get 1. We're just gonna say move to 2, 0. And what this is gonna do is it's gonna move over the mine because it can't sense it, but that's fine. We don't care about that. And yep, all this other stuff is fine. Okay, let's try this out. Let's copy paste this into the browser. Client constants is not defined. Well, it doesn't need hardware for this. Should we just say nothing? undefined. Alright, let's try that again. Nice. Perfect. So it blew up the mine. Alright, great. Truder says, isn't it tight coupling to check for landmines in the generic pathfinding function? Wouldn't it be better with a component that generically raises the pathfinding heuristic for that tile? Yes, it would be. And I totally agree. Let me think about that. Yeah, I'll write this down in my notes. And by the way, welcome to chat. Consider adding a raise pathfind heuristic. Wait a second though. No, this is actually. Oh, darn it. Yeah, so I have coupled the A-star path function to landmines specifically. There could be other hazards. There's actually at least one other hazard that's planned. There could be other hazards that we want to increase the heuristic for. So perhaps add a component in that case. Yeah, it needs to be revealed to the current bot also. But I appreciate the suggestion. In fact, I will give you a point for your suggestion. Okay, so what we need to fix for this code though is we need to say reveal landmines, and we need to only reveal landmines once. So let's say init equals function. We will say a equals true, just like we did before. And then we say if a equals false, reveal mines. Okay, then we can paste in this. Now what should happen? We didn't get a bot, so I must have made a code error. Init equals function a equals true. If a equals false, reveal mines. Move to. Now, why did this not work? Let's try now. There we go. Oh, nope. So that broke. Wait. Is there any way for me to know if this worked? What if we said move down first? I think that should be getting hit. Good, alright, it was. Alright, so then reveal mines was working. Assuming it exists, which it must. So this is not making the cost of mines be more than that. Or I've screwed something up. So let's put a breakpoint here. And then let's refresh. Whoops, wait, no, we gotta wait for that to finish building. Oh, Truder, you are new to the stream. I thought you were. I thought I've never seen your name before. Now I know for sure because you only have 2 points. Okay, good. We've broken in. We can check to see what is our neighbor. Our neighbor is 1, 0. We know for sure that there's a landmine there, so this should be set to true. Oh, it is. Utility exists. So then we are setting our cost equal. Oh, we're just not using cost in this line below. So line 507 needs a change. Well, that would do it. Alright, let's try this now. Get this code again, and we will deploy a bot, and now it should path around the mine. Oh, the debugger's still there. Well, whatever, it should still path around the mine. Except for this will get called a million times. Oh, fine. It looked like it moved down. Ah, the debugger's still there. Or is that something else? What's going on? No, it is still there. Alright. It thinks it's there because I accidentally saved too soon after the first time. You can see that it says was changed twice. So now I gotta wait another like 6 seconds and then we should be able to test this out. And at some point I want to get lunch, but for some reason Wednesdays I always have like the most viewers around this time of day. Then I go to lunch and then nobody ever comes back. So I will just forego food for now. Alright, so idiot isn't such an idiot. It just worked. But if we don't call reveal mines, so if we, check this out, if we get rid of the reveal mines call here, then it'll path over the landmine. Therefore, that's invalid code. I gotta get rid of the second semicolon. There. Alright, nice, it's working. And as for Truder's suggestion, that's something I'll consider, I think, later, because we are going to revisit this function. I'm going to add in at least one other kind of a thing that bots would want to avoid. So this code doesn't need to exist anymore. We can get rid of that. Delete, delete. Alright, good. We're not going to check it in anyway. And then this code, again, is relatively self-contained at least. Double semicolon is invalid code. Semicolon. Yeah, so the reason that's invalid code is because empty statements aren't allowed. Oh, that didn't even print an error. Interesting. Well, that's an issue. It used to print an error, I thought. Huh. If we say something like foo, well, we need foo to exist. Then if we say an empty statement. Anyway, I disallow empty statements, but apparently that's a bug. Bug when you type an empty statement, it's not being highlighted. The reason I don't allow an empty statement is because you might I had a reason for this. I thought it was that you might put this in a place where I don't expect, and then injecting a function wouldn't work. I think that was the issue. Because remember, this code that you write is not the code that I actually run. I inject a whole bunch of stuff in here. So I was afraid that you'd do something like this. If foo, then just empty statement or something, and then I couldn't inject a call. Or I could, but it'd be harder. It'd just be one more thing for me to track. In fact, did I write something like that in here? Empty statement. I'm explicitly calling out empty statements here because I want to point out that they only serve to complicate things, and they don't add any functionality. For example, if you type for this and note the empty statement for a body, then we need to convert your empty statement into a check time node. It's easier to just not worry about empty statements. Well, that's only partially true. What I could have done is make sure that it's a block statement. But they do only serve to complicate things. The problem is that users, just like I did, would probably type them accidentally. But that's why I marked this as a bug. So I will fix this next. But for now, we need to run the test. But why did I was about to do something, and then Stellar said something. Oh, I was about to check in the code. That's right. I'd make a great protagonist in Memento because of my anterograde amnesia. Landmine entity, so we get the landmine at the tile. Yeah, so path finding now deprioritizes sensed landmines. Meaning we'll try to path around them. Yep. Okay, cool. So then we gotta write tests for this because this is pretty important functionality, and when there are only walls. Timon says, dang, the only guys programming web applications and games are those big ones. What? Who's in the game development streams? Timon, I don't understand your comment. What did those big ones mean? Are you upset to be in this stream right now? Alright, so we're gonna go modify arena test. And we're gonna add in 2 tests. The whole pathing around something when there's a landmine there. So let's go write that. And where do our tests begin? Here. Okay, well, given that Timon just followed me, I'm guessing he doesn't mean he's bothered to be here. Also, now's a good time to point out, if you do follow me, you can control over the lights in my room, which I haven't been messing around with too much. But yeah, so Timon, you should get a whisper sometime in the next minute, and you'll get a link, and the link is how you'll control them. So it's not a bad link, don't worry about it. I can show you what it looks like. It looks like this. And then I can just change things. So that turned red back there. And something else is going to turn green. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you guys can do that too. Okay, let us test this. So we need to should path around revealed landmines if possible. So one bot is going to lay a mine and then move right. What's it going to do? Yeah, I guess it's going to do that. So we need to say init equals function a equals, or well, lay m equals true, and then if lm lay mine, otherwise move right. Timon says, I'm searching a mate for making my interactive website, but I guess it's useless asking you. Wait, why? Why is it useless asking me? You can ask me your question. I don't mind answering. I'm so far been confused by 2 of your 3 IMs. That is not a good ratio. Okay, so we have the mine layer bot, and that's going to be at 1. Oh, let's give it some padding. So yeah, we'll put it at 1, 1. And then we'll put our bot at 0, 1. So we'll put it like that. And then the sensor bot is going to have code that just says move to, let's get rid of this. We'll say move to, and what's that coordinate going to be? 2, 1. What? Timon, I don't understand. Why would you say it's useless asking me then? Wouldn't it be the most helpful to ask me? Because I already did it? I'm so confused. Alright, so assert landmine is at 1, 1. And then let's move this bot out of the way. So the mine layer is going to need to be updated. Let's put this here. So update it a couple of times. So if it started here and we updated it twice more, then it should be at 4, 2, 4, 1, 4, 1. Right here, 4, 1. Yeah. Okay, so assert that it's at 4, 1 by this point. And that's the mine layer bot. Now the sensor bot should still be at 0, 0 at this point. Or no, 0, 1. Oh man, I am just not good with coordinates apparently. Then we're going to update that. So let's update it. And it should be, well, it could have gone up or down. We don't actually care which direction it went. So we just need to make sure that its distance from the target is 3. So if it's here, then it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah. We gotta make sure that its distance from the target is 3. So there's somewhere that I assert distance to cloak bot. That's not it. Here it is. So this is what we do. We say sensor bot. It's not really sensor bot. It's oh, we didn't reveal the landmines. Oh, so we've got to do one extra thing actually. We're gonna need to fix this up, but let's assert distance between entity and tile. So this is gonna be sensor bot, and the tile, which is I guess 2, 1, is 2. So it starts off and it's 2 tiles away. Makes sense. Great. Then we update the bot. Now we make sure that the distance is 3. So it actually went farther away. Then we update it again and it goes down to 2. We update it again and it goes down to 1. And we update it again and it's there. Bozzy says, hi Adam, what is / will be the objective of this game? So I can demonstrate that for you. This is Botland, and let's hope that it loads. Okay, good. So the way that you play this game is you create bots, and you create bots by dragging on various pieces of hardware. So if I want to lay landmines, I would take landmines, and depending on the strength of this, it could let me lay more or do more damage, something like that. And I only have 7 slots in my machine. I know that's not being represented right now, but I'm just telling you that. So if I do something like this is a valid machine. If I try adding something on top of that, like missiles, this is no longer valid. If I try deploying, it won't work. So there, I have landmines and cloaking and lasers. That's the first step. I've configured my machine. Next, I write automation for it by either writing JavaScript or using the visual programming language Blockly, where I can just connect things, and if these things connect, then you've written valid code. So here we go. I've got if lasers will hit in any direction, then nope, this does not make sense. Okay, hang on, let me fix this code. Let's just do this. We'll trash that and we'll just use the fire lasers code. And because we only have fire lasers on here, let's also put lasers level 3. Let's delete this block and put lasers level 3. So now we'll call this the BozzyBot. When we deploy this, we can see BozzyBot is shooting lasers at things. And where are other BozzyBots? Yeah, and then they don't move when they don't have anything to shoot because I didn't give them the logic to do that. Timon says, may I Skype with you or go on TeamSpeak? I like your idea with the lights. Yeah, sure. Also, if you want, this is a quick explanation of how the light system works. I put it in a paste bin. I mean, it's a very simple explanation, but feel free to Skype me. Send me a Twitch message, and I'll try to respond to you after the stream. In fact, let me write this down, I guess. Blue bots first, that doesn't matter. So then this, and then Skype with Timon and I too. Yeah, so then Bozzy, after you've done all of that, you deploy them into the arena, and then you're very hands-off at that point. You can't click one and say, okay, I want to move right, I want to move right. That won't work. And so the objective is going to be based on the game mode. Right now it's just deathmatch, so you see everything trying to kill each other. But eventually there could be something like capture the flag or harvest the most resources that you can. So the objective is going to be based on the game mode. And then you asked what's the win conditions for the game. Yeah, so that's kind of the second part I just mentioned. I only just saw your question. And it's going to be an online multiplayer game that's free to play. It'll probably be out about 1.5 years from now, but I'm going to give people access to this stuff that you see on screen within the next week. So that'll be very interesting. I'm sure there'll be a lot of things that you guys discover that I just did not intend yet. And like I said, strategies are going to be imbalanced. That's totally fine. I expect every single tile on the map will be covered in landmines. That's probably going to happen too, so we'll fix that stuff eventually. Alright, so I think at that point we're done. Next we just need to make sure that we've called reveal mines. So let's say reveal mines equals true. If reveal mines, and set it to false. So the very first call you do is going to be, this will reveal the landmine. Okay, good. And we should make sure, we should actually write the negative of that test. Write a EMT test where you haven't revealed mines and make sure you get the mine. When will I stop streaming? In about 3.5 hours. But if it's 10 o'clock for you, then I guess, yeah, you won't be able to Skype. Well, okay, Timon, if you want, you can send me a Twitch message and I'll just try to respond to that afterward. In fact, I gotta get lunch soon. Whew. It's 1:30 for me, and lunchtime for me is like 12. So how about we just write this test and then I go get lunch? I should make a straw poll. Should Adam eat lunch? Okay, so let's see what we got here. Assert that there's a landmine at 1-1. Good. Then update the mine layer to move them right. Now move the mine layer far enough right so that it's not blocking the sensor bot. Alright, good. Assert entity coordinates. So the mine layer is going to be a 4-1, and then our bot starts at 0-1. So the first call is just going to reveal the landmine. Now the distance between our tiles, this is kind of unnecessary. If we're asserting that we're at 0-1, the distance between 0-1 and 1-2 is always going to be 2. So we only need to do one of these things. So let's just keep it at that. So we start at 2. The first move actually increases our distance to the target tile. If you're making this full time, how are you streaming? How are you sustaining yourself financially, if you don't mind my asking? So I'm not filthy rich. Oh my god. I saved up a lot of money before this, and I also have a wife, and she has a job, and so we're not like Well, I'm not going to talk about my financials too much more than that. But that's the short story. Saved up money, and also my wife works. I do not do private cam shows. I don't do public cam shows. I don't do cam shows. All right, let's try running this test run. But yeah, I don't make any money off of Botland right now. There's no subscribing to me, there's no donating to me, there's no ad revenue, there's no sponsors, there's nothing like that. So what you're witnessing is all just me spending money. Yeah, maybe I'll put a donate button on there eventually. That way you guys can donate money. There's no landmine on the tile. What? Of all the things to fail, that should not have been one of them. Did I not put the right code on here? Mine layer takes the lay mine code. And as soon as it gets deployed, there should be a landmine at the tile. Oh, that means that this code is invalid. Oh man, I keep doing that. I need to put a semicolon there. If LM lay mine move right. I'm gonna try that out. Hey SwiftBlue. I sent the message, maybe check your spam folder. Yeah, Twitch was annoying. I apparently the first time I was streaming, I had something like 8 messages. They all went to spam. So I turned that off. But yeah, I'll write this afterward. Check Twitch messages for tomorrow's message. Okay, now it says an entity's tile X is not what we expected. Where is this? Where's this coming from? It's probably the mine layer bot. It's at 1.1, so yeah, when it updates twice, it's not at 1.1 anymore. It's gonna be here at 3.1. Yep, stupid mistake. You need to assert the code as valid. Yeah, that's true, Andre. How long have I been a game developer? Professionally, not a very long time at all. For a hobby, pretty much since I started coding. In the where do I do this? Create player bot. In this, make sure the code is valid, and if not, throw an exception. Yeah, in Orange. I don't ever remember the. Yeah, here we go. I answered well like a politician? Oh. That's actually one of the things I hope to never do in a serious capacity, is ever answer a question without answering the question. I'm not so big or important that I have to give like CEO kinds of answers to people. Oh, what am I doing? If I send you a webcam, will you add a mouse cam? Do you actually want a mouse cam? Everything that happens on my mouse is going to be just my thumb moving around, which you guys have pretty much seen this. I've already shown you this before, but I can switch between tabs and move windows around and maximize them and go page up and page down and move around code, and I can hit space and backspace. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to say how long I've been coding. Oh, yeah, that. Okay, did the test pass? Oh, come on. It still hasn't passed. I expected 3 and I got 1? What? That means that... Oh, I forgot to say LM equals false. Oh, that was the problem. Do I have pets, cat cam? No, I don't have pets. I really like cats, but I don't want to own a cat. We had them growing up, and it's just, you've got to clean up after them. I'm wearing a black shirt right now. If this were when I was growing up, the shirt would have been white, covered in cat hair. And then if your friends are allergic, then they start tearing up when they come to your place. Okay, so the test passed. I think, here's what I'll say this. let's run a giveaway. As long as people are here right now, let's do a quick giveaway, and then I'm gonna document what we're gonna do in the afternoon, and hopefully we get to the reflect shield today. So let's run a giveaway. Debug main.giveaway. So there, it auto creates bots for all of you guys in the arena, and then they just battle it out. So I'll just let that run while I document some stuff over here. So post lunch, finish coding test, then possibly do reflect shield. I guess linked. Oh, it's down to 3 people. Wait, this is like a confirmed spammer. I'm surprised they're still in my chat. In fact, this is probably a spammer also. Right, is it? Hey, DO5 Sifsate, if you're in chat, say something. Can you make a phone call with your mouse? No, it's my one weakness. Hey you, DO5 Sifsate, are you there? Whatever, I'm still just gonna give this person a go get. Because they did technically win. So if you guys were beaten by a spammer, then you were beaten by a spammer. Okay, now let's go away for lunch, and how I'm going to do this is first I'm going to go to resume token as lunch BRB, and I believe, yes, Norm is the only person who's there. So when I do BRB lunch, let's do 27 minutes again. And then I think we say, what, machine gun Norm here? Does that work? Thanks for the support, Machine Gun Norm. So now we need to post-stream remove him from the list. From the launch BRB list. Okay, yeah, I'll be back in probably about 20 minutes. I know I wrote 25. And yeah, I appreciate all the follows, guys. That's like totally great. And I'm cutting into my lunchtime, so I'll try to be back as soon as possible. We'll finish up the day today. I'll be on for another, let's see, probably 3 hours after I get back. So yeah, see you guys soon. I am back. Oh, nice. Alright, hello again everyone. Now I wrote a note post-lunch, finished coding tests. Alright, will do. This test is going to be slightly more annoying to code, but still possible. So, let's see how I'm going to do this. This should path over revealed landmines if that is the only possible path. MS Fisher says, hey, I'm back from training. What did I miss? Mic is off. Wait, what? The mic should be on. Can you hear me? I should be able to hear me. Well, I'll just keep talking. Yeah, so I don't think you've missed very much. Today, so far, let's see what we did. So, fixed a bug, wrote test, fixed a bug, fixed a bug. This is one real change. Refactored, fixed the bug, and kind of fixed the bug. So, today's been mostly like bug fixes and tests. And we're going to write 2 more tests, and then we're finally done with the testing for a while. Then maybe we'll code Reflect Shield. I hope to code Reflect Shield today. I hope to at least start it. Yeah. Also, let me take a quick look. Where do I stand in the dev charts? Number 2. Alright, not bad. Yeah, he missed all the boring stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I've got to do this stuff, and unfortunately that means people need to watch me do the boring stuff too. And yeah, Lulong is happy. I'm assuming you got your Java program working? I didn't ever explicitly ask about that. So this one, we have the lane mine code. We're going to move right. So we're going to start in this position, and then this is going to move to here. So 3. That's perfect. That's fine. And then, you know what, we could make this a little bit easier on ourselves by testing it this way. Here's what we do. We start the mine bot is here, and then it moves over to the right over to here, so that there's a sort of a wall bot there, and you start here. Then we put wall bots here, here. Actually, no, we just need to put one there. That's it. And then we try pathing over to here, let's say, and it should move over the mine, because that's the only possible way to move. Yeah, so we can do that. So let's put these in the first row. Then when we move over, we're there. And then we put a wall bot, blocker bot. Nice, good job, Lulong. No opcode. And this is going to go directly beneath you. Whoops. So it's at 0, 1. That's where the wall bot is. Good. So then we're going to do the same thing we did before. So assert that there's a landmine there. Now move the mine layer. Yep. Now this reveals the landmine, and then when we, I don't know how to do this. We're not pathing to 1, 2 anymore. We're pathing to 2, 0. So over here, our distance to 2, 0 at the very beginning is going to be 2. Good, then we force update the bot, and now it should be 1. We should basically be on the bot, and then verify that we took damage. First move, yep, and then we do it one more time, and we should be there. So this should be 0. Good, and then assert entity took damage, sensor bot. And we assert this actually right here. So you will have hit the mine here. Okay, let's run that through our test. Okay, so we have tests for when you can path around the mine, test for when you're forced to hit the mine, And then a test for when you haven't revealed the mine, and we need to make sure that you hit the mine then too, which is, well, let's see. I think it's easiest to copy this. So should path around revealed mines if possible. Should not path around hidden mines. So we write pretty much the same code. The only thing we don't do is the reveal mines part. So we just say move to, whoop, that didn't work. We say move to 2-1. Good. And then the first move will put us in the landmine. So we get rid of this. We will have hit the landmine now. Wait, it's at 1-1 though. This shouldn't be correct. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so yeah, and then assert took damage. Center bot. Hidden revealed mines. Did I say that? Oh yeah. All right. Should not path around hidden landmine. So did the other test pass? There is no landmine on the tile 1-1. Yeah, that was a mistake. I meant to write 0-0 on this because the 1-0. There. Move the mine layer far enough right. Okay, so let's try that out. Yep. And it's possible, if we had insta-kill landmines, it's possible the landmine would kill you and then you wouldn't be able to do the rest of the test. But that's okay, because that's not the important part of the test. The important part is just that you get hit by the landmine. Expected distances around equal. This is probably just me mistyping something. Let's see, what's that test? Not path around hidden landmines. So here. So the mine layer is at 3-1. That's correct. Now we, oh whoops, this is wrong. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So let's do this. This will cause you to hit the landmine. Yep. We can put that there. Alright, looks good. So those are the 3 tests I wanted to do. Let's just make sure they pass. While those are working, let's check this in. Just gotta wait for this to finish. Nice, 214 tests pass. We have a Valentine's Day amount of tests. So, added tests for pathfinding around revealed tiles. Revealed landmines. Alright, let's push. And then I know that would have been the perfect time to amend our last commit with any linting corrections that we make, but guess what? I don't care. 3 words you'll hear me say on stream a lot. Because it doesn't matter if we make another commit. Is the BRB forever or just a single day? It's just a single day. You see that? I ran autocorrect in my brain. Oh, well, now you typed a single, so you're probably going to think that you typed it before when I said it. But I turned Abe Flea into single. Okay, we linked it. Cool, cool. And possibly do reflect shield. So let's just see, make sure the code is valid. We're going to do this. This is Orange Ray's suggestion. So thanks, Orange Ray. And let's code it. So in create player bot, now I don't know where this is defined. It's in the simulation server. We can cut out all the checks that we have here. We don't care about those. No, there it is, test simulation server. So here we want to make sure, so presumably we always want to create a player bot. So let's just assert in here. In fact, we could validate the code, but that's what this does. So let's say let bot entity equal that, and assert. Do we have assert here? No. I can't see what I'm doing. There. So const assert equals require assert. And then let's delete those lines again. And then let's assert that, darn it, I need to get this as well. Alright, assert util.exist bot entity. You tried creating a bot whose code was, you tried creating an invalid bot. Perhaps the code is wrong. Oh, and then we need to return it. Ooh, if we didn't return it, that'd be bad. Okay, so now let's purposely screw up a bot. We're going to, in here, we're going to say like just a bunch of right curly braces. And now when we run the test, it should pass all of the tests except for that one. And it should give us a very obvious error for that one. So hopefully that's the case. Yeah, well, this is taking a long time. So let's just check in. Okay, you don't need that. This we're not going to check in, so it's just this. Added some, what do you call this? Like guard code? You tried creating an invalid bot. Perhaps the code is wrong. Okay, good. That's perfect. So we can revert this now. Added some, I'll just write guard code to make sure a bot is valid when creating it in the arena test. There are too many times where I've accidentally typed invalid code, and the only indication that I'd done so was a message like could not call get component on undefined. Okay. Alright, so that's done. Thanks, Andre. And this we're going to save for later. This is something I kind of wanted to do, but not totally. So, I've told you guys how, I think you guys understand how cloaking works now and how landmines work and how you can't necessarily see landmines unless you reveal them. So what you might want to know in the game is, what can my bot see? And then you should just be able to click it and see what it sees. But I'm not going to code that part yet. That's a new thing that we'll work on later. I want to focus on hardware for as much of this week as I can. Lilong says, how do those tests work? So the tests are running through something called Mocha, which is just a simple test framework. It lets you do things like, where is it? Here we go. It lets you say that, oh, before every test that I run, before every test that I run, do this. Before all the tests, do this. And then there's each test definition is here. So the way these tests work is I tried to simplify it down to just what I needed. So first you define code for some things, then you produce some bots, and then you can update those bots and make sure that the game plays out the way that it should. So for example, I might do something like create a bot right here, and now call move down, and then make sure that it's on the tile beneath it. So those are some simple tests that I might do. And there need to be a lot of them, because if there's any way you can screw up the state of the arena, then you can screw it up on every single server very easily by copy pasting code. It's not like, so imagine that this were a game where you had to manually control. Imagine Super Mario Brothers. And imagine there's some really, really hard to activate glitch. In fact, there is a very hard to activate glitch in Super Mario Bros. It's the whole jumping off walls thing. Super Mario Bros. Wall jump. I hope this shows the one I want. Yeah. Well, I don't know how hard this is to do. But if we go to this, oh my god, look, the first 20 seconds of the video are absolutely pointless. Yeah, so do you see that? He's like jumping off the pipes here, and even there. So imagine if something like that existed in this game. That's hard to do in Mario, but since you activate all of your bots with code, it's trivially easy to do in Botland. So that's why we need to make sure glitches are like, there's nothing in the arena. Because of how reproducible it would be. Okay, I think reflect hardware is what we'll do. So let's put this right up here. And then if we have time, which we won't, we'll do missiles. But we'll probably end up getting to missiles on Friday. So reflect hardware, what are we going to do? This is going to have can reflect. So yeah, there's the usual, there's APIs. So can reflect, then reflect. And then this is the first example of hardware that only has a chance to do what you want it to do. So reflect is going to work 100% of the time, and then it activates a reflect shield. However, once your reflect shield is up, it's not a 100% chance that you reflect projectiles. In fact, this is something... This is going to be lumped into different hardware. Let's just leave it like this for now. Or should I call this shields? There are also shields though, and they're different. Hi, Risa. Okay, well we have can reflect, and then I guess is reflecting. So we're also going to need blockly blocks, we're going to need hardware, we're going to need the same thing we had here, cloak cooldown component and is cloaked component. So reflect cooldown component and is reflecting component. And what else? The reflect sprite. Well, let me look at the game design doc really fast. See, the thing is, there are different kinds of shields in the game. One is obviously a reflect shield, that's what we're about to code. And then there are also just normal shields, which when you get hit, they take damage off your shields instead of taking them off of you. And I think what we said is that reflect is going to be sort of like a modifier on normal shields. And if that's what we're going to do, then how I code this will end up being different. But I can always change it in the future. Let's see what I wrote here. And I'm doing this off screen because I'm not going to show you guys the game design doc. Oh man, Google Docs is having like the hardest time loading this. The document is 38 pages. Okay, so reflect. When a secondary damage source would have been reflected, the damage is simply negated. Yeah, I don't think we even wrote this down. So I'm going to need to talk about this. So I'm going to write this down in another note that's off stream. Sorry about this. And then we'll code it. So is reflect a variation on shield? Are they separate pieces of hardware? Okay. So we need all this stuff. And for now, we have images, we have reflect shield. So let's take this into botland. Client public images. So this is our reflect shield that we have. Remember, this is all just temporary graphics. Also, we don't really need wall anymore, but we have our reflect shield. Is there anything else to really consider here? Maybe we should templatize how we do this. When it comes to adding hardware, I think this is what we always have to do, something like this. Blockly blocks, hardware. So it's make the APIs require the hardware. Can't you make shields now? Oh, you might be talking about walls, and I removed those from the game. So there's no concept of shield right now in botland. But if what you were asking is, can't I code shields now? I suppose I could. I don't think that's what you're asking, but I'm going to code reflect instead right now. So this is the template for making new hardware. New hardware, APIs, so whatever they are, they would go here. Then any components, e.g. cooldown component is blanking component, or even is blank component, something like that. Then any sprites that we want to add, any hardware, blockly blocks and test. Build the reflect shield and the normal shield. Yeah, so we're going to have hardware with modifications on it. So like I mentioned this a million times before, lasers and vampiric lasers, for example. And there's nothing to support those modifications in game yet. I want to get as much what I'm calling base hardware as I can. So base hardware would be lasers, and then the variation, so vampiric lasers, would be special hardware. So reflect may be special hardware, I don't know. I've got to talk to the designer about that. But yeah, let's start with this. So first, gotta make sure we don't have any changes. Good, so let's go code up reflect. And in order to do that, we'll do cloak cooldown component. We'll save this as reflect cooldown component. And we'll change this to reflect. This is on entities that can call the reflect API. Good. True, the cooldown is to use reflect. There's no need to serialize this, it's only just on the server. Yeah, I think all this is fine. The only thing we have a problem with is that, which we will fix. So the cloak cooldown, let's put this down here, and let's call this reflect cooldown. And let's lowercase that. Whoops. That's not lowercase. There we go. So we change this to reflect. Okay, so we have our reflect cooldown component. We also need our is reflecting component. Haha. Is reflecting component. And we change the word cloaked in here to reflecting. Which we shouldn't just blanket change it. Let's do it this way. Reflecting, so this is used to tag reflecting entities. Then this needs to change to is cloaked, changes to is reflecting. Good. Is reflecting. Alright, good. So we have duration. You don't need to serialize this since, yep, when it stops reflecting. Okay, so we have our two components. That's good. Next, let's start to work on the APIs. So we have a cloak API, so let's change this to can reflect. We have an is cloaked, let's change that to is reflecting. And we have a cloak, which we'll change to reflect. That's not actually true. We should call this like activate reflecting. What did I call it in the prototype? Software validator. Oh, it was called reflect. Okay, then let's leave it as reflect, I suppose. Okay, so we have those APIs. Now let's start to code them. So we have a cloak API. We're going to change this into a reflect API. Let's get the reflect cooldown component. Reflect cooldown component. And we get cloak turns into reflect. And eventually what we'll see is that a lot of these APIs are going to be very similar, and then we're going to consolidate this. So I'm actually going to write this in here. Consolidate, reflect, and cloak since they're so similar. Also, is my keyboard cam still working? Yeah, it is. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see. Okay, so this is going to change to can reflect. And we can see if we can just copy paste values like this, then right, this can be consolidated eventually. Then we get the reflecting hardware, which means we need to eventually add that in. Let's just do that now. Hardware.js. What did I call it? Hardware constants. There we go. So let's put this here. Reflect. Search for cloaking. We change this. Good. Reflect. Let's also look at the prototype for what I did for this. Hardware.js. That's what it's called there. I still haven't updated. No, not to Windows 10. Temporarily reflects shields and lasers. Or missiles and lasers. Reflect shields. Ha. Okay. So there's that. Then we put in hardware tiered data. We need something like what we have for reflect. And in here, we're going to add one extra thing. So we call this reflect tier data, and we're going to add in a chance to reflect equals, let's just say 0.5. No, that's just not chance to reflect. Okay, and is that, I really should just leave this open. Yeah, chance to reflect was stored as a number. So this is a percent from 0 to 100. That's how we're going to do it this time around. And it's a number. Alright, next up, we change this to reflect tier data. These things are all fine. We're going to put in one extra parameter, which is chance to reflect, and capitalize that. And we will set this to 40, 50, and 60. Sounds good. Okay, so now we have the hardware data. We get that, we get the duration and the cooldown. We set the cooldown, we add not an isCloaked component, but instead an isReflecting component. Reflecting. Cloaked turned into reflecting. So we go back into reflect and add that component. Then we update the entity indexer. We're going to need, well, no, I think that's fine for now. And let's say entity activated reflect. Entity started reflecting. I think this is better. Entity activated reflect. So now entity cloaked, or was it cloak entity? It was cloak entity. We change this everywhere. And let's just put it in both right now. So we're going to say entity activated reflect and put that as entity activated reflect, and then entity deactivated reflect. Yeah. Okay, then we have functions for these, which we're just not going to do anything yet. Entity activated reflect and entity deactivated reflect. Assert false. I have to code this. Alright, we go to the next one. So we have cloak entity. Let us take both of these and change this to server reflect. No, what did I call it? Entity activated reflect. Entity activated reflect. Then we just change this one to deactivated, and then we copy both of these things over to here. Alright, so we have entity activated reflect. These need to be reflected in constants. Reflect is reflected, and I believe the number 21 was not used either. We could bump those down, but I don't really want to do that right now. So let's do activated reflect is going to be 27, and then deactivated is going to be 28. And let's put comments here. Set by server when an entity activates reflect. We can say the server here. And this is when they deactivate reflect. Okay. We got to keep looking through these. So we have cloak and uncloak. Let's copy paste this stuff. And yeah, this is going to need to change. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And yeah, let's put some of these in here. So we have export const these equal these. And let's put uncloak up there. Yeah, good. Okay, so we have entity activated and entity deactivated. Now we need to put these in here too. It's at least got simpler from what it used to be. This is going to be deactivated. And finally, we have the router actions. So let's do this. Export const that equals that. Okay, I think that's pretty much everything. Entity activated reflect, and this is deactivated. And I'll put those same things here. Alright, and why Risa asks, sorry, I didn't see that until just now. I haven't upgraded to Windows 10 just because, well, at first it was because I was worried that it would break the stream in some way, and now I just haven't done it. So I think it's best for me to do it on the weekend, that way I can get used to things and I'm not floundering around on stream. I just haven't gotten a chance to do it yet. Alright, have we changed everything? Yes, we have. Okay, so we haven't coded those functions, but in code execution system, reflect function should have this. So as long as let's create a sprite. So in Pixie Wrapper, we have the landline. Let's take in reflect shield. Did I call it reflect? Yes, I did. Now let's take a look at the client arena. Here we have entity activated cloaking. Oh, which by the way, we should move this. Uncloak should be next to it. Yeah, there we go. So in here, we add an isCloaked component. That is enough for us to know to redraw the sprite, or to draw it differently, I should say. And so is having reflect activated. So let's put this here for now. Let's add is reflecting component. And we put that here. Wow, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I liked Windows 7, and I like Windows 8 also. I mean, okay, so I might be a little bit biased. I worked on Windows 8, but the start screen is where people took, I think, the biggest exception. And yeah, I hardly use mine. I have, 5 icons in the desktop? So, and I don't even use pgadmin anymore, so I really only need 4 icons on here. And in that sense, it's basically like a better Windows 7. But yeah, I understand how people disliked all of the new apps in an app store and what a lot of people see as roadblocks to just using their computer. Linux. I always spell it Linux because I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. I know it's not Linux. The guy's name is Linus. But anyway, yeah, so let's get the entity, then we say an entity activated reflect. An entity that activated reflect doesn't exist. Sure. And we add the is reflecting component and update it. Great. Next, when we go to render this, so render entities, we have an is cloaked component there. We're also going to need to say get component, what is it, is reflecting. So if that exists, draw a reflect shield on top. This is something where we could have a single reflect shield that we draw over every bot. There's no reason to make multiple sprites for that. Search searches the web in 8. When I want to search my file system, I just open up Explorer and go to search. But yeah, I guess there was a search files on here. I don't know. Haven't used Windows 10 yet. So draw a reflect shield on top. The question is, how do we want to do this? Do we make a reflect sprite for everyone? We probably do, so that they can be animating differently. We could just... No, how do we do this? I think the best way to do this would be to add a sprite component and then just render it. But the sprite is like the main sprite that we use. So we need to get all of the sprites. I prefer pressing the winky than typing the first 2 letters of the thing I want. Yeah, Oh, Windows key. I wasn't making fun of you when I said winky. That's how I was reading what you said. But yeah, I understand that. Wanting to do this and then searching for something and seeing what comes up. Yeah, and there's no way to even change that in Windows 10. Because the way I look at operating systems is I'll find a way to use them. So if there's something that bugs me, I'll just work around it. Plus, I find myself rarely searching my hard drive unless I'm searching a very specific folder, and then I'll just navigate to it in a command window. Anyway, what I'm thinking of doing here is let's make a reflect shield for each individual thing that wants it. So now I'm just debating what's the best way to do this. And is this ever going to exist again? I suppose it's going to exist in the form of shields also. We could have like an extra sprite component. We don't really need that. We could just add another sprite component. That's all it is. So let's go to sprite component and see what this has. Yeah, we can just add another sprite component, I think. But then everywhere that we, yeah, this should be fine. Okay. Then when we get activated reflect, add a reflect sprite also. I ended up with 50 plus registry changes to fix it like I wanted. Oh boy. Here's artist. I'm doing well. And yeah, I am working on reflect shields right now. With any luck, we'll get the basic functionality of reflect shields working by the end of the day. And with a lot of luck, we'll have finished coding the tests also. But I don't expect that to happen. Reflect had a lot of weird edge cases. So yeah, I don't know if we'll even get it done. But for now, let's not worry about that. New sprite component. So we want to do this. We want to do this up here, and we want to add a reflect sprite. So let's make it, take the reflect texture. It doesn't need a tint. This will just, whatever, we'll just keep this how it is. Tile X and tile Y are not known right now, so we do need to modify that. And let's just use this as offsets. Let's say this is like 0, 0. I don't know if that's a great way of doing things. And then entity. Now update the entity. Okay, so that's done. Now render needs to change. Render entities. So we need to get all of the sprites in here. And now this doesn't even matter really, whether it's reflecting or not. So now const all sprites equals entity.getComponents. I believe we wrote getComponents. Yes, and that returns an array. And that's component names dot sprite. Now, if all sprites dot length is greater than 1, then we need to iterate over it. So we do for all sprites dot length. We say let I equal 1. So we already rendered the base sprite. So now render any extra sprites. So let's do this. Let sprite component. Do we have a sprite component already up here? This might be a redefinition. Well, let's just say extra sprite equals all sprites I dot sprite. Then we say extra sprite dot x equals the base sprite that we had. So sprite dot position dot x plus. Oh, we can't do that unless we save off coordinates. These would have to be absolute positions, but they're not. They're based on the sprite. Okay, let's just do this. This'll look wrong. MS Visser, see ya. Wait, I'm missing a whole bunch of stuff in chat apparently. Monadic Bind says, what actions does a player take while in a game instance of Botland? Like, do you just program your bots and watch them go, or is there more interaction than that? That's it. That's all that's planned for now. Yeah. And there might be more later. But we wanted to avoid manual action in the first couple of versions at least. I'll just wait for Windows 11 and then hopefully remove the Xbox pop-up when you start more games. Okay. Yeah, so let's draw this. Camera.render extra sprite. So this will be in the wrong position, but it should at least exist. Let's try this out. So the way we're going to try it, let's open this up and we'll do if, well, we don't have can reflect right now, so let's just get rid of it completely. Let's just do this. Reflect. And it doesn't take hardware yet, so, oh yes it does. There's just no way to get hardware. Whoops, well that was a mistake. Code execution system. Reflect hardware. Yeah, we won't have this. In fact, how does cloak even work? Oh, can cloak is based on whether this component exists. So we know that you have the hardware because we added it when you got it. We need to change that. We need to change this whole function for right now. We'll just say that you can always reflect. This is not going to be good. Alright, so then let's do this. Const duration equals 5. The duration doesn't even matter, it's not used. Oh, and then we have these bugs we gotta fix. Well, the one bug. Alright, let's refresh. Try this out. Do we get a little reflect symbol? Come on, R2-D2. Did we get an error at least? No, we didn't. Okay, let's try again. Let's put a breakpoint in here. Yeah, good. Oh good, it's getting hit at least. Entity real ID is not defined. So yeah, where's that coming from? Good. So it's coming from here. Oh, I never pass it in. Oh goodness. Goodness gracious. Oh, Stellar just said there's a reference error. And monadic bind set. Wait a second. Okay, yeah. Since enough people are talking, just tag me in a message if you want me to see. Monadic bind says, so all of your gameplay is done outside of the game then? By gameplay, I mean actions not taken by bots. Yeah, mostly for right now. So you will decide how you want a bot configured, and hopefully that's something that you need to change as the game goes on. So if you see bots using just lasers, you'll probably want reflect or cloaking or something like that. And maybe you want to sprinkle landmines in there too. And then it'll be managing bots a little bit and then figuring out what's best to use. Yeah, maybe at some point we add in a totally different layer of manual action on top. I'm just saying it's not planned for right now. So let's try deploying this. Okay, good. We're at least seeing this show up. And granted, it's in the wrong place. And it can be used as many times as you want. So why is that happening? Let's go into Client Arena, Render Entities, and we have the extra sprite here. So we said that its position is going to be the same as the sprite's position. What I find, oh, I used the X coordinate twice. And I said this twice also. Okay, well that was a big mistake. Risa says the game looks awesome. Any demo version available someday? Yeah, sometime in the next week. And by next week I mean next 9 days. So don't take me literally when I say a week at 7 days. Do lasers shoot in a line or do they always go toward a target? They shoot in a line. So but they shoot instantaneously. So while it looks like there's travel time on them, they've already done their damage as soon as they've been shot. So there's no dodging a laser. There are projectiles that will be dodgeable in some sense, but it'll be, well, they'll see when I code that. I said next week, last week. No. I said, guarantee, assuming the lawyer gets me the EULA, I will have a pre-alpha for you by the end of October. I am standing by this. And I just talked to the lawyer today. Well, I emailed last night. He emailed back today saying that I should get this sometime in the next 10 days. So, yeah. Well, he said well before the 10 days is over. So I'm assuming sometime in the next couple days. By the way, I've also contacted the movers again because they broke 3 of my Hue bulbs. And it sounds like that's going to get resolved. Alright, yeah. So this is all I wanted to happen. I know that the reflect shields are in a weird spot on the bot. That's fine. And I know that they're getting spammed and that they're not actually reflecting. So I'm aware of all that. And yeah. Stellar says, it looks odd if it's travel time. Make it a line for a second instead. That's possible. So these are not final graphics. And the other thing is, all of the instantaneous projectiles will sort of appear this way. So when I do code missiles are going to be the same way. They'll move in a range, so it won't look so weird when it comes to missiles because they can already fire diagonally, but as soon as they've been shot, they've already done their damage. I might end up changing that in the future. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, let's see what we got. So we need to clean up what we've done, because I don't want to make reflect fully functional yet. I just wanted to get it to the point where it's working. Or maybe I do just make it fully functional. Alright, fine. You twisted my leg. Twisted my leg? Pulled my leg? I don't know. I don't even know idioms anymore. Alright, let's look for cloaking in here. So let's do reflect. And we need a color for reflect. What are we going to use? This is everybody's favorite time of day. Color picking time. Let's go into the block factory and take a look. Color. So I think the defensive thing should be more toward the bluish red end of the spectrum. Cloaking is, well, what do we have so far? Here are the colors we have so far. Red, a reddish orange, green for harvesting, black for cloaking, and like a yellowish for landmines. So these are the offensive ones, and they're more toward the reddish yellow end of the spectrum. So let's pick a nice blue, 210. There. So there's reflect, and then we just need to mark it as usable. Reflect. Okay, so now you can drag reflect hardware on, but it won't actually be used until we uncomment these lines. So let's uncomment them. Done. Now the problem is you don't have a reflect cooldown component, so we need to look at where we did cloak cooldown component, and we add that here, set up extra components. So we do the same thing for reflect. And like I said, we're going to combine a lot of this code, so same thing, where did I write this? Also consolidate, set up extra components. But here it'll be reflect hardware. Oops, reflect hardware. Yep, and that's going to be reflect. Add a reflect cooldown component. Good. Now we just need to make use of this. Alright. Alright. I think we're good. So we have a reflect cooldown component. Now this should be used in the reflect hardware, and it should make sure, yeah, so this is all working. I think, well, presumably working. The problem we have is that it's not being deactivated because we never made it do that. So let's look for uncloak. There's uncloak entity tile. That's not something that's going to happen for reflect shield. So let's just look at this section of the code. This is the will update function. So we want to do something similar for, well, both of these, which is unfortunate. Alright, so reflect cooldown component. And we have a problem on, oh, that was already done. Okay, so yeah, we can get rid of that. Okay, and this is reflect cooldown. And then the is cloaked component becomes is reflecting component. Is that what I called it? Yes, it is. Nice, so we can put this here, is reflecting. And then we modify all of this. So let's see, remove the component and tell players that this bot stopped reflecting. Yeah, so this just needs to change to entity deactivated. Well, let's just say activated, and then change it to deactivated. But then the client isn't doing anything about it. So in deactivated reflect shield, we need to remove. Oh, this is not going to be easy. Oh boy. All right, let me lower my desk. I'll sit and think about this. All right, desk lowered. So the problem is, right now, there's nothing that indicates that this is a reflect sprite. So while it's rendering like mostly correctly, not really mostly correctly, but it's rendering, when I want to remove it, the only way I'd be able to remove it is by its texture, which is not a good way of identifying a sprite. Well, one thing we can definitely do, let's put a bookmark here and look for uncloak. Good. We need to do some very similar things in here. And because there's so much duplicated code, we're going to fix this up. But anyway, we get the entity. So an entity deactivated reflect that doesn't exist. An entity deactivated reflect that wasn't reflecting to begin with. And then instead of this is cloaked stuff, we say is reflecting component. Except for it should be, no. That was better. And this reflecting. So, what do we have? We're removing the is reflecting component. I mean, that's good, but there's no obvious side effect of that, where the most apparent one should be that we remove this sprite. So what are ways that we can do this? Well, let's think about it. So, whoop, what just happened? Jimmy Zippo says, how is it possible someone can type this fast? I mean, the typing okay, but navigating and selecting and derping this, you must be some kind of android or something. Yep, you did it. You figured it out. I didn't think anyone would discover that, but you did it. No, I've been trying to say this. Oh, hey, Miguel. I've been trying to say this before, but I think as a person navigating through files, it's much easier for you to realize what's going on. So for me, it doesn't seem like it's so fast. Yeah, so problem. Can't see because of my webcam. Problem. When we reflect, we need to add a sprite. And when we stop reflecting, we need to remove the sprite. So this really means we need some way of identifying the sprite that we add. I'm a bit jelly though, not me, funny. Well, thanks to Zippo. So potential solution number one. Miguel says, how much did you need to fund your game? So Miguel, that's not something I'm going to be sharing. I will just say that Botland is not cheap. But that's by my standards. I'm sure if someone like Bill Gates made this game, he'd say, just throw money at the screen and the game would have been developed. So solution number one is add a new kind of component like reflect sprite component. I don't like this, but that is one way. Solution number two is remove the sprite based on, oh, I thought of a way that'll actually work. So remove the sprite based on its texture. What if solution number three, which is something I'm leaning toward, is reflecting component had a reference to the sprite component to remove. This sounds pretty good. And that's what I think Stellar just suggested. Can you add the sprite to reflect cooldown? So, not reflect cooldown, but the is reflecting component, I think. Because when I said, my friend said he could develop a game for free and he's a very good programmer. So, me developing the game is not what's costing money, although that is an opportunity cost. Like, I could have had a job, and if I had a job, I'd be making X dollars every year, and I'm not making that X dollars right now. So development is essentially free for this game because I'm doing it, but it's not totally. The costs are business, so I needed to set up a business with Washington State. I need to get a business license. I'm going to need to pay taxes on whatever income I have, which is nothing right now. Then there's legal costs. I needed to hire a lawyer so that I could figure out that I'm doing everything correctly, set up the right type of business entity, file trademarks, eventually file copyrights, get the terms of service and privacy policy. So those things. There's marketing. You need to make it so that people are aware of your game. So I'm running a Facebook ad campaign right now, which is probably drawing in like 5 people a day. And then there's art. Art is one of the big costs for this. So I am not good at art. And the art that you see, I really, really like, but it's not my art. I wish I could do this stuff. But a professional artist did this for the prototype game. And I'm doing a disservice to his artwork because this is not how it was intended to be rendered. I can show you a screenshot I've shown you guys before about how it was intended to be rendered. And this is what the prototype looked like, was here. So these look much better. They're much more colorful and they're not just tinted in a blanket way. So yeah, I like this artwork. I like it. It looks nice. But even this is not the final artwork for Botland. So, and then there's some other costs too, like getting an accountant and everything. Anyway, all of that adds up. That's the whole point, Miguel. So I think we're gonna do this. Let's go into the client arena, and we'll go into activated reflect. And in here, when we make the isReflecting component, so the problem is the server uses this too, but the server doesn't need to know about a sprite. Yeah, so now there's a new problem. The server uses this too, but the server doesn't want to know about a sprite. We could extend this component and use the same name, but then it wouldn't get deserialized correctly. Miguel says, for you, what's the best way to market your game? I think the best way to market this game is really going to be Twitch. Like, I'm not just sitting in a room developing and then sometime a year and a half from now, like, hey everyone in the world, like the game's released. I'm actually doing it on Twitch. So people, thankfully, you guys are actually watching me, like in this chat. That's awesome. I never expected this, but it's great because now you know about Botland and you've seen it running. You'll eventually be able to play it before it's even released. You'll see the development of it. You can be part of this. Some of you have given me suggestions that I've already included in the code base, or you've helped fix bugs. Then the other best ways to market the game, eventually we'll need to make a trailer, we'll need to start contacting press sites and probably go to conventions and all this other stuff, and then just get lucky. It's enough word of mouth spread and people play your game and the game is good and it doesn't crash after however many minutes of playing, and so there's a whole lot of stuff left to do. Solar says, because you add components to components. I didn't make it that way, so there is no doing that. So like the basic solution I could do here is in isReflecting component, I could add a sprite field and then just never use it on the server. It's not the worst thing in the world. And then Tiburon says, programming is free, paying for a house, food, electric, cars is not. Yeah, everyone has bills. Myself included. And that's where it's nice that my wife has an income, because I'm not doing anything to help pay the bills. No, I am. I told you guys I had money saved up, but anyway, never mind. So how do I want to do this? I don't think I can just extend this reflecting component because of how serialization works. And how many years do you think you'll finish the game? I think this will take about a year and a half. So I've already been coding for a month and 13 days so far, so nearly a month and a half. So I think it'll take still pretty much a year and a half. I mean, that time hasn't gone down too much. We made significant progress, and I want to direct any new viewers to bot.land. If you go there and click YouTube, I've made recap videos every single week of the progress that you see, and I kept them as short as possible. So none of these videos exceed 2 minutes. None of the recap videos. The only one that exceeds 2 minutes is this JavaScript coding one, which is also worth watching. So if you want to see what the game looked like back on week 1, just click the first video and you'll see I'm showing you like Windows Explorer, because I don't even think there was a game. Yeah, there was this. This is all that there was. Botland is going to be awesome. Chat wasn't even connected, so these two things couldn't talk to each other. And then in week 2, I think we connected chat, and maybe was that Botland is awesome still there? Oh, this isn't even the game. This is a Blockly demo that I made. So yeah, now the chat was working. And that was like, and then I started getting code in there. That was 2 weeks of work. And now here we are, where there are bots shooting each other and everything. 1.5 months is not 26 days. Yeah, so I'm at 1.5 calendar months. I started streaming on September 8th, and I don't stream every single day, so it's only 4 days a week. Remember Hello World? That was great. Yeah, I made a lot of those. Alright, so I could have like extra components on these components, or I could just have, I could define the sprite property anyway on isReflecting. I could deserialize as a client-only version of the isReflecting component. And Miguel says, after that, do you think you'll be making a new game? No. After this game is released, if this has any sort of success, I'll be supporting this game for like 5 years. And that's what I want to do. So I hope it's successful, because I hope people want to play it, and then I hope I get to add more content to it. And I think that's a lot of the fun. I think when you're making a game from scratch, that's really cool. Then I think when there's a player base for it and you get to make them happy by making new features and giving them new stuff and cool items and all this other stuff, that's cool. I think what's not cool is when you're working on an old game that no one's playing. That's not so fun. So how feasible is this? And more importantly, do I want to do this? How frequently will this happen? I suppose this will happen with shield sprites. Really just anything that needs a sprite. So yeah, I don't think putting a sprite component in here is that bad. Yeah. And no, if I were watching the stream Tiburon and I saw JavaScript, I probably wouldn't like it compared to whatever I was using, because I'd think like, look at the kinds of problems he's running into, because it's not statically typed, and he's not using any tools that try to add static typing. And then Miguel says, after your game's finally released, would you consider helping me and my team out? You can make some good profit depending on how good our game gets. It's very unlikely, Miguel. So there are basically two different things that can happen in my life. One is Botland becomes successful, and then I support Botland for, like I said, 3 to 5 years. And two is Botland is not successful, and then I pretty much need to enter the real world like ASAP, as soon as possible, because I need to start pulling my weight in my family. Also, unless you get funded, like you get investors for a game, like even this game, there's no guarantee. I could make this exactly how I planned on it. It can be super fun, and maybe people just don't feel like spending money. Maybe that's it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put in this dot sprite, this dot related sprite component equals related sprite component. Now, cloaking doesn't have this, so this is going to throw a monkey wrench in all of our plans. So we have to put this here. Swift Blue says, I don't get the game yet. What do I do when I play it? So what you do when you play it, I don't know if I showed you this or not, but the way that this is going to work is you first need to, in this game you make bots, and then bots are automated. So you'll pick how you want your bot to function. So maybe you want like lasers, harvesting, and cloaking. And you can't just throw everything on because there's a maximum size, and it's 7 right now. So here I have 2 plus 3 plus 2, that's 7. So I won't be able to lay landmines on this bot. So that, okay, great. Then I can pick what automation I want. So I can either write in JavaScript, where I'm writing JavaScript code, or I can use Blockly, where I'm using more visual language, and then just drag blocks together. So I could say something like pursue item, where item is, excuse me, set item to closest resource. Yeah, so let's say that, and let's just do this. So let's say I have this code. Well, this is actually really boring code. Let's do this. Let's say if if will harvest, harvest, otherwise pursue a resource. So we're going to call this harvester bot. Harvester bow, because I can't fit harvester bot there. We'll deploy a whole bunch of these. And now we should see all these harvester bows. They move to resources, they harvest them, and then they move to other resources and harvest them. And that's how you interact with Botland. And then it's a strategy game, so right now you see everything just shooting each other. Eventually there will be different game modes and different objectives. But yeah, for right now this is all I've coded so far. $42 views. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. So related sprite component, now we have that saved in here. So when we add this here, we can pass in anything as the duration, and then the related sprite component we should say is sprite component. Okay, good. Next, if you are reflecting, oh wait a second. So now we can do this slightly differently. Now that the sprite component, oh now I understand what Stellar was saying. Okay. Stellar says, can you shoot while cloaked? Yes, for right now. It might be something that we change, and there are different kinds of cloaking planned anyway, so some will be broken when you try doing anything other than move. Hey Miguel, out of curiosity, and you can whisper this to me if you want, but how old are you? Because, well, okay, without knowing your age, so that it doesn't sound like I'm basing the answer on your age, how do I say this? So if you haven't ever made a game before, they are typically massive undertakings, and just try not to underestimate the amount of work that's going to go into them. Like, I'm working on stream, I'm working 32 hours a week, but I do work off stream on certain things too. But in those however many hours it's been, I've done 6 weeks of recap videos, so in the 140 hours basically, I've gotten as far as what you see on the last recap video on bot.land. And like, I would not say this is a game. I'm trying to, my goal is in in 6 more weeks, so at the 12-week point, I'm hoping to be where I was at the end of the prototype that I wrote, but this time with more professional looking code. Tiburon says, will you be able to deploy multiple bots at once? How many people per game board? So, deploy multiple bots at once, yes. Expect something on the order of like 2 to 4 bots. So not too many, but bots don't live for very long. In fact, what you're already looking at here, let's track a new bot that comes into the arena. So whatever's around here somewhere. Okay, this one, L76. And he's dead. So he lasted maybe, 8 seconds or 9 seconds? So imagine if your bots last something like 20 or 30 seconds. That's their average lifespan, probably. And then how many people per game board? So what I'm aiming for is somewhere between 20 and 60 will be supported, but since it'll be player-hosted servers, it's however many people are on that server. Now, there could be long-running games, so imagine a Botland game lasting 30 minutes might be the average, where it's like, okay, I want to log in, I want to play, I want to have fun, and then I want to log out and feel like I did something. Okay, great, 30-minute games. But what about the people who say, okay, I really like this whole programming idea, but I don't get to see strategies evolve over time. So what if there was also a week-long game where you can log out and then your bots are still automatically deploying in the background with whatever code you gave them? So in that case, having a game that lasts maybe a week is better, and maybe those do have more players because it's easy to just say, okay, I'm going to sleep, and then your bots deploy themselves. Swift Blue says, did you make the artwork yourself? No, it was a different, as a professional artist made these, but these won't be the graphics for the game. These were the graphics for the prototype, and I happen to be using them right now. We're still in the concepting phase for the artwork for Botland. And fixed or random spawn points, it'll be random if it's a free-for-all deathmatch, but if it's any sort of team-based game, chances are you'll have a general area where you spawn. So picture that this is a really long map So instead of the whatever 15 tiles that this is, suppose that this is like tile number 100 here. So as the red team, you might spawn in this general area, and as the blue team, you might spawn in this general area. And so this would be like blue, and this would be red. And that way, people aren't spawning on the other side of the map. Because imagine in a capture the flag game, if you spawn on the other team's flag, that'd be really weird. So like semi-fixed. And Osbelm says, are those yellow and red things mines? Yes, they are. So the red ones are enemy mines, and the green ones are like friendly mines. And Jimmy Zippo says that the light control thing is awesome. Yeah, when you follow, you get control of my lights. Tiburon says, will there be strategic points, like you take points and get armor or damage bonuses? Will boards be more sophisticated? They will be more sophisticated, and the strategic points, I'm thinking there might be something like that. And it all depends on the game modes too. So we haven't 100% settled on that yet, but we do have plans. And then Miguel says, sorry, something went wrong and I missed some stuff and my chat got reset, so could you recap the last 45 seconds? I don't think I can do that because I don't even remember what they were when you typed that. Yeah. Okay, so where did I leave off? The whole associating a sprite to this thing. So when you stop reflecting, we look at your isReflecting component and we can remove the sprite that was associated with it. So let's do this. If util.exists isReflecting component dot, and I think it was called related sprite component, then we remove that. Entity.remove component isReflecting component dot related sprite component. Now, if we did this correctly, and chances are we didn't, but if we did, then we should see the reflect shield get removed now. So let's just make sure that this works. Yamir, if you want to change my lights, just click the follow button, and then you'll get a whisper. And Stellar, I'm not falling for that. Oh, Miguel, okay, I'll sum it up briefly. Games are very, very large undertakings, so just be wary of that. When you are making a game, and I remember what it was like. I was, I don't know, probably 15 or 16 years old, and I thought, I'm going to make an RPG, and no, I'm not going to make an RPG. Like, it's just a very, very large piece of work. Okay, so what's happening here? Pause on a JavaScript breakpoint. This is from Bundle screwing up. That's fine, though. Alright, so let's try out reflecting. So we add in reflect hardware, which we now have, and then we put this on. And do we reflect? Where's our reflect dude? I don't think so. I don't think that works. Yeah, we're not. Okay, so let's fix this up. Let's go into here, we'll set this to true, and then we'll turn off the simulation server. So 1E9 will comment that back in. Okay, good. Oh, man. Is the random lights modifier from MS Visser already in it? No, I don't plan on adding that, actually. Jimmy Zippo says, can you show a quick peek of your gulp file? Yeah, sure. Share gulp file. So, I've got a few different tasks in here. The biggest one is watch. Where is it? Well, anyway, watch calls into refresh, which calls into bundle, and then bundle runs through Browserify, Babel.js, and Watchify. So there's just a whole bunch of stuff going on in here. And what else is there here? Yeah, JSCS and ESLint, and then other things that I added relatively recently. There's a license task, which goes through all of my licenses, concatenates them, and then prepends them to the minified file. So there's just a lot of stuff going on. So let's test this out. We should not have bots on the arena anymore, and we do, which means I screwed something up. So let's resave this file, and then try running this again. And come on. Okay, good. So now we should not have bots in the arena. Come on. Okay, good. Then when we go to deploy a bot, we should hopefully get errors this time if we can't reflect. So let's do that. Okay, good. We did get an error, and it says cannot read duration of null. And that is very likely because, where is that coming from? Let's just take a look. So we'll go here, we'll do error.stack, put a breakpoint here so that we find out where it is. So it's in can reflect. Reflecting hardware dot duration. Well, let's put a breakpoint there and try again. Okay, cool. So is reflecting hardware a thing? No, it is not, because I searched for cloaking, so that's the problem. Let's go to code execution system and change reflect to use. Whoa, that was wrong. Alright, just change this to reflect. And this is not reflecting hardware, it's reflect hardware. Oh, is someone leaving? Oh, CSF Swift Blue. And Miguel says, could I add you on Skype so I could talk to you? Send me a Twitch message if you want to do that. Because I don't give out my Skype name to like everybody. Yamir says, I'm doing micro machines for a class project this semester. It takes lots of my time. Yeah, even, and that was a game that was already done. So you don't have the game design aspect of that. You just have the coding aspect of that. Okay, let's try this out now. Alright, so do we have duration this time? Yes, we do. And do we have a graphic? We do. Is it going to stop? Yes! Oh, cool. So this is totally working. So now our bots can at least show a reflect shield, and then they stop showing it after their cooldown ends. And then they reflect again when it's possible. So good. Kind of did that all in one go. All right. Yeah, that looks good. We gotta move where the sprite is, of course. And for that, I feel like each bot needs to know its center position. Alright, let's do something really fast for now. And yeah, no, I know it's not centered correctly. We'll go into client arena extra sprite. We'll say that the let's go to util.js for a second. There's a get center x. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna say util.get center x sprite minus extra sprite dot width divided by 2. We really should write a set center x, but whatever, this is fine. So now we change x's to y's and width to height, and that should be rendering it correctly now. Let's see if that works. That finished building? Good. Glad I was high pace wagon info. Alright, let's put reflect on. Alright, that looks better. The weird thing is that the guns extend to the right, so it makes this look a little bit wrong. Let's do this. The x coordinate we'll just say is going to be, how do we do this? Do we have a physics x here? Oh, we don't. Well, let's do this. We'll just say sprite.position.x plus extra sprite.width. Yeah, that should work. Okay, let's try this out. So now they should be rendering correctly too. We put in reflect. Oh, that was wrong. I meant to just press sprite position X. There we go. Okay. And yeah, center on tile, I could do that. The thing I was worried about is that that wouldn't cover the bulk of the. Fine, let's just center on the tile. That makes sense. Well, actually, let's see what this looks like right now, because maybe this looks okay. I don't know. Well, I'm a doofus. Yeah, let's center on the tile. Alright, so I can go. So in order to do that, we need the physics component. So let's do this. This dot get tile. What did I call this? Get tile from entity. Yeah, so const tile equals this dot get tile from entity, and then we can say tile dot x times constants dot tile size. anything here. Okay, now let's copy this. You know what, let's tab this in also because, there. Okay, yeah, that looks great. Alright, so let's check this in. Reflect is not functional yet. That's totally fine. We didn't plan for it to be, but there's a lot of things we need to fix here. So we have reflect. We're going to need to code these other ones. Yeah, consolidate this. We got this at least in the sprite and the hardware. Yeah, so we need to do this other stuff. Okay, yeah, let's check in. I see you don't like hard coding. I don't know if that's sarcastic or not. Okay, activated and... Oh, is it because I used the tile size here? Okay, yeah. I thought I might have hard-coded something and then someone was being sarcastic, but that's probably not the case and I was just misinterpreting it. Okay, let's comment these things. Client arena activated reflect. This is called when the server tells you that you activate an entity activates reflect. Alright, this is a number, doesn't return anything, we need to simplify that, good. Same thing, this is called when the server tells you that an entity deactivated reflect. Alright. Okay, and we're going to clean this up in a future commit because there's a lot of similarities between, well, a lot of these functions to be honest. However, since we don't have real artwork, we're doing certain things we wouldn't normally be doing. In fact, the real artwork's probably going to change a large chunk of this game. Okay, but anyway, this file's fine. Constants, we're fine with that. A lot of these are going to be very minor changes, like 1 or 2 line changes, or something like this. This is probably like 10 lines of changes, but yeah, this we don't want to check in. Yeah, reflect is fine, but that's really all we have right now. We need to put in slightly more than that. Yeah, we're doing this code all over the place too. We're gonna fix that up in a bit. So we added the APIs, we just didn't finish coding them all. And we added, wait, what? 3 of these? Oh no, we moved cloak cooldown. Okay, that's fair. This shouldn't be checked in. Sent by the server. So I should really write the server everywhere. Oh wow. That's not a consistency I care about. Okay, so we've got our reflect data, that's good. We have this class, that's also good. Our pub subtopics, yep, looks good. And our router actions. Yeah, so this was a pretty straightforward change, despite that there's a lot of code. The only thing I need to comment then are these classes. This in particular. So, this is only used... Oops, I think I missed. Adam, was any game an inspiration for you? Oh man, so... I love games. I love video games. So I've been inspired by a lot of different games and just how things are done. But of note, and I've never mentioned this game on stream before, but I think they did everything right in this game. There's a game called Jetpack Joyride, and I think that they made a lot of good decisions in that game, and they polished everything, and it's a very well made game. I have not played the newest Metal Gear. In fact, I haven't played really any of the Metal Gear games. But that looks incredibly well polished too, from a game design perspective. I don't know about from a glitches and bugs perspective. And then Miguel says, have you ever thought of having a team? Have you ever thought over having a team of the 3 to 5? I am not totally sure I'm understanding the question. The team right now for Botland is like 2 co-founders of the company, and then we've got an art contractor who's sort of like the art lead, and then he'll be sort of hiring other artists to do the artwork. So the team sort of already is 3 people plus some change. So this is only used by the client and thus shouldn't really be here, I think. and this is a component. That's a sprite component. How would I do this? If you say, what happens in JavaScript if you do this? B undefined. Does a.b exist? It does. I mean, it keeps track that this thing existed as undefined because it's not the same as deleting it. We could just say if this is undefined that don't even set it. Yeah, let's do that. So if do we have util here? We don't. We'll just say this. If we'll just include utility. Import star as util from util. If util.exist, related sprite component, then we set it. See Miguel. Oh, also Miguel said, will there be a demo? Yes, there will be a demo, and it'll be accessible in about a week. And then what's the chess thing about? Oh, chess. I see. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So this looks good. And yeah, I should write a comment in here, client arena activated, that the duration doesn't matter. Note that the duration doesn't matter on the client since we rely on the server to tell us when this is deactivated. And we don't need this positioning, I suppose. Alright, then I screwed up something. Line 26 here needs another parenthesis. I don't know if you guys can see this. I have on my keyboard, how do I move this in some way that you can see it? There are parenthesis buttons on here that I don't need to hold shift for. I don't really use it that often though. Alright, that's pretty much everything. So added reflect shields. They can be activated by calling reflect. By calling the reflect API, but they are not functional yet. So nothing will be reflected. The actual reflecting, yeah, we're not going to finish it today, I don't think. Ergonomic keyboards are a thing? Yeah, they are. Yeah, and I was using a mechanical keyboard, not for the stream, but before streaming, but I thought it'd be too loud, but then this keyboard's loud anyway. So added reflect shields, they can be activated by calling the reflect API, but they're not functional yet. Well, let's work as much as we can toward making them functional, and let's fill in the other blanks that we have. Also, we should really comment this. Yeah, let's do that. Client arena render entities. Here. If there are any other sprites on this entity, render them now. We render them centered on that tile though. We render them centered on the tile for now. Start at 1 since we already rendered the base sprite. Old keyboards are the best. Yeah, when people say old keyboards, I think they're referring to mechanical keyboards. Because I had an old keyboard that was certainly not good, and it was not mechanical. It was this $4 cheapo keyboard that I got. Alright, I think I'm happy with this. Let's just run recommit. Spell. Laminations behind the keys. think you'll find those behind most keyboards. Oh nice, that linted. Alright, let's check in. And then let's code the other couple of things here. Is reflecting should be dead simple to code. So let's look for that. Yeah, this is dead simple. Is reflecting. So all instances of cloaked changed to is reflecting. This is reflecting. And then if that exists, yeah, so we're done. And then there is will reflect, which should also be, or can reflect, I should say, which is also really simple to code. So we go into reflect and we put this here. Can reflect. So call this dot reflect, and we're done. All right, then we can we could probably check that in. Let's test it really fast. So here's what we'll do. We'll say, well, we'll code this in Sublime first. We can close all this other stuff. All right, so update equals function. If will reflect, then reflect. And if you can't reflect, then just move, I suppose. Now, you know what we'll try? We'll also add in cloaking here. If it's not will, it's can. If can cloak, then cloak. All right, let's do that. So let's deploy, let's refresh. Try a couple of these. And let's add in cloaking and reflect. Oops. There. So they cloak, then they reflect. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, well, we gotta fix that. So these do need to be based on the bots. Yeah. How do I select that thing? Here we go. So yeah, this is a problem. I know what's happening. It's centering it on the tile, but this won't work anymore. Also, is that being set to a lower opacity? I don't think it is. I think we need to set the alpha correctly there too. So client arena in the render function, let's go here and set the alpha correctly. So extra sprite dot alpha equals alpha. Okay, at the very least, what we'll have is our shield will be slightly transparent now. Are you guys talking about the PS2 connectors? Alright, fine. Anyway, let's try this. So we're going to add in cloaking and reflect, and now we'll still have this slight glitch, but yeah, you can see at the very least that reflect is now transparent. So let's fix that other little rendering bug. It's going to be obnoxious to fix. So here we do need to base it on where we are. So let's just do this. Sprite.position.y x plus, we gotta add something, but I don't know what we add. So let's just figure it out based on the images. We have images bot. So there's that. Let's open this up in GIMP. Okay. Alright, so here's this. Now let's figure out where reflect would have to go for it to be centered. Oh, it's already... No, it's not really correct. Let's move this here. What looks best? I think this looks best for now. So now we just figure out how far away this is. And we should be able to do that already. Oh no, we can do it this way. It's at 1014 or 1114 maybe? I'm not really sure. 1114, let's just say. Sprite.position.y plus 14 to do change these offsets. Yeah, we'll just write that for now. Okay. Alright, let's try it out. Reflect and cloaking. Alright, yeah. I think that looks pretty good. Maybe we lower that a little bit farther down so that this is like here even. Yeah, let's lower it by like 2. Not too much. Do the undo and redo keys on your keyboard work? Yeah, they work, but the problem is, okay, so check this out. What I use in Sublime pretty frequently is bookmark, which is F2. So when I press the F2 button, it goes to that. For undo to work, I need to have function lock on. In fact, I don't even think there's a function key on this keyboard. I think there's only a function lock. So I need to press function lock, and now going to the bookmark won't work. It's instead going to start undoing code. So I definitely do not like that. So I have function lock off all the time. Also, undo and redo are shortcuts that you can mostly hit with your left hand. So I don't think there's much of a reason to use extra keys for that. Okay, what do? We added in the extra APIs and we fixed a bug. So we're gonna write the Blockly blocks. Oh wait, there's one more thing we forgot to do. We need to make we need to make it work. Make reflect actually work. Okay, let's check this in though. Okay, let's see what we did. So, the reflect sprite is no longer drawn at the center of the tile because it looked bad when moving, when the entity moved. Tile is defined but never used. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Let's make sure that's working again. All our tests are passing, that's good. Okay, so we fixed that kind of bug, and then we added coded is reflecting and can reflect. Coded user accessible functions. Okay. Alright, let's run a quick giveaway. Where did that go? There it is. Okay, here we go. Alright. You all have your bots. Who is gonna win? Ospelm just died. B4P Boudin. Sounds like a spammer name. But P-Manpo killed him. Alright, it's down to Riccardoni and Simply Tom. Riccardoni wins. Now I just need to figure out how to type the name, because I don't know if that's an I or an L at the end. It's probably Ricardo and L. I can't tell. If you die in Botland, you die in real life. I have no viewers now. So that's done. Next, Blockly blocks. Let's add those really fast. Oh, it's an L. Also, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Ricardo? It's going to set up Blockly. Ah, an L stands for the Netherlands. It's lowercase though, that's why I couldn't tell. So it looked like Ricardoni. Alright, so let's code the Blockly blocks that we have. There is Terminator Cloak. Ricardo, got it. Let's write that down. Boop. Ricardo. Ricardo NL. Alright, so Terminator Cloak, we're going to change this to Terminator Reflect. In fact, we can change just this everywhere, I think. Done. So there's Terminator Reflect. We need to incorporate it. Then we need Can Cloak, changes to Can Reflect. So this is, whoa, what happened here? This should be here. Reflect. The only problem is this needs to be capitalized. And then finally there is cloaked. And we change this to is reflecting. Good and good. Okay, then we add these to the appropriate places. And then finally there's what? Can cloak? Oh, what? Oh no, can underscore cloak. That's what we want. So I accidentally did that wrong. There we go. So this changes to can reflect. Alright. Alright. Let's try this out. So now we should be able to code all of reflecting inside of Blockly. So let's try this out. If will cloak, if can reflect, then let's reflect. Then we'll do if is reflecting, then move. So all this is going to do is activate the reflect shield, and then only once that's activated, it'll start to move. So once it's deactivated, it'll just stop. And this will test to see that we code everything. So it's moving, and now it should stop. Good, yeah, that worked. Okay, cool. We can add some slightly more complex behavior here. We could say, let's do this. Let's duplicate this at the top. And put this here. So instead of can reflect, let's take can cloak. So if I can cloak, then I want to cloak. And then let's also put level 1 landmines since they're the same as level 3 landmines. And we'll say if can lay landmine. Where is lay mine? And can lay mine. Here we go. Alright, so here's the code we have. If I can reflect, reflect. If I can cloak, cloak. If I can lay landmine. And if I am reflecting, then move. Alright, then let's deploy one of these bots. See what it does. Yeah, looks good. And now it'll stop moving once it unreflects. Yeah, there we go. Neat. This thing's a murderer. Alright. Yeah, this is working. We could add in other bots for this thing to fight. Although Reflect Shield doesn't do anything, so it's kind of just hampering itself right now. Let's put other bots in the arena. How am I gonna do this? Here. These landmines will work at least. If anything ever steps over there. Oh, GLaDOS is gonna die. No, never mind. Nothing's actually stepped onto the. Oh, there we go. R2D2 took 500 damage. Oh, our mine layer bot died. And now R2D2 is like 2 lasers away from death. Oh, 3 lasers because they only do 200 damage. Interesting. Okay, this is working, so let's check in. We just added Blockly blocks for everything. Yeah, so added Blockly blocks for what can reflect, and is reflecting. When do the mines change red? So mines are red when they're not your mines. So it'd be more obvious if this were like just 2 players. Let's try that out. Let's show you what happens when I do that. So let's run the server. We'll go game server run, and we'll launch another tab here. So we'll connect on both of these. Oh man, the server is taking so long to start up that it didn't actually work. Wow, I don't know why that took so long. Let's try this, 0, 1. Okay, so now this should be slightly more obvious. Let's say I lay landmines over here. So let's load up this code. If can lay mine, otherwise move. And I deploy this. So now this should be a little bit more obvious. So on the left side, these are the ones that deployed those bots. You can see all the landmines are green. And on the right side, these are all the ones, they're your enemy, so they're all going to be red. And if I just write code that makes them move around, these will just run into landmines basically. So yeah, if this were you watching this, you're the pink player here, you'd be like, oh, all these landmines are bad, I don't want to step on them. So basically all red landmines are going to be bad. And yeah, eventually what we should see happen here is that all the pink bots should disappear. In fact, that's the only possible outcome here. Because of probability theory. Alright, time to speed it up. When probability takes too long. Alright, we said tick time to 1. Blam. Wait, that didn't work. Oh, I'm not on the simulation server. Okay, here's what we do then. We'll blam it this way. This.gameserver.arena.codeexecutionsystem.ticktime equals 1. And look at that. Oh, this did not work. Oh, interesting. We uncovered a bug. Okay, let's write it down. Bug when you set tick time to 1, landmine stopped working correctly. I think this is because the chase tile component, I know what's happening. I know exactly what's happening. No, I don't. But I think I know what's happening. Alright, let's close out of that. What was the next thing we wanted to do? Consolidate this test and everything. Oh yeah, so let's work on bug fixes for right now. So we're going to fix these 2 bugs. When you type an empty statement, it's not being highlighted. So to show you guys what this bug is, it is this. When you type just empty statements, it's invalid code, but it doesn't mark it as invalid. So, excuse me. We need to go into the software validator. And actually, you know what I think is the problem? I think I just never accounted for this. Yeah, right here. This was the issue. Okay, so I just say this dot log. Well, how do I log errors? Error. Yeah, there we say. So this dot, oh, it says node type not allowed here. Okay, so empty statements not allowed. Can we just get rid of this and this and that? That should be it. Okay, let's close the server down again and let's have that finish and copy paste this code. Yeah, check it out. Empty statements not allowed. So you delete them, and then your code works. Cool. So bug fixed. That was easy. And actually, let's test that in one more place. For What is this? Your for loop's body must be a block statement. Empty statement's not allowed. And how did I put this on its own line? Huh. Nice! This works. Alright, let's check it in. Empty statements in code mirror are now properly flagged as errors. Alright, bug number 1 is fixed. Bug number 2, party over here. When you set tick time to 1, landmines stop working correctly. Now, landmines work by blowing up when you reach the tile that you were aiming for. And when you set the tick time to 1, there's not enough time to animate, so we just cut out a movement, which means that a landmine never blows up. But if it's a killing blow, you can't have another movement afterward. So how is this happening? Let's run a test. Let's put if can lay mine. There. Then we refresh this and we put that logic in here. Are you really? No, I'm not planning to run servers on tick time 1, so this is not a real problem. But if you ever, let's say your client lagged and you got 2 messages like instantaneously, then this could happen. So that's why I need to fix this. And setting the tick time to 1 just makes it very obvious that it's happening. So we lay a whole bunch of mines. And then we set the tick time to 1. Come on, where do I set the tick time to 1? I don't want to type out this code again. Here we go. Okay, so this should happen. Actually, wait, did something go wrong up here? What happened up there? Whoa, what? No, that was super weird. It looked like those bots weren't moving even before I did anything. I did this, right? If can reflect, can cloak. Yeah, these bots are broken somehow. They should all be moving and they're not. Okay, let's debug this. There's another problem here. We put a breakpoint here. Is this getting hit? It's not. What? Oh, what is going on here? Maybe can reflect is always returning true? Code execution system, can reflect. We call this dot reflect. Reflect checks to see if you have a cooldown component. If it exists, oh, that's a problem. Wait, how did this get screwed up then? That means there's a problem with can cloak also. Yeah, there is. Oh man. Alright, yeah, I coded both of these wrong. So this should be returned false. In fact, we shouldn't even, yeah, whatever, let's just do that. So, else, return false. Okay, so here's what the problem was. We checked, do we have a reflect cooldown component? No, because we don't have reflect, so there's nothing to cool down. So we checked, does it exist? No, it doesn't. And then we just called ran terminator. And never returned anything. So it was returning undefined. And now we've fixed it. Are you positive it's a mine problem and not just a speed to 1 problem? It could be a speed of 1 problem. I have a feeling, okay, so here's what I do. When you get client arena, when you get a bot moved, I think it has to do with this. When you get a call that a bot moved and you already have a chase tile component, which is what's making you move from tile to tile, then it just deletes the last one and sets you to your current location. The problem is that chase target system has a very specific reach destination code, and that's not being hit anymore. So what I should do is move this code from here in this, I already lost it. No, yeah, I should move this code from here into the chase target system. And in fact, I wrote this here. It may be a better idea to have the chase target system determine this. Well, now I know for sure it's a better idea. So let's try this one more time. We should have fixed the bug so that now when we deploy these bots, at least they'll be moving. Let's get rid of this breakpoint. Whoops, I put a breakpoint in the distance function. Okay, let's try this out. So let's deploy these bots. These bots should just, yeah, good. So these just move around, that's fine. But that's not what I wanted them to do anyway. I wanted them to lay landmines. So let's make them lay landmines. And then let's set the tick time to 1. Okay, yeah, there we go. So like I said, what I think it is that code where chase tile component is being overwritten. So I think we're going to put that into the chase target system. So we don't put this here. We just add a new one. And then in the chase target system, when you have a chase tile component already, where do we do this? Update chase tile entities. Okay, now we need to put this code sort of here, but not really. Yeah. Yep. Okay, here's what we do. Const all chase tile components equals entity.get chase get components, which is not something you normally do. Component names dot chase tile. Next, we say if the length is greater than 1. We know for sure it's going to be at least 1 because we know that everything we're getting here has already been indexed to have a chase tile component. But if there's more than 1, then we run this code that we had here, which is get rid of the first one and in fact get rid of all of them other than the last one. Get rid of all of them other than the last one, but make sure to teleport the entity to where it should be. Alright, so how do we do this? Well, we gotta iterate over this. So for let I equals 0, I equals 0, I is less than all chase tile components dot length -1 I plus plus. So what we're going to do at the bottom of this, we'll say something like let chase tile component equals entity.get component chase. And this is how we're going to get around this. Entity.remove component chase tile component. Is he using A star? Are you talking about me? I'm using A star. I'm not really following chat that closely right now. And then Osbaum says, let I equals 0. What is let? Let is an ECMAScript 6 feature. I would normally answer this question more in depth, but for right now, I'm just going to paste a page to you and get back to work. Okay, we have a chase tile component here, and we need to teleport to where this is. And yeah, we need to do this. This is teleport the sprite to where it is. Yeah, exactly. So here's how we do this. Sprite component equals get, so entity.get component, and then we say this is chase tile component tile x. Then these are of course made up. Then the important thing is that at the bottom of this we need to say reached destination on that, because there may have been a landmine entity. Let's try it. This.reach destination. I don't really like this code. I'm not happy with this. But entity ID, and chase component. So entity, then we should have an entity ID, and we have the chase tile component. Good. And then we remove it. So that at the bottom of this, when we call get component, we're only getting the single one that exists so far. Then we also need to update the index. No, we don't. It's still going to be indexed by all the same things. We should update the indexer. So I suppose we could do that. Do that here. Okay, so will this work all of a sudden? Well, it's very obvious that it didn't work here, and getting this to happen was very easy to do. So let's just rerun this, and we should see the same thing. Or well, we should see it fixed, ideally. No, what's going on here? Did that just break? What happened? I think that's fine. Okay, so here's what we do. We do deploy, and then I didn't even give them landmines. I just want to test this first. Okay, so it looks like I coded it in such a way that we're at least back to where we were. Now let's check to see if we're better than where we were. So we'll give these landmines, deploy a bunch of these, then we'll set the tick time to 1. And now, do we ever see that bug happen again? Oh, it looks like we fixed it. So then the only other task left to do is explain why we fixed it. No, explain how that fixed it. That's what I meant to say. Interesting. Yeah, let's figure out how that would have fixed it. Huh. So this used to be the code here. So what was not happening is reach destination was never being called. So basically we said, oh, I know what happened. Okay, I know what happened. This is actually pretty straightforward. So what happened is this. You were told by the server in like 3 milliseconds worth of time that I just moved here, and then 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 here, and somewhere along the way there was a landmine that you hit. Now what happened is you got all of these components at once. So you got like a chase tile component multiplied by 6 or 7. And what we see here is that if one of those existed, we just deleted it and set our coordinates. The problem is we were never calling reach destination, which is what handled updating landmines. So if you had a landmine will detonate component, that's where we would remove the landmine and remove that the landmine would detonate. So we weren't doing that anymore. And now we have fixed it. So let's move on. Let's clean up the code. So yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's the same file. Yeah, we need to get rid of all of this commented out garbage. Good. Let's lint. Well, I suppose we can run the test too, but let's do that after we've linted. Pre-commit. Oh, and we need to write a comment for all that. Oh, darn it. I gotta get that back then, huh? And then what's code execution system? So I guess I fixed a couple of bugs. Fixed bugs where can cloak and can reflect would return undefined sometimes. So we should really check just that in on its own. Yeah. And then we have, we have illegal trailing white space here. Okay, problem solved there. Let's rerun the test as well. Whoop, run. Alright, then we commit, and we need to make sure that we take this comment and make use of it correctly. Okay, yeah, and that's supposed to go here. So this looks fine from a code review perspective. We just need to put in this comment again. So we get the first chase tile component from this entity, meaning all of the other chase tile components are sort of in a queue. This is no longer true. This first part's true, but that's because there's only one at this point. So note that at this point we will definitely only have one chase tile component. So if they have multiple chase tile components, then teleport them to the intermediate tiles and remove the component, making sure to call reached destination for each component removed in this fashion. That way we don't, well, by removing multiples, we won't infinitely add chase tile components. Note that by doing this, we will no longer be queuing up. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, and this is done too. Great, so get rid of all of them other than the last one, but make sure to teleport the end of these. So get rid of all of them, the last one. The last one will be the most current one. What does lint do? Lint checks code style correctness. Or no, sorry, I said code style correctness. I meant to say code correctness. So let's say I had code like this. Let I equals 0, let j equals 1, return j. So the linter would tell me, hey, you defined I, but you never used it in this code. Maybe you didn't need to do that. Or rather, hey, you're using a variable k that you never defined. So that's where a linter would help. So get rid of all of them other than the last one. And then again, these coordinates are just weird coordinates to do fix these offsets. We're gonna need a way to do this. We'll probably need like a sprite offset component. Okay, so note that at this point, we will definitely only have one chase tile component. Yeah, so I think this code is good. Fixed a bug where landmines wouldn't be detonated correctly when the tick time was too fast. The easiest way to test this was at a tick time of 1, but I suppose that this could have happened if the system had lagged and processed multiple, I can't type anymore, chase tile components at the same time. Alright, so we fixed that bug. Good. So now it's make reflect work. Well, we have an hour left. I suppose I could actually do this. But I should get a snack. What would I go eat? Swift Blue says, where are you from? The greatest granularity I've been giving people on that question is that I'm from the US. Where I'm living right now is Washington State. So I'm in the greater Seattle area. But I imagine that most of my viewers are totally somewhere else in the world, given the time zone differences. But not Tyrant does. So yeah, I'm gonna go get a snack first, and then ARP snack at 5 p.m. Yeah, it's been a long time since I had a snack. Alright, I'll be right back.